Chapter 1 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Mills and Boon Limited, 49 Rupert Street, London, W. Published 1915. Copyright in the United States of America by Jack London. Chapter 1. From the first, the voyage was going wrong. Routed out of my hotel on a bitter March morning, I had crossed Baltimore and reached the pier end precisely on time. At 9 o'clock, the tug was to have taken me down the bay and put me on board the Elsinore. And with growing irritation I sat frozen inside my taxicab and waited. On the seat, outside, the driver and Wada sat hunched in a temperature perhaps half a degree colder than mine. And there was no tug. Possum, the fox terrier puppy Galbraith had so inconsiderately foisted upon me, whimpered and shivered on my lap inside my greatcoat and under the fur robe. But he would not settle down. Continually he whimpered and clawed and struggled to get out. And, once out and bitten by the cold, with equal insistence he whimpered and clawed to get back. His unceasing plaint and movement was anything but sedative to my jangled nerves. In the first place I was uninterested in the brute. He meant nothing to me. I did not know him. Time and again, as I drearily waited, I was on the verge of giving him to the driver. Once, when two little girls, evidently the wharfinger's daughters, went by, my hand reached out to the door to open it so that I might call to them and present them with the puling little wretch. A farewell surprise package from Galbraith. He had arrived at the hotel the night before, by express from New York. It was Galbraith's way. Yet he might so easily have been decently like other folk and sent fruit, or flowers even. But no, his affectionate inspiration had to take the form of a yelping, yapping, 2-month-old puppy. And with the advent of the terrier, the trouble had begun. The hotel clerk judged me a criminal before the act I had not even had time to meditate. And then Wada, on his own initiative, and out of his own foolish stupidity, had attempted to smuggle the puppy into his room and been caught by a house detective. Promptly Wada had forgotten all his English and lapsed into hysterical Japanese, and the house detective remembered only his Irish, while the hotel clerk had given me to understand, in no uncertain terms, that it was only what he had expected of me. Damn the dog anyway. And damn Galbraith, too. And as I froze on in the cab on that bleak pier end, I damned myself as well, and the mad freak that had started me voyaging on a sailing ship around the Horn. By 10 o'clock a nondescript youth arrived on foot, carrying a suitcase, which was turned over to me a few minutes later by the wharfinger. It belonged to the pilot, he said, and gave instructions to the chauffeur how to find some other pier from which, at some indeterminate time, I would be taken aboard the Elsinore by some other tug. This served to increase my irritation. Why should I not have been informed, as well as the pilot? An hour later, still in my cab and stationed at the shore end of the new pier, the pilot arrived. Anything more unlike a pilot I could not have imagined. Here was no blue-jacketed, weather-beaten son of the sea, but a soft-spoken gentleman, for all the world the type of successful businessman one meets in all the clubs. He introduced himself immediately, and I invited him to share my freezing cab with Possum and the baggage. That some change had been made in the arrangements by Captain West was all he knew, though he fancied the tug would come along any time. And it did, at 1 in the afternoon, after I had been compelled to wait and freeze for 4 mortal hours. During this time I fully made up my mind that I was not going to like this Captain West. Although I had never met him, his treatment of me from the outset had been, to say the least, cavalier. When the Elsinore lay in Erie Basin, just arrived from California with a cargo of barley, I had crossed over from New York to inspect what was to be my home for many months. I had been delighted with the ship and the cabin accommodation. Even the stateroom selected for me was satisfactory and far more spacious than I had expected. But when I peeped into the captain's room I was amazed at its comfort. When I say that it opened directly into a bathroom, and that, among other things, it was furnished with a big brass bed such as one would never suspect to find at sea, I have said enough. Naturally, I had resolved that the bathroom and the big brass bed should be mine. When I asked the agents to arrange with the captain, they seemed non-committal and uncomfortable. "I don't know in the least what it is worth," I said, "and I don't care. Whether it costs $150 or $500, I must have those quarters." Harrison and Gray, the agents, debated silently with each other and scarcely thought Captain West would see his way to the arrangement. "Then he is the first sea captain I ever heard of that wouldn't," I asserted confidently. "Why, the captains of all the Atlantic liners regularly sell their quarters." "But Captain West is not the captain of an Atlantic liner," Mr. Harrison observed gently. "Remember, I am to be on that ship many a month," I retorted. "Why, heavens, bid him up to 1,000 if necessary." "We'll try," said Mr. Gray, "but we warn you not to place too much dependence on our efforts. Captain West is in Searsport at the present time, and we will write him today." To my astonishment, Mr. Gray called me up several days later to inform me that Captain West had declined my offer. "Did you offer him up to 1,000?" I demanded. "What did he say?" "He regretted that he was unable to concede what you asked," Mr. Gray replied. A day later I received a letter from Captain West. The writing and the wording were old-fashioned and formal. He regretted not having yet met me, and assured me that he would see personally that my quarters were made comfortable. For that matter, he had already dispatched orders to Mr. Pike, the first mate of the Elsinore, to knock out the partition between my stateroom and the spare stateroom adjoining. Further, and this is where my dislike for Captain West began, he informed me that if, when once well at sea, I should find myself dissatisfied, he would gladly, in that case, exchange quarters with me. Of course, after such a rebuff, I knew that no circumstance could ever persuade me to occupy Captain West's brass bed. And it was this Captain Nathaniel West, whom I had not yet met, who had now kept me freezing on pier ends through 4 miserable hours. The less I saw of him on the voyage the better, was my decision, and it was with a little tickle of pleasure that I thought of the many boxes of books I had dispatched on board from New York. Thank the Lord, I did not depend on sea captains for entertainment. I turned Possum over to Wada, who was settling with the cabman, and while the tug sailors were carrying my luggage on board, I was led by the pilot to an introduction with Captain West. At the first glimpse I knew that he was no more a sea captain than the pilot was a pilot. I had seen the best of the breed, the captains of the liners, and he no more resembled them than did he resemble the bluff-faced, gruff-voiced skippers I had read about in books. By his side stood a woman, of whom little was to be seen, and who made a warm and gorgeous blob of colour in the huge muff and boa of red fox in which she was well nigh buried. "My God, his wife!" I darted in a whisper at the pilot. "Going along with him?" I had expressly stipulated with Mr. Harrison, when engaging passage, that the one thing I could not possibly consider was the skipper of the Elsinore taking his wife on the voyage. And Mr. Harrison had smiled and assured me that Captain West would sail unaccompanied by a wife. "It's his daughter," the pilot replied under his breath. "Come to see him off, I fancy. His wife died over a year ago. They say that is what sent him back to sea. He'd retired, you know." Captain West advanced to meet me, and before our outstretched hands touched, before his face broke from repose to greeting and the lips moved to speech, I got the first astonishing impact of his personality. Long, lean, in his face a touch of race I as yet could only sense. He was as cool as the day was cold, as poised as a king or emperor, as remote as the farthest fixed star, as neutral as a proposition of Euclid. And then, just ere our hands met, a twinkle of, such distant and controlled geniality quickened the many tiny wrinkles in the corner of the eyes. The clear blue of the eyes was suffused by an almost colorful warmth. The face, too, seemed similarly to suffuse. The thin lips, harsh set the instant before, were as gracious as Bernhardt's when she molds sound into speech. So curiously was I affected by this first glimpse of Captain West, that I was aware of expecting to fall from his lips I knew not what words of untold beneficence and wisdom. Yet he uttered most commonplace regrets at the delay in a voice provocative of fresh surprise to me. It was low and gentle, almost too low, yet clear as a bell and touched with a faint reminiscent twang of old New England. "And this is the young woman who is guilty of the delay," he concluded my introduction to his daughter. "Margaret, this is Mr. Pathurst." Her gloved hand promptly emerged from the fox-skins to meet mine, and I found myself looking into a pair of gray eyes bent steadily and gravely upon me. It was discomfiting, that cool, penetrating, searching gaze. It was not that it was challenging, but that it was so insolently businesslike. It was much in the very way one would look at a new coachman he was about to engage. I did not know then that she was to go on the voyage, and that her curiosity about the man who was to be a fellow passenger for half a year was therefore only natural. Immediately she realized what she was doing, and her lips and eyes smiled as she spoke. As we moved on to enter the tug's cabin, I heard Possum's shivering whimper rising to a shriek, and went forward to tell Wada to take the creature in out of the cold. I found him hovering about my luggage, wedging my dressing case securely upright by means of my little automatic rifle. I was startled by the mountain of luggage around which mine was no more than a fringe. Ship stores was my first thought, until I noticed the number of trunks, boxes, suitcases, and parcels and bundles of all sorts. The initials on what looked suspiciously like a woman's hat trunk caught my eye. M.W. Yet Captain West's first name was Nathaniel. On closer investigation I did find several N.W.'s, but everywhere I could see M.W.'s. Then I remembered that he had called her Margaret. I was too angry to return to the cabin, and paced up and down the cold deck, biting my lips with vexation. I had so expressly stipulated with the agents that no captain's wife was to come along. The last thing under the sun I desired in the pet quarters of a ship was a woman. But I had never thought about a captain's daughter. For 2 cents I was ready to throw the voyage over and return on the tug to Baltimore. By the time the wind caused by our speed had chilled me bitterly, I noticed Miss West coming along the narrow deck and could not avoid being struck by the spring and vitality of her walk. Her face, despite its firm molding, had a suggestion of fragility that was belied by the robustness of her body. At least one would argue that her body must be robust from her fashion of movement of it, though little could one divine the lines of it under the shapelessness of the furs. I turned away on my heel, and fell moodily to contemplating the mountain of luggage. A huge packing case attracted my attention, and I was staring at it when she spoke at my shoulder. "That's really what caused the delay," she said. "What is it?" I asked incuriously. "Why, the Elsinore's piano, all renovated. When I made up my mind to come, I telegraphed Mr. Pike, he's the mate, you know. He did his best. It was the fault of the piano house. And while we waited today I gave them a piece of my mind they'll not forget in a hurry." She laughed at the recollection and commenced to peek and peer into the luggage as if in search of some particular piece. Having satisfied herself, she was starting back when she paused and said, "Won't you come in the cabin where it's warm? We won't be there for half an hour." "When did you decide to make this voyage?" I demanded abruptly. So quick was the look she gave me that I knew she had in that moment caught all my disgruntlement and disgust. "2 days ago," she answered. "Why?" Her readiness for give and take took me aback, and before I could speak she went on. "Now you're not to be at all silly about my coming, Mr. Pathurst. I probably know more about long voyaging than you do, and we're all going to be comfortable and happy. You can't bother me, and I promise you I won't bother you. I've sailed with passengers before, and I've learned to put up with more than they ever proved they were able to put up with. So there. Let us start right, and it won't be any trouble to keep on going right. I know what is the matter with you. You think you'll be called upon to entertain me. Please know that I do not need entertainment. I never saw the longest voyage that was too long, and I always arrive at the end with too many things not done for the passage ever to have been tedious. And I don't play chopsticks." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 2. The Elsinore, fresh loaded with coal, lay very deep in the water when we came alongside. I knew too little about ships to be capable of admiring her lines, and, besides, I was in no mood for admiration. I was still debating with myself whether or not to chuck the whole thing and return on the tug. From all of which it must not be taken that I am a vacillating type of man. On the contrary. The trouble was that at no time, from the first thought of it, had I been keen for the voyage. Practically the reason I was taking it was because there was nothing else I was keen on. For some time now life had lost its savour. I was not jaded, nor was I exactly bored. But the zest had gone out of things. I had lost taste for my fellow men and all their foolish, little, serious endeavours. For a far longer period I had been dissatisfied with women. I had endured them, but I had been too analytic of the faults of their primitiveness, of their almost ferocious devotion to the destiny of sex, to be enchanted with them. And I had come to be oppressed by what seemed to me the futility of art, a pompous legerdemain, a consummate charlatanry that deceived not only its devotees but its practitioners. In short, I was embarking on the Elsinore because it was easier to than not, yet everything else was as equally and perilously easy. That was the curse of the condition into which I had fallen. That was why, as I stepped upon the deck of the Elsinore, I was half of a mind to tell them to keep my luggage where it was, and bid Captain West and his daughter good day. I almost think what decided me was the welcoming, hospitable smile Miss West gave me as she started directly across the deck for the cabin, and the knowledge that it must be quite warm in the cabin. Mr. Pike, the mate, I had already met when I visited the ship in Erie Basin. He smiled a stiff, cracked-faced smile that I knew must be painful, but did not offer to shake hands, turning immediately to call orders to half a dozen frozen-looking youths and aged men who shambled up from somewhere in the waist of the ship. Mr. Pike had been drinking. That was patent. His face was puffed and discoloured, and his large grey eyes were bitter and bloodshot. I lingered, with a sinking heart watching my belongings come aboard and chiding my weakness of will which prevented me from uttering the few words that would put a stop to it. As for the half-dozen men who were now carrying the luggage aft into the cabin, they were unlike any concept I had ever entertained of sailors. Certainly, on the liners, I had observed nothing that resembled them. One, a most vivid-faced youth of 18, smiled at me from a pair of remarkable Italian eyes. But he was a dwarf. So short was he that he was all sea boots and sou'wester. And yet he was not entirely Italian. So certain was I that I asked the mate, who answered morosely, "Him? Shorty? He's a Dago half-breed. The other half's Jap or Malay." One old man, who I learned was a boatswain, was so decrepit that I thought he had been recently injured. His face was stolid and ox-like, and as he shuffled and dragged his brogans over the deck, he paused every few steps to place both hands on his abdomen and execute a queer, pressing, lifting movement. Months were to pass in which I saw him do this thousands of times ere I learned that there was nothing the matter with him and that his action was purely a habit. His face reminded me of the man with the hoe, save that it was unthinkably and abysmally stupider. And his name, as I was to learn, of all names was Sundry Byers. And he was boatswain of the fine American sailing ship Elsinore, rated one of the finest sailing ships afloat. Of this group of aged men and boys that moved the luggage along, I saw only one, called Henry, a youth of 16, who approximated in the slightest what I had conceived all sailors to be like. He had come off a training ship, the mate told me, and this was his first voyage to sea. His face was keen-cut, alert, as were his bodily movements, and he wore sailor-appearing clothes with sailor-seeming grace. In fact, as I was to learn, he was to be the only sailor-seeming creature fore and aft. The main crew had not yet come aboard, but was expected at any moment, the mate vouchsafed with a snarl of ominous expectancy. Those already on board were the miscellaneous ones who had shipped themselves in New York without the mediation of boarding-house masters. And what the crew itself would be like God alone could tell, so said the mate. Shorty, the Japanese, or Malay, and Italian half-caste, the mate told me, was an able seaman, though he had come out of steam and this was his first sailing voyage. "Ordinary seaman," Mr. Pike snorted in reply to a question. "We don't carry landsmen. Forget it. Every clodhopper and cow-walloper these days is an able seaman. That's the way they rank and are paid. The merchant service is all shot to hell. There ain't no more sailors. They all died years ago, before you were born even." I could smell the raw whiskey on the mate's breath. Yet he did not stagger nor show any signs of intoxication. Not until afterwards was I to know that his willingness to talk was most unwonted and was where the liquor gave him away. "It'd have been a grace had I died years ago," he said, "rather than to a lived to see sailors and ships pass away from the sea." "But I understand the Elsinore is considered one of the finest," I urged. "So she is, today. But what is she? A damned cargo carrier. She ain't built for sailin', and if she was there ain't no sailors left to sail her. Lord, Lord, the old clippers. When I think of 'em. The Gamecock, Shootin' Star, Flyin' Fish, Witch of the Wave, Staghound, Harvey Birch, Canvasback, Fleetwing, Sea Serpent, Northern Light. And when I think of the fleets of the tea-clippers that used to load at Hong Kong and race the Eastern Passages. A fine sight. A fine sight." I was interested. Here was a man, a live man. I was in no hurry to go into the cabin, where I knew Wada was unpacking my things, so I paced up and down the deck with the huge Mr. Pike. Huge he was in all conscience, broad-shouldered, heavy-boned, and, despite the profound stoop of his shoulders, fully 6 feet in height. "You are a splendid figure of a man," I complimented. I was," he muttered sadly, and I caught the whiff of whiskey strong on the air. I stole a look at his gnarled hands. Any finger would have made 3 of mine. His wrist would have made 3 of my wrist. "How much do you weigh?" I asked. 210. But in my day, at my best, I tipped the scales close to 240. "And the Elsinore can't sail," I said, returning to the subject which had roused him. "I'll take you even, anything from a pound of tobacco to a month's wages. She won't make it around in 150 days," he answered. "Yet I've come around in the old Flying Cloud in 89 days. 89 days, sir, from Sandy Hook to 'Frisco. 60 men for'ard that was men, and 8 boys, and drive, drive, drive. 374 miles for a day's run under t'gallant sails, and in the squalls 18 knots a line, not enough to time her. 89 days, never beat, and tied once by the old Andrew Jackson 9 years afterward. Them was the days." "When did the Andrew Jackson tie her?" I asked, because of a growing suspicion that he was having me. "In 1860," was his prompt reply. "And you sailed in the Flying Cloud 9 years before that, and this is 1913? Why, that was 62 years ago," I charged. "And I was 7 years old," he chuckled. "My mother was stewardess on the Flying Cloud. I was born at sea. I was boy when I was 12 on the Herald of the Morn, when she made around in 99 days. Half the crew in irons most of the time. 5 men lost from aloft off the Horn, the points of our sheath knives broken square off, knuckle dusters and belaying pins flying. 3 men shot by the officers in one day. The second mate killed dead and no one to know who done it, and drive, drive, drive. 99 days from land to land, a run of 17,000 miles, and east to west around Cape Stiff." "But that would make you 69 years old," I insisted. "Which I am," he retorted proudly, "and a better man at that than the scrubby younglings of these days. A generation of 'em would die under the things I've been through. Did you ever hear of the Sunny South? She that was sold in Havana to run slaves and changed her name to Emanuela?" "And you've sailed the Middle Passage," I cried, recollecting the old phrase. "I was on the Manuela that day in Mozambique Channel, when the Brisk caught us with 900 slaves between decks. Only she wouldn't have caught us except for her having steam." I continued to stroll up and down beside this massive relic of the past, and to listen to his hints and muttered reminiscences of old man-killing and man-driving days. He was too real to be true, and yet, as I studied his shoulder stoop and the age drag of his huge feet, I was convinced that his years were as he asserted. He spoke of a Captain Soners. He was a great captain, he was saying, and in the 2 years I sailed mate with him there was never a port I didn't jump the ship going in and stay in hiding until I sneaked aboard when she sailed again. But why? The men, on account of the men swearing blood and vengeance and warrants against me because of my ways of teaching 'em to be sailors. Why, the times I was caught and the fines the skipper paid for me, and yet it was my work that made the ship make money. He held up his huge paws, and as I stared at the battered, malformed knuckles, I understood the nature of his work. "But all that's stopped now," he lamented. "A sailor's a gentleman these days. You can't raise your voice or your hand to them." At this moment he was addressed from the poop rail above by the second mate, a medium-sized, heavily built, clean-shaven, blond man. "The tug's in sight with the crew, sir," he announced. The mate grunted an acknowledgment, then added, "Come on down, Mr. Mellaire, and meet our passenger." I could not help noting the air and carriage with which Mr. Mellaire came down the poop ladder and took his part in the introduction. He was courteous in an old-world way, soft-spoken, suave, and unmistakably from south of Mason and Dixon. "A Southerner," I said. "Georgia, sir." He bowed and smiled as only a Southerner can bow and smile. His features and expression were genial and gentle, and yet his mouth was the cruelest gash I have ever seen in a man's face. It was a gash. There is no other way of describing that harsh, thin-lipped, shapeless mouth that uttered gracious things so graciously. Involuntarily I glanced at his hands. Like the mate's, they were thick-boned, broken-knuckled, and malformed. Back into his blue eyes I looked. On the surface of them was a film of light, a gloss of gentle kindness and cordiality, but behind that gloss I knew resided neither sincerity nor mercy. Behind that gloss was something cold and terrible that lurked and waited and watched, something cat-like, something inimical and deadly. Behind that gloss of soft light and of social sparkle was the live, fearful thing that had shaped that mouth into the gash it was. What I sensed behind in those eyes chilled me with its repulsiveness and strangeness. As I faced Mr. Mellaire and talked with him and smiled and exchanged amenities, I was aware of the feeling that comes to one in the forest or jungle when he knows unseen wild eyes of hunting animals are spying upon him. Frankly, I was afraid of the thing ambushed behind there in the skull of Mr. Mellaire. One so as a matter of course identifies form and feature with the spirit within, but I could not do this with the second mate. His face and form and manner and suave ease were one thing, inside which he, an entirely different thing, lay hid. I noticed Wada standing in the cabin door, evidently waiting to ask for instructions. I nodded and prepared to follow him inside. Mr. Pike looked at me quickly and said, "Just a moment, Mr. Pathurst." He gave some orders to the second mate, who turned on his heel and started forward. I stood and waited for Mr. Pike's communication, which he did not choose to make until he saw the second mate well out of earshot. Then he leaned closely to me and said, "Don't mention that little matter of my age to anybody. Each year I sign on, I sign my age 1 year younger. I am 54 now, on the articles." "And you don't look a day older," I answered lightly, though I meant it in all sincerity. "And I don't feel it. I can outwork and outgame the huskiest of the younglings. And don't let my age get to anyone's ears, Mr. Pathurst. Skippers are not particular for mates getting around the 70 mark, and owners neither. I've had my hopes for this ship, and I'd 'a got her, I think, except for the old man decidin' to go to sea again." "As if he needed the money, the old skinflint." "Is he well off?" I inquired. "Well off? If I had 1/10 of his money I could retire on a chicken ranch in California and live like a fighting cock. Yes, if I had 1/50th of what he's got salted away. Why, he owns more stock in all the Blackwood ships, and they've always been lucky and always earned money. I'm getting old, and it's about time I got a command. But no, the old cuss has to take it into his head to go to sea again just as the berth's ripe for me to fall into." Again I started to enter the cabin, but was stopped by the mate. "Mr. Pathurst, you won't mention about my age?" "No, certainly not, Mr. Pike," I said. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 3. Quite chilled through, I was immediately struck by the warm comfort of the cabin. All the connecting doors were open, making what I might call a large suite of rooms or a whale house. The main deck entrance, on the port side, was into a wide, well-carpeted hallway. Into this hallway, from the port side, opened 5 rooms. First, on entering, the mates. Next, the 2 staterooms which had been knocked into one for me. Then the steward's room, and adjoining his, completing the row, a stateroom which was used for the slop chest. Across the hall was a region with which I was not yet acquainted, though I knew it contained the dining room, the bathrooms, the cabin proper, which was in truth a spacious living room, the captain's quarters, and, undoubtedly, Miss West's quarters. I could hear her humming some air as she bustled about with her unpacking. The steward's pantry, separated by cross halls and by the stairway leading into the chart room above on the poop, was placed strategically in the center of all its operations. Thus, on the starboard side of it were the staterooms of the captain and Miss West. For'ard of it were the dining room and main cabin, while on the port side of it was the row of rooms I have described, two of which were mine. I ventured down the hall toward the stern, and found it opened into the stern of the Elsinore, forming a single large apartment at least 35 feet from side to side and 15 to 18 feet in depth, curved of course to the lines of the ship's stern. This seemed a storeroom. I noted wash tubs, bolts of canvas, many lockers, hams and bacon hanging, a step ladder that led up through a small hatch to the poop, and in the floor another hatch. I spoke to the steward, an old Chinese, smooth-faced and brisk of movement, whose name I never learned, but whose age on the articles was 56. "What is down there?" I asked, pointing to the hatch in the floor. "Him lazarette," he answered. "And who eats there?" I indicated a table with two stationary sea chairs. "Him second table. Second mate and carpenter, him eat that table." When I had finished giving instructions to Wada for the arranging of my things, I looked at my watch. It was early yet, only several minutes after 3, so I went on deck again to witness the arrival of the crew. The actual coming on board from the tug I had missed, but forward of the midships house I encountered a few laggards who had not yet gone into the forecastle. These were the worse for liquor, and a more wretched, miserable, disgusting group of men I had never seen in any slum. Their clothes were rags. Their faces were bloated, bloody, and dirty. I won't say they were villainous. They were merely filthy and vile. They were vile of appearance, of speech, and action. "Come, come, get your dunnage into the forecastle." Mr. Pike uttered these words sharply from the bridge above. A light and graceful bridge of steel rods and plankings ran the full length of the Elsinore, starting from the poop, crossing the amidship house in the forecastle, and connecting with the forecastle head at the very bow of the ship. At the mate's command the men reeled about and glowered up at him, one or two starting clumsily to obey. The others ceased their drunken yammering and regarded the mate sullenly. One of them, with a face mashed by some mad god in the making, and who afterwards was known to me as Larry, burst into a guffaw and spat insolently on the deck. Then, with utmost deliberation, he turned to his fellows and demanded loudly and huskily, "Who in hell's the old stiff, anyways?" I saw Mr. Pike's huge form tense convulsively and involuntarily, and I noted the way his huge hands strained in their clutch on the bridge railing. Beyond that he controlled himself. "Go on, you," he said. "I'll have nothing out of you. Get into the forecastle." And then, to my surprise, he turned and walked aft along the bridge to where the tug was casting off its lines. So this was all his high and mighty talk of kill and drive, I thought. Not until afterwards did I recollect, as I turned aft down the deck, that I saw Captain West leaning on the rail at the break of the poop and gazing for'ard. The tug's lines were being cast off, and I was interested in watching the maneuver until she had backed clear of the ship, at which moment, from forward, arose a queer babble of howling and yelping, as numbers of drunken voices cried out that a man was overboard. The second mate sprang down the poop ladder and darted past me along the deck. The mate, still on the slender, white-painted bridge, that seemed no more than a spider thread, surprised me by the activity with which he dashed along the bridge to the midship house, leaped upon the canvas-covered long-boat, and swung outboard where he might see. Before the men could clamber upon the rail, the second mate was among them, and it was he who flung a coil of line overboard. What impressed me particularly was the mental and muscular superiority of these two officers. Despite their age, the mate 69 and the second mate at least 50, their minds and their bodies had acted with the swiftness and accuracy of steel springs. They were potent. They were iron. They were perceivers, willers, and doers. They were as of another species compared with the sailors under them. While the latter, witnesses of the happening and directly on the spot, had been crying out in befuddled helplessness, and with slow wits and slower bodies been climbing upon the rail, the second mate had descended the steep ladder from the poop, covered 200 feet of deck, sprung upon the rail, grasped the instant need of the situation, and cast the coil of line into the water. And of the same nature and quality had been the actions of Mr. Pike. He and Mr. Mellaire were masters over the wretched creatures of sailors by virtue of this remarkable difference of efficiency and will. Truly they were more widely differentiated from the men under them than were the men under them differentiated from Hottentots, aye, or from monkeys. I, too, by this time was standing on the big hawser bitts in a position to see a man in the water who seemed deliberately swimming away from the ship. He was a dark-skinned Mediterranean of some sort, and his face, in a clear glimpse I caught of it, was distorted by frenzy. His black eyes were maniacal. The line was so accurately flung by the second mate that it fell across the man's shoulders, and for several strokes his arms tangled in it ere he could swim clear. This accomplished, he proceeded to scream some wild harangue, and once, as he uptossed his arms for emphasis, I saw in his hand the blade of a long knife. Bells were jangling on the tug as it started to the rescue. I stole a look up at Captain West. He had walked to the port side of the poop, where, hands in pockets, he was glancing, now forward at the struggling man, now aft at the tug. He gave no orders, betrayed no excitement, and appeared, I may well say, the most casual of spectators. The creature in the water seemed now engaged in taking off his clothes. I saw one bare arm and then the other appear. In his struggles he sometimes sank beneath the surface, but always he emerged, flourishing the knife and screaming his addled harangue. He even tried to escape the tug by diving and swimming underneath. I strolled forward and arrived in time to see him hoisted in over the rail of the Elsinore. He was stark naked, covered with blood, and raving. He had cut and slashed himself in a score of places. From one wound in the wrist the blood spurted with each beat of the pulse. He was a loathsome, non-human thing. I have seen a scared orang in a zoo, and for all the world this bestial-faced, mowing, gibbering thing reminded me of the orang. The sailors surrounded him, laying hands on him, straining him, the while they guffawed and cheered. Right and left the two mates shoved them away and dragged the lunatic down the deck and into her room in the midship house. I could not help marking the strength of Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire. I had heard of the superhuman strength of madmen, but this particular madman was as a wisp of straw in their hands. Once into the bunk, Mr. Pike held down the struggling fool easily with one hand, while he dispatched the second mate for marline with which to tie the fellow's arms. "Bughouse," Mr. Pike grinned at me. "I've seen some bughouse crews in my time, but this one's the limit." "What are you going to do?" I asked. "The man will bleed to death." "And good riddance," he answered promptly. "We'll have our hands full of him until we can lose him somehow. When he gets easy, I'll sew him up, that's all, if I have to ease him with a clout of the jaw." I glanced at the mate's huge paw and appreciated its anaesthetic qualities. Out on the deck again I saw Captain West on the poop, hands still in pockets, quite uninterested, gazing at a blue break in the sky to the northeast. More than the mates and the maniac, more than the drunken callousness of the men, did this quiet figure, hands in pockets, impress upon me that I was in a different world from any I had known. Wada broke in upon my thoughts by telling me he had been sent to say that Miss West was serving tea in the cabin. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 4. The contrast as I entered the cabin was startling. All contrasts aboard the Elsinore promised to be startling. Instead of the cold, hard deck, my feet sank into soft carpet. In place of the mean and narrow room, built of naked iron, where I had left the lunatic, I was in a spacious and beautiful apartment. with the bawling of men's voices still in my ears, and with the pictures of their drink-puffed and filthy faces still vivid under my eyelids, I found myself greeted by a delicate-faced, prettily gowned woman who sat beside a lacquered oriental table on which rested an exquisite tea service of Canton china. All was repose and calm. The steward, noiseless-footed, expressionless, was a shadow, scarcely noticed, that drifted into the room on some service and drifted out again. Not at once could I relax, and Miss West, serving my tea, laughed and said, "You look as if you have been seeing things. The steward tells me a man has been overboard. I fancy the cold water must have sobered him." I resented her unconcern. "The man is a lunatic," I said. "This ship is no place for him. He should be sent ashore to some hospital." "I am afraid, if we begin that, we'd have to send 2/3 of our complement ashore. One lump?" "Yes, please," I answered. "But the man is terribly wounded himself. He is liable to bleed to death." She looked at me for a moment, her gray eyes serious and scrutinizing, as she passed me my cup. Then laughter welled up in her eyes, and she shook her head reprovingly. "Now please don't begin the voyage by being shocked, Mr. Pathurst. Such things are very ordinary occurrences. You'll get used to them. You must remember some queer creatures go down to the sea in ships. The man is safe. Trust Mr. Pike to attend to his wounds. I've never sailed with Mr. Pike, but I've heard enough about him. Mr. Pike is quite a surgeon. Last voyage, they say, he performed a successful amputation, and so elated was he that he turned his attention on the carpenter, who happened to be suffering from some sort of indigestion. Mr. Pike was so convinced of the correctness of his diagnosis that he tried to bribe the carpenter into having his appendix removed." She broke off to laugh heartily, then added, "They say he offered the poor man just pounds and pounds of tobacco to consent to the operation." "But is it safe for the working of the ship," I urged, "to take such a lunatic along?" She shrugged her shoulders as if not intending to reply, then said, "This incident is nothing. There are always several lunatics or idiots in every ship's company, and they always come aboard filled with whiskey and raving. I remember once, when we sailed from Seattle, a long time ago, one such madman. He showed no signs of madness at all, just calmly seized 2 boarding-house runners and sprang overboard with them. We sailed the same day before the bodies were recovered." Again she shrugged her shoulders. "What would you? The sea is hard, Mr. Pathurst, and for our sailors we get the worst type of men. I sometimes wonder where they find them. And we do our best with them, and somehow manage to make them help us carry on our work in the world. But they are low. As I listened and studied her face, contrasting her woman's sensitivity and her soft pretty dress with the brute faces and rags of the men I had noticed, I could not help being convinced intellectually of the rightness of her position. Nevertheless, I was hurt sentimentally, chiefly, I do believe, because of the very hardness and unconcern with which she enunciated her view. It was because she was a woman, and so different from the sea creatures, that I resented her having received such harsh education in the school of the sea. "I could not help remarking your father's, sang-froid during the occurrence," I ventured. "He never took his hands from his pockets," she cried. Her eyes sparkled as I nodded confirmation. "I knew it. It's his way. I've seen it so often. I remember when I was 12 years old, Mother was alone, we were running into San Francisco. It was in the Dixie, a ship almost as big as this. There was a strong fair wind blowing, and Father did not take a tug. We sailed right through the Golden Gate and up the San Francisco waterfront. There was a swift flood tide, too, and the men, both watches, were taking in sail as fast as they could. Now the fault was the steamboat captain's. He miscalculated our speed and tried to cross our bow. Then came the collision, and the Dixie's bow cut through the steamboat, cabin and hull. There were hundreds of passengers, men, women, and children. Father never took his hands from his pockets. He sent the mate forward to supervise rescuing the passengers, who were already climbing up to our bowsprit and forecastle head, and in a voice no different from what he'd used to ask someone to pass the butter, he told the second mate to set all sail. And he told him which sails to begin with. "But why set more sails?" I interrupted. "Because he could see the situation. Don't you see, the steamboat was cut wide open. All that kept her from sinking instantly was the bow of the Dixie jammed into her side. By setting more sail and keeping before the wind, he continued to keep the bow of the Dixie jammed. I was terribly frightened. People who had sprung or fallen overboard were drowning on each side of us, right in my sight as we sailed along up the waterfront. But when I looked at father, there he was, just as I had always known him, hands in pockets, walking slowly up and down, now giving an order to the wheel. You see, he had to direct the Dixie's course through all the shipping, now watching the passengers swarming over our bow and along our deck, now looking ahead to see his way through the ships at anchor. Sometimes he did glance at the poor, drowning ones, but he was not concerned with them. Of course there were numbers drowned, but by keeping his hands in his pockets and his head cool, he saved hundreds of lives. Not until the last person was off the steamboat—he sent men aboard to make sure—did he take off the press of sail, and the steamboat sank at once." She ceased and looked at me with shining eyes for approbation. "It was splendid," I acknowledged. "I admire the quiet man of power, though I confess that such quietness under stress seems to me almost unearthly and beyond human. I can't conceive of myself acting that way, and I am confident that I was suffering more while that poor devil was in the water than all the rest of the onlookers put together." "Father suffers," she defended loyally, "only he does not show it." I bowed, for I felt she had missed my point. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 5. I came out from tea in the cabin to find the tug Britannia in sight. She was the craft that was to tow us down Chesapeake Bay to sea. Strolling forward, I noted the sailors being routed out of the forecastle by Sundry Buyers, forever tenderly pressing his abdomen with his hands. Another man was helping Sundry Buyers at routing out the sailors. I asked Mr. Pike who the man was. "Nancy, my bosun, ain't he a peach?" was the answer I got, and from the mate's manner of enunciation I was quite aware that Nancy had been used derisively. Nancy could not have been more than 30, though he looked as if he had lived a very long time. He was toothless and sad and weary of movement. His eyes were slate-colored and muddy, his shaven face was sickly yellow. Narrow-shouldered, sunken-chested, with cheeks cavernously hollow, he looked like a man in the last stages of consumption. Little life as Sundry Buyers showed, Nancy showed even less life. And these were bosuns. Bosuns of the fine American sailing ship Elsinore. Never had any illusion of mine taken a more distressing cropper. It was plain to me that the pair of them, spineless and spunkless, were afraid of the men they were supposed to boss. And the men! Doré could never have conjured a more delectable hell's broth. For the first time I saw them all, and I could not blame the two bosuns for being afraid of them. They did not walk. They slouched and shambled, some even tottered, as from weakness or drink. But it was their faces. I could not help remembering what Miss West had just told me, that ships always sailed with several lunatics or idiots in their crews. But these looked as if they were all lunatic or feeble-minded. And I, too, wondered where such a mass of human wreckage could have been obtained. There was something wrong with all of them. Their bodies were twisted, their faces distorted, and almost without exception they were undersized. The several quite fairly large men I marked were vacant-faced. One man, however, large and unmistakably Irish, was also unmistakably mad. He was talking and muttering to himself as he came out. A little, curved, lopsided man, with his head on one side, and with the shrewdest and wickedest of faces and pale blue eyes, addressed an obscene remark to the mad Irishman, calling him O'Sullivan. But O'Sullivan took no notice and muttered on. On the heels of the little lopsided man appeared an overgrown dolt of a fat youth, followed by another youth, so tall and emaciated of body that it seemed a marvel his flesh could hold his frame together. Next, after this perambulating skeleton came the weirdest creature I have ever beheld. He was a twisted oaf of a man. Face and body were twisted as with the pain of 1,000 years of torture. His was the face of an ill-treated and feeble-minded faun. His large black eyes were bright, eager, and filled with pain, and they flashed questioningly from face to face and to everything about. They were so pitifully alert, those eyes, as if forever strained to catch the clue to some perplexing and threatening enigma. Not until afterwards did I learn the cause of this. He was stone deaf, having had his eardrums destroyed in the boiler explosion which had wrecked the rest of him. I noticed the steward standing at the galley door and watching the men from a distance. His keen, Asiatic face, quick with intelligence, was a relief to the eye, as was the vivid face of Shorty, who came out of the forecastle with a leap and a gurgle of laughter. But there was something wrong with him, too. He was a dwarf, and, as I was to come to know, his high spirits and low mentality united to make him a clown. Mr. Pike stopped beside me a moment, and while he watched the men, I watched him. The expression on his face was that of a cattle buyer, and it was plain that he was disgusted with the quality of cattle delivered. "Something the matter with the last mother's son of them," he growled. And still they came. One, pallid, furtive-eyed, that I instantly adjudged a drug fiend. Another, a tiny, wizened old man, pinched face and wrinkled, with beady, malevolent blue eyes. A third, a small, well-fleshed man, who seemed to my eye the most normal and least unintelligent specimen that had yet appeared. But Mr. Pike's eye was better trained than mine. "What's the matter with you?" he snarled at the man. "Nothing, sir," the fellow answered, stopping immediately. "What's your name?" Mr. Pike never spoke to a sailor save with a snarl. "Charles Davis, sir." "What are you limping about?" "I ain't limping, sir," the man answered respectfully, and, at a nod of dismissal from the mate, marched off jauntily along the deck with a hoodlum swing to the shoulders. "He's a sailor, all right," the mate grumbled, "but I'll bet you a pound of tobacco or a month's wages there's something wrong with him." The forecastle now seemed empty, but the mate turned on the boatswains with his customary snarl. "What in hell are you doing? Sleeping? Think this is a rest cure? Get in there and rustle 'em out." Sundry buyers pressed his abdomen gingerly and hesitated, while Nancy, his face one dogged, long-suffering bleakness, reluctantly entered the forecastle. Then, from inside, we heard oaths vile and filthy, urgings and expostulations on the part of Nancy, meekly and pleadingly uttered. I noted the grim and savage look that came on Mr. Pike's face, and was prepared for I knew not what awful monstrosities to emerge from the forecastle. Instead, to my surprise, came three fellows who were strikingly superior to the ruck that had preceded them. I looked to see the mate's face soften to some sort of approval. On the contrary, his blue eyes contracted to narrow slits, the snarl of his voice was communicated to his lips, so that he seemed like a dog about to bite. But the three fellows, they were small men, all, and young men, anywhere between 25 and 30. Though roughly dressed, they were well dressed, and under their clothes their bodily movements showed physical well-being. Their faces were keen-cut, intelligent. And though I felt there was something queer about them, I could not divine what it was. Here were no ill-fed, whiskey-poisoned men, such as the rest of the sailors, who, having drunk up their last paydays, had starved ashore until they received and drunk up their advance money for the present voyage. These three, on the other hand, were supple and vigorous. Their movements were spontaneously quick and accurate. Perhaps it was the way they looked at me, with incurious yet calculating eyes, that nothing escaped. They seemed so worldly wise, so indifferent, so sure of themselves. I was confident they were not sailors. Yet, as shore dwellers, I could not place them. They were a type I had never encountered. Possibly I can give a better idea of them by describing what occurred. As they passed before us, they favored Mr. Pike with the same indifferent, keen glances they gave me. "What's your name, you?" Mr. Pike barked at the first of the trio, evidently a hybrid Irish Jew. Jewish his nose unmistakably was. Equally unmistakable was the Irish of his eyes and jaw and upper lip. The three had immediately stopped, and, though they did not look directly at one another, they seemed to be holding a silent conference. Another of the trio, in whose veins ran God alone knows what Semitic, Babylonish, or Latin strains, gave a warning signal. Oh, nothing so crass as a wink or a nod. I almost doubted that I had intercepted it, and yet I knew he had communicated a warning to his fellows. More a shade of expression that had crossed his eyes, or a glint in them of sudden light, or whatever it was, it carried the message. "Murphy," the other answered the mate. "Sir," Mr. Pike snarled at him. Murphy shrugged his shoulders in token that he did not understand. It was the poise of the man, of the three of them, the cool poise that impressed me. "When you address any officer on this ship, you'll say 'sir,'" Mr. Pike explained, his voice as harsh as his face was forbidding. "Did you get that?" "Yes, sir," Murphy drawled with deliberate slowness. "I gotcha." "Sir!" Mr. Pike roared. "Sir," Murphy answered, so softly and carelessly that it irritated the mate to further bully-ragging. "Well, Murphy's too long," he announced. "Nosy'll do you aboard this craft. Got that?" "I gotcha, sir," came the reply, insolent in its very softness and unconcern. "Nosy Murphy goes, sir." And then he laughed. The three of them laughed, if laughter it might be called that was laughter without sound or facial movement. The eyes alone laughed, mirthlessly and cold-bloodedly. Certainly Mr. Pike was not enjoying himself with these baffling personalities. He turned upon the leader, the one who had given the warning and who looked the admixture of all that was Mediterranean and Semitic. "What's your name?" "Bert Rhine, sir," was the reply, in tones as soft and careless and silkily irritating as the others. "And you?" This to the remaining one, the youngest of the trio, a dark-eyed, olive-skinned fellow with a face most striking in its cameo-like beauty. American-born, I placed him, of immigrants from southern Italy, from Naples, or even Sicily. "Twist, sir," he answered, precisely in the same manner as the others. "Too long," the mate sneered. "The Kid'll do you. Got that?" "I gotcha, sir." "Kid Twist'll do me, sir." "Kid'll do." "Kid, sir." And the three laughed their silent, mirthless laugh. By this time Mr. Pike was beside himself with a rage that could find no excuse for action. "Now I'm going to tell you something, the bunch of you, for the good of your health." The mate's voice grated with the rage he was suppressing. "I know your kind. You're dirt. D'ye get that? You're dirt. And on this ship you'll be treated as dirt. You do your work like men, or I'll know the reason why. The first time one of you bats an eye, or even looks like batting an eye, he gets his. D'ye get that? Now get out. Get along for'ard to the windlass." Mr. Pike turned on his heel, and I swung alongside of him as he moved aft. "What do you make of them?" I queried. "The limit," he grunted. "I know their kidney. They've done time, the three of them. They're just plain sweepings of hell." Here his speech was broken off by the spectacle that greeted him on number 2 hatch. Sprawled out on the hatch were 5 or 6 men, among them Larry, the tatterdemalion who had called him Old Stiff earlier in the afternoon. That Larry had not obeyed orders was patent, for he was sitting with his back propped against his sea bag, which ought to have been in the forecastle. Also, he and the group with him ought to have been for'ard, manning the windlass. The mate stepped upon the hatch and towered over the man. "Get up," he ordered. Larry made an effort, groaned, and failed to get up. "I can't," he said. "Sir!" "I can't, sir. I was drunk last night and slept in Jefferson Market. And this morning I was froze tight, sir. They had to pry me loose." "Stiff with cold you were, eh?" the mate grinned. "It's well ye might say it, sir," Larry answered. "And you feel like an old stiff, eh?" Larry blinked with the troubled, querulous eyes of a monkey. He was beginning to apprehend he knew not what, and he knew that bending over him was a man-master. "Well, I'll just be showing you what an old stiff feels like, anyways." Mr. Pike mimicked the other's brogue. "And now I shall tell what I saw happen. Please remember what I have said of the huge paws of Mr. Pike, the fingers much longer than mine and twice as thick, the wrists massive boned, the arm bones and the shoulder bones of the same massive order. With one flip of his right hand, with what I might call an open-handed, lifting, upward slap, save that it was the ends of the fingers only that touched Larry's face, he lifted Larry into the air, sprawling him backward on his back across the sea bag. The man alongside of Larry emitted a menacing growl and started to spring belligerently to his feet. But he never reached his feet. Mr. Pike, with the back of the same right hand, open, smote the man on the side of the face. The loud smack of the impact was startling. The mate's strength was amazing. The blow looked so easy, so effortless. It had seemed like the lazy stroke of a good-natured bear. But in it was such a weight of bone and muscle that the man went down sideways and rolled off the hatch onto the deck. At this moment, lurching aimlessly along, appeared O'Sullivan. A sudden access of muttering, on his part, reached Mr. Pike's ear, and Mr. Pike, instantly keen as a wild animal, his paw in the act of striking O'Sullivan, whipped out like a revolver shot, "What's that?" Then he noted the scent-struck face of O'Sullivan and withheld the blow. "Bughouse," Mr. Pike commented. Involuntarily I had glanced to see if Captain West was on the poop, and found that we were hidden from the poop by the midship house. Mr. Pike, taking no notice of the man who lay groaning on the deck, stood over Larry, who was likewise groaning. The rest of the sprawling men were on their feet, subdued and respectful. I, too, was respectful of this terrific, aged figure of a man. The exhibition had quite convinced me of the verity of his earlier driving and killing days. "Who's the old stiff now?" he demanded. "'Tis me, sir," Larry moaned contritely. "Get up." Larry got up without any difficulty at all. "Now get forward to the windlass. The rest of you." And they went, sullenly, shamblingly, like the cowed brutes they were. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 6. I climbed the ladder on the side of the forward house, which house contained, as I discovered, the forecastle, the galley, and the donkey engine room, and went part way along the bridge to a position by the foremast, where I could observe the crew heaving up anchor. The Britannia was alongside, and we were getting under way. A considerable body of men was walking around with the windlass or variously engaged on the forecastle head. Of the crew proper were 2 watches of 15 men each. In addition were sailmakers, boys, boatswains, and the carpenter. Nearly 40 men were they, but such men. They were sad and lifeless. There was no vim, no go, no activity. Every step and movement was an effort, as if they were dead men raised out of coffins, or sick men dragged from hospital beds. Sick they were, whiskey poisoned. Starved they were, and weak from poor nutrition. And worst of all, they were imbecile and lunatic. I looked aloft at the intricate ropes, at the steel masts rising and carrying huge yards of steel, rising higher and higher, until steel masts and yards gave way to slender spars of wood, while ropes and stays turned into a delicate tracery of spider thread against the sky. That such a wretched muck of men should be able to work this magnificent ship through all storm and darkness and peril of the sea was beyond all seeming. I remembered the 2 mates, the super-efficiency, mental and physical, of Mr. Mellaire and Mr. Pike. Could they make this human wreckage do it? They, at least, evinced no doubts of their ability. The sea? If this feat of mastery were possible, then clear it was that I knew nothing of the sea. I looked back at the misshapen, starved, sick, stumbling hulks of men who trod the dreary round of the windlass. Mr. Pike was right. These were not the brisk, devilish, able-bodied men who manned the ships of the old clipper-ship days, who fought their officers, who had the points of their sheath knives broken off, who killed and were killed, but who did their work as men. These men, these shambling carcasses at the windlass, I looked and looked, and vainly I strove to conjure the vision of them swinging aloft in rack and storm, clearing the raffle, as Kipling puts it, with their clasp knives in their teeth. Why didn't they sing a chanty as they hove the anchor up? In the old days, as I had read, the anchor always came up to a rollicking sailor song of sea-chested men. I tired of watching the spiritless performance and went aft on an exploring trip along the slender bridge. It was a beautiful structure, strong yet light, traversing the length of the ship in 3 aerial leaps. It spanned from the forecastle head to the forecastle house, next to the midship house, and then to the poop. The poop, which was really the roof or deck over all the cabin space below, and which occupied the whole after part of the ship, was very large. It was broken only by the half-round and half-covered wheelhouse at the very stern and by the chart-house. On either side of the latter, 2 doors opened into a tiny hallway. This in turn gave access to the chart room and to a stairway that led down into the cabin quarters beneath. I peeped into the chart room and was greeted with a smile by Captain West. He was lolling back comfortably in a swing chair, his feet cocked on the desk opposite. On a broad upholstered couch sat the pilot. Both were smoking cigars, and, lingering for a moment to listen to the conversation, I grasped that the pilot was an ex-sea captain. As I descended the stairs, from Miss West's room came a sound of humming and bustling as she settled her belongings. The energy she displayed, to judge by the cheerful noises of it, was almost perturbing. Passing by the pantry, I put my head inside the door to greet the steward and courteously let him know that I was aware of his existence. Here, in his little realm, it was plain that efficiency reigned. Everything was spotless and in order, and I could have wished and wished vainly for a more noiseless servant than he ashore. His face, as he regarded me, had as little or as much expression as the Sphinx, but his slant black eyes were bright with intelligence. "What do you think of the crew?" I asked, in order to put words to my invasion of his castle. "Buggy house," he answered promptly with a disgusted shake of the head. "Too much buggy house. All crazy. You see. No good. Rotten. Down to hell." That was all, but it verified my own judgment. While it might be true, as Miss West had said, that every ship's crew contained several lunatics and idiots, it was a foregone conclusion that our crew contained far more than several. In fact, and as it was to turn out, our crew, even in these degenerate sailing days, was an unusual crew insofar as its helplessness and worthlessness were beyond the average. I found my own room, in reality it was 2 rooms, delightful. Wada had unpacked and stored away my entire outfit of clothing, and had filled numerous shelves with the library I had brought along. Everything was in order and place, from my shaving outfit in the drawer beside the wash basin, and my sea boots and oilskins hung ready to hand, to my writing materials on the desk, before which a swing armchair, leather upholstered and screwed solidly to the floor, invited me. My pajamas and dressing gown were out. My slippers, in their accustomed place by the bed, also invited me. Here, aft, all was fitness, intelligence. On deck it was what I have described, a nightmare spawn of creatures, assumably human, but malformed, mentally and physically, in the caricatures of men. Yes, it was an unusual crew, and that Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire could whip it into the efficient shape necessary to work this vast and intricate and beautiful fabric of a ship was beyond all seeming of possibility. Depressed as I was by what I had just witnessed on deck, there came to me, as I leaned back in my chair and opened the 2nd volume of George Moore's Hail and Farewell, a premonition that the voyage was to be disastrous. But then, as I looked about the room, measured its generous space, realized that I was more comfortably situated than I had ever been on any passenger steamer, I dismissed foreboding thoughts and caught a pleasant vision of myself, through weeks and months, catching up with all the necessary reading which I had so long neglected. Once I asked Wada if he had seen the crew. No, he hadn't, but the steward had said that in all his years at sea this was the worst crew he had ever seen. "He say all crazy, no sailors, rotten," Wada said. "He say all big fools and by much trouble. You see, he say all the time. You see, you see. He pretty old man, 55 years, he say. Very smart man for Chinaman. Just now, first time for long time he go to sea. Before, he have big business in San Francisco. Then he get much trouble, police. They say he opium smuggle. Oh, big, big trouble. But he catch good lawyer, he no go to jail. But long time lawyer work, and when trouble all finish, lawyer got all his business, all his money, everything. Then he go to sea like before. He make good money. He get $65 a month on this ship. But he don't like. Crew all crazy. When this time finish, he leave ship, go back start business in San Francisco." Later, when I had Wada open one of the ports for ventilation, I could hear the gurgle and swish of water alongside, and I knew the anchor was up and that we were in the grip of the Britannia, towing down the Chesapeake to sea. The idea suggested itself that it was not too late. I could very easily abandon the adventure and return to Baltimore on the Britannia when she cast off the Elsinore. And then I heard a slight tinkling of china from the pantry as the steward proceeded to set the table, and, also, it was so warm and comfortable, and George Moore was so irritatingly fascinating. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 7. In every way dinner proved up beyond my expectations, and I registered a note that the cook, whoever or whatever he might be, was a capable man at his trade. Miss West served, and, though she and the steward were strangers, they worked together splendidly. I should have thought, from the smoothness of the service, that he was an old house servant who for years had known her every way. The pilot ate in the chart house, so that at table were the four of us that would always be at table together. Captain West and his daughter faced each other, while I, on the captain's right, faced Mr. Pike. This put Miss West across the corner on my right. Mr. Pike, his dark sack coat, put on for the meal, bulging and wrinkling over the lumps of muscle that padded his stooped shoulders, had nothing at all to say. But he had eaten too many years at captain's tables not to have proper table manners. At first I thought he was abashed by Miss West's presence. Later I decided it was due to the presence of the captain. For Captain West had a way with him that I was beginning to learn. Far removed as Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire were from the sailors, individuals as they were of an entirely different and superior breed, yet equally as different and far removed from his officers was Captain West. He was a serene and absolute aristocrat. He neither talked ship nor anything else to Mr. Pike. On the other hand, Captain West's attitude towards me was that of a social equal. But then, I was a passenger. Miss West treated me the same way, but unbent more to Mr. Pike. And Mr. Pike, answering her with "Yes, miss," and "No, miss," ate good-manneredly, and with his shaggy-browed, gray eyes studied me across the table. I, too, studied him. Despite his violent past, killer and driver that he was, I could not help liking the man. He was honest, genuine. Almost more than for that, I liked him for the spontaneous, boyish laugh he gave on the occasions when I reached the points of several funny stories. No man could laugh like that and be all bad. I was glad that it was he, and not Mr. Mellaire, who was to sit opposite throughout the voyage. And I was very glad that Mr. Mellaire was not to eat with us at all. I am afraid that Miss West and I did most of the talking. She was breezy, vivacious, tonic, and I noted again that the delicate, almost fragile oval of her face was given the lie by her body. She was a robust, healthy young woman. That was undeniable. Not fat, heaven forbid, not even plump. Yet her lines had that swelling roundness that accompanies long, live muscles. She was full-bodied, vigorous, and yet not so full-bodied as she seemed. I remember with what surprise, when we arose from table, I noted her slender waist. At that moment I got the impression that she was willowy. And willowy she was, with a normal waist and with, in addition, always that informing bodily vigor that made her appear rounder and robuster than she really was. It was the health of her that interested me. When I studied her face more closely, I saw that only the lines of the oval of it were delicate. Delicate it was not, nor fragile. The flesh was firm, and the texture of the skin was firm and fine as it moved over the firm muscles of face and neck. The neck was a beautiful and adequate pillar of white. Its flesh was firm, its skin fine, and it was muscular. The hands, too, attracted me, not small, but well-shaped, fine, white and strong, and well cared for. I could only conclude that she was an unusual captain's daughter, just as her father was an unusual captain and man. And their noses were alike, just the hint touch of the beak of power and race. While Miss West was telling of the unexpectedness of the voyage, of how suddenly she had decided to come, she accounted for it as a whim, and while she told of all the complications she had encountered in her haste of preparation, I found myself casting up a tally of the efficient ones on board the Elsinore. They were Captain West and his daughter, the two mates, myself of course, Wada and the steward, and beyond the shadow of a doubt the cook. The dinner vouched for him. Thus I found our total of efficients to be 8. But the cook, the steward, and Wada were servants, not sailors, while Miss West and myself were supernumeraries. Remained to work, direct, do but 3 efficients out of a total ship's company of 45. I had no doubt that other efficients there were. It seemed impossible that my first impression of the crew should be correct. There was the carpenter. He might, at his trade, be as good as the cook. Then the 2 sailmakers, whom I had not yet seen, might prove up. A little later during the meal I ventured to talk about what had interested me and aroused my admiration, namely the masterfulness with which Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire had gripped hold of that woeful, worthless crew. It was all new to me, I explained, but I appreciated the need of it. As I led up to the occurrence on No. 2 hatch, when Mr. Pike had lifted up Larry and toppled him back with a mere slap from the ends of his fingers, I saw in Mr. Pike's eyes a warning, almost threatening expression. Nevertheless, I completed my description of the episode. When I had quite finished, there was a silence. Miss West was busy serving coffee from a copper percolator. Mr. Pike, profoundly occupied with cracking walnuts, could not quite hide the wicked, little, half-humorous, half-revengeful gleam in his eyes. But Captain West looked straight at me, but from, oh, such a distance, millions and millions of miles away. His clear blue eyes were as serene as ever, his tones as low and soft. "There is one rule I ask to be observed, Mr. Pathurst. We never discuss the sailors." It was a facer to me, and with quite a pronounced fellow-feeling for Larry, I hurriedly added, "It was not merely the discipline that interested me. It was the feat of strength. Sailors are trouble enough without our hearing about them, Mr. Pathurst," Captain West went on as evenly and imperturbably as if I had not spoken. "I leave the handling of the sailors to my officers. That's their business, and they are quite aware that I tolerate no undeserved roughness or severity." Mr. Pike's harsh face carried the faintest shadow of an amused grin as he stolidly regarded the tablecloth. I glanced to Miss West for sympathy. She laughed frankly and said, "You see, father never has any sailors. And it's a good plan, too." "A very good plan," Mr. Pike muttered. Then Miss West kindly led the talk away from that subject, and soon had us laughing with a spirited recital of a recent encounter of hers with a Boston cab driver. Dinner over, I stepped to my room in quest of cigarettes, and incidentally asked Wada about the cook. Wada was always a great gatherer of information. "His name Louis," he said. "He Chinaman, too. No, only half Chinaman. Other half Englishman. You know one island Napoleon he stop long time and by die that island?" "St. Helena," I prompted. "Yes, that place Louis he born. He talk very good English." At this moment, entering the hall from the deck, Mr. Mellaire, just relieved by the mate, passed me on his way to the big room in the stern where the second table was set. His "Good evening, sir," was as stately and courteous as any southern gentleman of the old days could have uttered it. And yet I could not like the man. His outward seeming was so at variance with the personality that resided within. Even as he spoke and smiled, I felt that from inside his skull he was watching me, studying me. And somehow, in a flash of intuition, I knew not why, I was reminded of the 3 strange young men, routed last from the forecastle, to whom Mr. Pike had read the law. They, too, had given me a similar impression. Behind Mr. Mellaire slouched a self-conscious, embarrassed individual, with the face of a stupid boy and the body of a giant. His feet were even larger than Mr. Pike's, but the hands, I shot a quick glance to see, were not so large as Mr. Pike's. As they passed, I looked inquiry to Wada. "He carpenter. He sat second table. His name San Lavroff. He come from New York on ship. Steward say he very young for carpenter, maybe 22, 3 years old." As I approached the open port over my desk, I again heard the swish and gurgle of water, and again realized that we were under way. So steady and noiseless was our progress that, say seated at table, it never entered one's head that we were moving or were anywhere save on solid land. I had been used to steamers all my life, and it was difficult immediately to adjust myself to the absence of the propeller thrust vibration. "Well, what do you think?" I asked Wada, who, like myself, had never made a sailing ship voyage. He smiled politely. "Very funny ship, very funny sailors. I don't know. Maybe all right. We see." "You think trouble?" I asked pointedly. "I think sailors very funny," he evaded. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 8. Having lighted my cigarette, I strolled forward along the deck to where work was going on. Above my head dim shapes of canvas showed in the starlight. Sail was being made, and being made slowly, as I might judge, who was only the veriest tyro in such matters. The indistinguishable shapes of men in long lines pulled on ropes. They pulled in sick and dogged silence, though Mr. Pike, ubiquitous, snarled out orders and rapped out oaths from every angle upon their miserable heads. Certainly, from what I had read, no ship of the old days ever proceeded so sadly and blunderingly to sea. Ere long Mr. Mellaire joined Mr. Pike in the struggle of directing the men. It was not yet 8 in the evening, and all hands were at work. They did not seem to know the ropes. Time and again, when the half-hearted suggestions of the boatswains had been of no avail, I saw one or the other of the mates leap to the rail and put the right rope in the hands of the men. These, on the deck, I concluded, were the hopeless ones. Up aloft, from sounds and cries I knew were other men, undoubtedly those that were at least a little seamanlike, loosing the sails. But on deck, 20 or 30 of the poor devils, tailed on a rope that hoisted a yard, would pull without concerted effort and with painfully slow movements. "Walk away with it!" Mr. Pike would yell. And perhaps for 2 or 3 yards they would manage to walk with the rope ere they came to a halt like stalled horses on a hill. And yet, did either of the mates spring in and add his strength, they were able to move right along the deck without stopping. Either of the mates, old men that they were muscularly worth half a dozen of the wretched creatures. "This is what sailing's come to," Mr. Pike paused to snort in my ear. "This ain't the place for an officer down here pulling and hauling, but what can you do when the bosuns are worse than the men?" "I thought sailors sang songs when they pulled," I said. "Sure they do. Want to hear 'em?" I knew there was malice of some sort in his voice, but I answered that I'd like to very much. "Here, you bosun," Mr. Pike snarled. "Wake up. Start a song. Topsail halyards." In the pause that followed I could have sworn that Sundry Buyers was pressing his hands against his abdomen, while Nancy, infinite bleakness freezing upon his face, was wetting his lips to begin. Nancy it was who began, for from no other man, I was confident, could have issued so sepulchral a plaint. It was unmusical, unbeautiful, unlively, and indescribably doleful. Yet the words showed that it should have ripped and crackled with high spirits and lawlessness, for the words poor Nancy sang were, "Away, way, way, yar, we'll kill Paddy Doyle for bus boots." Quit it, Mr. Pike roared. "This ain't a funeral. Ain't there one of you that can sing? Come on now. It's a topsail yard." He broke off to leap into the pin rail and get the wrong rope out of the men's hands, to put into them the right rope. "Come on, bosun, break her out." Then out of the gloom arose Sundry Buyers' voice, cracked and crazy, and even more lugubrious than Nancy's. "Then up aloft that yard may go, whiskey for my Johnny." The second line was supposed to be the chorus, but not more than 2 men feebly mumbled it. Sundry Buyers quavered the next line. "Oh, whiskey killed my sister Sue." Then Mr. Pike took a hand, seizing the hauling part next to the pin and lifting his voice with a rare snap and devilishness. "And whiskey killed the old man too, whiskey for my Johnny." He sang the devil-may-care lines on, lifting the crew to the work and to the chorused emphasis of "Whiskey for my Johnny." And to his voice they pulled, they moved, they sang and were alive, until he interrupted the song to cry "Belay." And then all the life and lilt went out of them, and they were again maundering and futile things, getting in one another's way, stumbling and shuffling through the darkness, hesitating to grasp ropes, and, when they did take hold, invariably taking hold of the wrong rope first. Skulkers there were among them, too, and once, from forward of the midship house, I heard smacks, and curses, and groans, and out of the darkness hurriedly emerged two men, on their heels Mr. Pike, who chanted a recital of the distressing things that would befall them if he caught them at such tricks again. The whole thing was too depressing for me to care to watch further, so I strolled aft and climbed the poop. In the lee of the chart house, Captain West and the pilot were pacing slowly up and down. Passing on aft, I saw steering at the wheel the weazened little old man I had noted earlier in the day. In the light of the binnacle, his small blue eyes looked more malevolent than ever. So weazened and tiny was he, and so large was the brass-studded wheel, that they seemed of a height. His face was withered, scorched, and wrinkled, and in all seeming he was 50 years older than Mr. Pike. He was the most remarkable figure of a burned-out, aged man one would expect to find able seaman on one of the proudest sailing ships afloat. Later, through Wada, I was to learn that his name was Andy Fay, and that he claimed no more years than 63. I leaned against the rail in the lee of the wheelhouse, and stared up at the lofty spars and midrid ropes that I could guess were there. No, I decided I was not keen on the voyage. The whole atmosphere of it was wrong. There were the cold hours I had waited on the pier ends. There was Miss West coming along. There was the crew of broken men and lunatics. I wondered if the wounded Greek in the midship house still gibbered, and if Mr. Pike had yet sewed him up, and I was quite sure I would not care to witness such a transaction in surgery. Even Wada, who had never been in a sailing ship, had his doubts of the voyage. So had the steward, who had spent most of a lifetime in sailing ships. So far as Captain West was concerned, crews did not exist. And as for Miss West, she was so abominably robust that she could not be anything else than an optimist in such matters. She had always lived, her red blood sang to her only that she would always live, and that nothing evil would ever happen to her glorious personality. Oh, trust me, I knew the way of red blood. Such was my condition that the red blood health of Miss West was virtually an affront to me, for I knew how unthinking and immoderate such blood could be. And for 5 months at least, there was Mr. Pike's offered wager of a pound of tobacco or a month's wages to that effect, I was to be pent on the same ship with her. As sure as cosmic sap was cosmic sap, just that sure was I that ere the voyage was over, I should be pestered by her making love to me. Please do not mistake me. My certainty in this matter was due not to any exalted sense of my own desirableness to women, but to my anything but exalted concept of women as instinctive huntresses of men. In my experience, women hunted men with quite the same blind tropism that marks the pursuit of the sun by the sunflower, the pursuit of attachable surfaces by the tendrils of the grapevine. Call me blasé, I do not mind, if by blasé is meant the world-weariness, intellectual, artistic, sensational, which can come to a young man of 30. For I was 30, and I was weary of all these things, weary and in doubt. It was because of this state that I was undertaking the voyage. I wanted to get away by myself, to get away from all these things, and, with proper perspective, mull the matter over. It sometimes seemed to me that the culmination of this world-sickness had been brought about by the success of my play. My first play, as everyone knows. But it had been such a success that it raised the doubt in my own mind, just as the success of my several volumes of verse had raised doubt. Was the public right? Were the critics right? Surely the function of the artist was to voice life, yet what did I know of life? So you begin to glimpse what I meant by the world sickness that afflicted me. Really, I had been, and was, very sick. Mad thoughts of isolating myself entirely from the world had hounded me. I had even canvassed the idea of going to Molokai and devoting the rest of my years to the lepers. I, who was 30 years old, and healthy and strong, who had no particular tragedy, who had a bigger income than I knew how to spend, who by my own achievement had put my name on the lips of men and proved myself a power to be reckoned with, I was that mad that I had considered the Lazar House for a destiny. Perhaps it will be suggested that success had turned my head. Very well. Granted. But the turned head remains a fact, an incontrovertible fact, my sickness, if you will, and a real sickness and a fact. This I knew. I had reached an intellectual and artistic climacteric, a life climacteric of some sort. And I had diagnosed my own case and prescribed this voyage. And here was the atrociously healthy and profoundly feminine Miss West along. The very last ingredient I would have considered introducing into my prescription. A woman! Woman! Heaven knows I had been sufficiently tormented by their persecutions to know them. I leave it to you, 30 years of age, not entirely unhandsome, an intellectual and artistic place in the world, and an income most dazzling. Why shouldn't women pursue me? They would have pursued me had I been a hunchback for the sake of my artistic place alone, for the sake of my income alone. Yes, and love. Did I not know love? Lyric, passionate, mad, romantic love? That too was of old time with me. I too had throbbed and sung and sobbed and sighed, yes, and known grief and buried my dead. But it was so long ago. How young I was, turned 24. And after that I had learned the bitter lesson that even deathless grief may die, and I had laughed again and done my share of philandering with the pretty, ferocious moths that fluttered around the light of my fortune and artistry, and after that, in turn, I had retired disgusted from the lists of women and had gone on long, lance-breaking adventures in the realm of mind. And here I was, on board the Elsinore, unhorsed by my encounters with the problems of the ultimate, carried off the field with a broken pate. As I leaned against the rail, dismissing premonitions of disaster, I could not help thinking of Miss West below, bustling and humming as she made her little nest. And from her my thoughts drifted on to the everlasting mystery of woman. Yes, I, with all the futuristic contempt for woman, am ever caught up afresh by the mystery of woman. Oh, no illusions, thank you. Woman, the love-seeker, obsessing and possessing, fragile and fierce, soft and venomous, prouder than Lucifer and as prideless, holds a perpetual, almost morbid, attraction for the thinker. What is this flame of her, blazing through all her contradictions and ignobilities? This ruthless passion for life, always for life, more life on the planet. At times it seems to me brazen and awful and soulless. At times I am made petulant by it. And at other times I am swayed by the sublimity of it. No, there is no escape from woman. Always, as a savage returns to a dark glen where goblins are and gods may be, so do I return to the contemplation of woman. Mr. Pike's voice interrupted my musings. From forward on the main deck I heard him snarl, "On the main topsail yard there. If you cut that gasket I'll split your damned skull." Again he called, with a marked change of voice, and the Henry he called to I concluded was the training ship boy. "You, Henry, main skysail yard there," he cried. "Don't make those gaskets up. Fetch 'em along in the yard and make fast to the tie." Thus routed from my reverie, I decided to go below to bed. As my hand went out to the knob of the chart house door, again the mate's voice rang out. "Come on, you gentlemen's sons in disguise. Wake up. Lively now." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 9. I did not sleep well. To begin with, I read late. Not till 2 in the morning did I reach up and turn out the kerosene reading lamp which Wada had purchased and installed for me. I was asleep immediately, perfect sleep being perhaps my greatest gift, but almost immediately I was awake again. And thereafter, with dozings and cat naps and restless tossings, I struggled to win to sleep, then gave it up. For of all things, in my state of jangled nerves, to be afflicted with hives, and still again to be afflicted with hives in cold winter weather. At 4 I lighted up and went to reading, forgetting my irritated skin and Vernon Lee's delightful screed against William James and his will to believe. I was on the weather side of the ship, and from overhead through the deck came the steady footfalls of some officer on watch. I knew that they were not the steps of Mr. Pike, and wondered whether they were Mr. Mellaire's or the pilot's. Somebody above there was awake. The work was going on, the vigilant seeing and overseeing, that, I could plainly conclude, would go on through every hour of all the hours on the voyage. At 4:30 I heard the steward's alarm go off, instantly suppressed, and 5 minutes later I lifted my hand to motion him in through my open door. What I desired was a cup of coffee, and Wada had been with me through too many years for me to doubt that he had given the steward precise instructions and turned over to him my coffee and my coffee-making apparatus. The steward was a jewel. In 10 minutes he served me with a perfect cup of coffee. I read on until daylight, and 8:30 found me, breakfast in bed finished, dressed and shaved, and on deck. We were still towing, but all sails were set to a light favouring breeze from the north. In the chart room Captain West and the pilot were smoking cigars. At the wheel I noted what I decided at once was an efficient. He was not a large man, if anything he was undersized. But his countenance was broad-browed and intelligently formed. Tom, I later learned, was his name, Tom Spink, an Englishman. He was blue-eyed, fair-skinned, well-grizzled, and, to the eye, a hale 50 years of age. His reply of "Good morning, sir," was cheery, and he smiled as he uttered the simple phrase. He did not look sailor-like, as did Henry, the training ship boy, and yet I felt at once that he was a sailor, and an able one. It was Mr. Pike's watch, and on asking him about Tom he grudgingly admitted that the man was the best of the boiling. Miss West emerged from the chart house with a rosy morning face and her vital, springy limb movement, and immediately began establishing her contacts. On asking how I had slept, and when I said wretchedly, she demanded an explanation. I told her of my affliction of hives and showed her the lumps on my wrists. "Your blood needs thinning and cooling," she adjudged promptly. "Wait a minute, I'll see what can be done for you." And with that she was away and below and back in a trice, in her hand a part glass of water into which she stirred a teaspoonful of cream of tartar. "Drink it," she ordered as a matter of course. I drank it. And at 11 in the morning she came up to my deck chair with a second dose of the stuff. Also she reproached me soundly for permitting Wada to feed meat to Possum. It was from her that Wada and I learned how mortal a sin it was to give meat to a young puppy. Furthermore, she laid down the law and the diet for Possum, not alone to me and Wada, but to the steward, the carpenter, and Mr. Mellaire. Of the latter two, because they ate by themselves in the big after room, and because Possum played there, she was especially suspicious, and she was outspoken in voicing her suspicions to their faces. The carpenter mumbled embarrassed asseverations in broken English of past, present, and future innocence, the while he humbly scraped and shuffled before her on his huge feet. Mr. Mellaire's protestations were of the same nature, save that they were made with the grace and suavity of a Chesterfield. In short, Possum's diet raised quite a tempest in the Elsinore teapot, and by the time it was over Miss West had established this particular contact with me and given me a feeling that we were the mutual owners of the puppy. I noticed later in the day that it was to Miss West that Wada went for instructions as to the quantity of warm water he must use to dilute Possum's condensed milk. Lunch won my continued approbation of the cook. In the afternoon I made a trip forward to the galley to make his acquaintance. To all intents he was a Chinese, until he spoke, whereupon, measured by his speech alone, he was an Englishman. In fact, so cultured was his speech that I can fairly say it was vested with an Oxford accent. He, too, was old, fully 60. He acknowledged 59. Three things about him were markedly conspicuous. His smile, that embraced all his clean-shaven Asiatic face and Asiatic eyes. His even-rowed, white, and perfect teeth, which I deemed faults until Wada ascertained otherwise for me. And his hands and feet. It was his hands, ridiculously small and beautifully modelled, that led my scrutiny to his feet. They, too, were ridiculously small and very neatly, almost dandifiedly, shod. We had put the pilot off at midday, but the Britannia towed us well into the afternoon and did not cast us off until the ocean was wide about us and the land a faint blur on the western horizon. Here, at the moment of leaving the tug, we made our departure. That is to say, technically began the voyage, despite the fact that we had already traveled a full 24 hours away from Baltimore. It was about the time of casting off, when I was leaning on the poop rail gazing forward, when Miss West joined me. She had been busy below all day, and had just come up, as she put it, for a breath of air. She surveyed the sky in weather-wise fashion for a full 5 minutes, then remarked, "The barometer's very high, 30.60. This light north wind won't last. It will either go into a calm or work around into a northeast gale." "Which would you prefer?" I asked. "The gale, by all means. It will help us off the land, and it will put me through my torment of seasickness more quickly. Oh, yes," she added. "I'm a good sailor, but I do suffer dreadfully at the beginning of every voyage. You probably won't see me for a couple of days now. That's why I've been so busy getting settled first." "Lord Nelson, I have read, never got over his squeamishness at sea," I said. "And I've seen father seasick on occasion," she answered. "Yes, and some of the strongest, hardest sailors I have ever known." Mr. Pike here joined us for a moment, ceasing from his everlasting pacing up and down to lean with us on the poop rail. Many of the crew were in evidence, pulling on ropes on the main deck below us. To my inexperienced eye they appeared more unprepossessing than ever. "A pretty scraggly crew, Mr. Pike," Miss West remarked. "The worst ever," he growled, "and I've seen some pretty bad ones. We're teaching 'em the ropes just now, most of 'em." "They look starved," I commented. "They are, they almost always are," Miss West answered, and her eyes roved over them in the same appraising, cattle-buyer's fashion I had marked in Mr. Pike. "But they'll fatten up with regular hours, no whiskey, and solid food, won't they, Mr. Pike?" "Oh, sure, they always do. And you'll see them liven up when we get them in hand, maybe. They're a measly lot, though." I looked aloft at the vast towers of canvas. Our foremast seemed to have flowered into all the sails possible, yet the sailors beneath us, under Mr. Mellaire's direction, were setting triangular sails, like jibs, between the masts, and there were so many that they overlapped one another. The slowness and clumsiness with which the men handled these small sails led me to ask, "But what would you do, Mr. Pike, with a green crew like this, if you were caught right now in a storm with all this canvas spread?" He shrugged his shoulders, as if I had asked what he would do in an earthquake with 2 rows of New York skyscrapers falling on his head from both sides of the street. "Do?" Miss West answered for him. "We'd get the sail off. Oh, it could be done, Mr. Pathurst, with any kind of crew. If it couldn't, I should have been drowned long ago." "Sure," Mr. Pike upheld her. "So would I." "The officers can perform miracles with the most worthless sailors, in a pinch," Miss West went on. Again Mr. Pike nodded his head and agreed, and I noted his 2 big paws, relaxed the moment before and drooping over the rail, quite unconsciously tensed and folded themselves into fists. Also I noted fresh abrasions on the knuckles. Miss West laughed heartily, as from some recollection. "I remember one time when we sailed from San Francisco with a most hopeless crew. It was in the Lila Rock. You remember her, Mr. Pike?" "Your father's 5th command," he nodded. "Lost on the west coast afterwards, went ashore in that big earthquake and tidal wave. Parted her anchors, and when she hit under the cliff fell on her." "That's the ship. Well, our crew seemed mostly cowboys and bricklayers and tramps, and more tramps than anything else. Where the boarding-house masters got them was beyond imagining. A number of them were shanghaied, that was certain. You should have seen them when they were first sent aloft." Again she laughed. "It was better than circus clowns. And scarcely had the tug cast us off, outside the heads, when it began to blow up and we began to shorten down. And then our mates performed miracles. You remember Mr. Harding, Silas Harding?" "Don't I, though?" Mr. Pike proclaimed enthusiastically. "He was some man, and he must have been an old man even then." "He was, and a terrible man," she concurred, and added almost reverently, "and a wonderful man." She turned her face to me. "He was our mate. The men were seasick and miserable and green. But Mr. Harding got sail off the Lila Rock just the same. What I wanted to tell you was this. I was on the poop, just like I am now, and Mr. Harding had a lot of those miserable sick men putting gaskets on the main lower topsail. How far would that be above the deck, Mr. Pike?" "Let me see, the Lila Rook." Mr. Pike paused to consider. "Oh, say around 100 feet." "I saw it myself. One of the green hands, a tramp, and he must already have got a taste of Mr. Harding, fell off the lower topsail yard. I was only a little girl, but it looked like certain death, for he was falling from the weather side of the yard straight down on deck. But he fell into the belly of the mainsail, breaking his fall, turned a somersault, and landed on his feet on deck and unhurt. And he landed right aside of Mr. Harding facing him. I don't know which was the more astonished, but I think Mr. Harding was, for he stood there petrified. He had expected the man to be killed. Not so the man. He took one look at Mr. Harding, then made a wild jump for the rigging and climbed right back up to that topsail yard." Miss West and the mate laughed so heartily that they scarcely heard me say, "Astonishing! Think of the jar to the man's nerve, falling to apparent death that way." "He'd been jarred harder by Silas Harding, I guess," was Mr. Pike's remark, with another burst of laughter in which Miss West joined. Which was all very well in a way. Ships were ships, and judging from what I had seen of our present crew, harsh treatment was necessary. But that a young woman of the niceness of Miss West should know of such things and be so saturated in this side of ship life was not nice. It was not nice for me, though it interested me, I confess, and strengthened my grip on reality. Yet it meant a hardening of one's fibers, and I did not like to think of Miss West being so hardened. I looked at her and could not help marking again the fineness and firmness of her skin. Her hair was dark, as were her eyebrows, which were almost straight and rather low over her long eyes. Gray her eyes were, a warm gray, and very steady and direct in expression, intelligent and alive. Perhaps, taking her face as a whole, the most noteworthy expression of it was a great calm. She seemed always in repose, at peace with herself and with the external world. The most beautiful feature were her eyes, framed in lashes as dark as her brows and hair. The most admirable feature was her nose, quite straight, very straight, and just the slightest trifle too long. In this it was reminiscent of her father's nose. But the perfect modeling of the bridge and nostrils conveyed an indescribable advertisement of race and blood. Hers was a slender-lipped, sensitive, sensible, and generous mouth. Generous, not so much in size, which was quite average, but generous rather in tolerance, in power, and in laughter. All the health and buoyancy of her was in her mouth as well as in her eyes. She rarely exposed her teeth in smiling, for which purpose she seemed chiefly to employ her eyes, but when she laughed she showed strong, white teeth, even, not babyish in their smallness, but just the firm, sensible, normal size one would expect in a woman as healthy and normal as she. I would never have called her beautiful, and yet she possessed many of the factors that go to compose feminine beauty. She had all the beauty of coloring, a white skin that was healthy white, and that was emphasized by the darkness of her lashes, brows, and hair. And, in the same way, the darkness of lashes and brows and the whiteness of skin set off the warm gray of her eyes. The forehead was, well, medium broad and medium high and quite smooth. No lines or hints of lines were there, suggestive of nervousness, of blue days of depression and white nights of insomnia. Oh, she bore all the marks of a healthy human female who never worried nor was vexed in the spirit of her, and in whose body every process and function was frictionless and automatic. "Miss West has posed to me as quite a weather prophet," I said to the mate. "Now what is your forecast of our coming weather?" "She ought to be," was Mr. Pike's reply as he lifted his glance across the smooth swell of sea to the sky. "This ain't the first time she's been on the North Atlantic in winter." He debated a moment as he studied the sea and sky. "I should say, considering the high barometer, we ought to get a mild gale from the northeast or a calm, with the chances in favor of the calm." She favored me with a triumphant smile and suddenly clutched the rail as the Elsinore lifted on an unusually large swell and sank into the trough with a roll from windward that flapped all the sails in hollow thunder. "The calm has it," Miss West said, with just a hint of grimness, "and if this keeps up I'll be in my bunk in about 5 minutes." She waved aside all sympathy. "Oh, don't bother about me, Mr. Pathurst. Seasickness is only detestable and horrid, like sleet, and muddy weather, and poison ivy. Besides, I'd rather be seasick than have the hives." Something went wrong with the men below us on the deck, some stupidity or blunder that was made aware to us by Mr. Mellaire's raised voice. Like Mr. Pike, he had a way of snarling at the sailors that was distinctly unpleasant to the ear. On the faces of several of the sailors bruises were in evidence. One, in particular, had an eye so swollen that it was closed. "Looks as if he had run against a stanchion in the dark," I observed. Most eloquent and most unconscious was a quick flash of Miss West's eyes to Mr. Pike's big paws, with freshly abraded knuckles resting on the rail. It was a stab of hurt to me. She knew. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 10. That evening the 3 men of us had dinner alone, with racks on the table, while the Elsinore rolled in the calm that had sent Miss West to her room. "You won't see her for a couple of days," Captain West told me. "Her mother was the same way, a born sailor, but always sick at the outset of a voyage. It's the shaking down." Mr. Pike astonished me with the longest observation I had yet heard him utter at table. "Everybody has to shake down when they leave the land. We've got to forget the good times on shore, and the good things money'll buy, and start watch and watch, 4 hours on deck and 4 below. And it comes hard, and all our tempers are strung until we can make the change. Did it happen that you heard Caruso and Blanche Arral this winter in New York, Mr. Pathurst?" I nodded, still marveling over this spate of speech at table. "Well, think of hearing them, and Homer, and Witherspoon, and Amato, every night for nights and nights at the Metropolitan, and then to give it the go-by, and get to see, and shake down to watch and watch." "You don't like the sea?" I queried. He sighed. "I don't know. But of course the sea is all I know." "Except music," I threw in. "Yes, but the sea and all the long voyaging has cheated me out of most of the music I oughta have had coming to me. I suppose you've heard Schumann Hank?" "Wonderful, wonderful," he murmured fervently, then regarded me with an eager wistfulness. "I've half a dozen of her records, and I've got the second dog watch below. If Captain West don't mind." Captain West nodded that he didn't mind. "And if you'd want to hear them, the machine is a good one." And then, to my amazement, when the steward had cleared the table, this hoary old relic of man-killing and man-driving days, battered waif of the sea that he was, carried in from his room a most splendid collection of phonograph records. These, and the machine, he placed on the table. The big doors were opened, making the dining room and the main cabin into one large room. It was in the cabin that Captain West and I lolled in big leather chairs, while Mr. Pike ran the phonograph. His face was in a blaze of light from the swinging lamps, and every shade of expression was visible to me. In vain I waited for him to start some popular song. His records were only of the best, and the care he took of them was a revelation. He handled each one reverently, as a sacred thing, untying and unwrapping it and brushing it with a fine camel's hair brush while it revolved and ere he placed the needle on it. For a time all I could see was the huge brute hands of a brute driver, with skin off the knuckles, that expressed love in their every movement. Each touch on the discs was a caress, and while the record played he hovered over it and dreamed in some heaven of music all his own. During this time Captain West lay back and smoked a cigar. His face was expressionless and he seemed very far away, untouched by the music. I almost doubted that he heard it. He made no remark between whiles, betrayed no sign of approbation or displeasure. He seemed preternaturally serene, preternaturally remote. And while I watched him I wondered what his duties were. I had not seen him perform any. Mr. Pike had attended to the loading of the ship. Not until she was ready for sea had Captain West come on board. I had not seen him give an order. It looked to me that Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire did the work. All Captain West did was smoke cigars and keep blissfully oblivious of the Elsinore's crew. When Mr. Pike had played the Hallelujah chorus from the Messiah, and He Shall Feed His Flock, he mentioned to me, almost apologetically, that he liked sacred music, and for the reason, perhaps, that for a short period, a child ashore in San Francisco, he had been a choir boy. And then I hit the dominie over the head with a baseball bat and sneaked off to sea again, he concluded with a harsh laugh. And thereat he fell to dreaming while he played Meyerbeer's King of Heaven and Mendelssohn's O Rest in the Lord. When one bell struck, at 7:45, he carried his music, all carefully wrapped, back into his room. I lingered with him while he rolled a cigarette ere 8 bells struck. "I've got a lot more good things," he said confidentially. "Cohen's Come Unto Me, and Fowler's Crucifix, and there's O Salarius, and Lead Kindly Light by the Trinity Choir, and Jesu, Lover of My Soul, would just melt your heart. I'll play 'em for you some night." "Do you believe in them?" I was led to ask by his rapt expression and by the picture of his brute-driving hands, which I could not shake from my consciousness. He hesitated perceptibly, then replied, "I do, when I'm listening to them." My sleep that night was wretched. Short of sleep from the previous night, I closed my book and turned my light off early. But scarcely had I dropped into slumber when I was aroused by the recrudescence of my hives. All day they had not bothered me, yet the instant I put out the light and slept, the damnable persistent itching set up. Wada had not yet gone to bed, and from him I got more cream of tartar. It was useless, however, and at midnight, when I heard the watch changing, I partially dressed, slipped into my dressing gown, and went up onto the poop. I saw Mr. Mellaire beginning his 4 hours' watch, pacing up and down the port side of the poop, and I slipped away aft, past the man at the wheel, whom I did not recognize, and took refuge in the lee of the wheelhouse. Once again I studied the dim loom and tracery of intricate rigging and lofty, sail-carrying spars, thought of the mad, imbecile crew, and experienced premonitions of disaster. How could such a voyage be possible with such a crew on the huge Elsinore, a cargo carrier that was only a steel shell half an inch thick, burdened with 5,000 tons of coal? It was appalling to contemplate. The voyage had gone wrong from the first. In the wretched unbalance that loss of sleep brings to any good sleeper, I could decide only that the voyage was doomed. Yet how doomed it was, in truth, neither I nor a madman could have dreamed. I thought of the red-blooded Miss West, who had always lived and had no doubts but what she would always live. I thought of the killing and driving and music-loving Mr. Pike. Many a haler remnant than he had gone down on a last voyage. As for Captain West, he did not count. He was too neutral a being, too far away, a sort of favored passenger who had nothing to do but serenely and passively exist in some nirvana of his own creating. Next I remembered the self-wounded Greek sewed up by Mr. Pike and lying gibbering between the steel walls of the midship house. This picture almost decided me, for in my fevered imagination he typified the whole mad, helpless, idiotic crew. Certainly I could go back to Baltimore. Thank God I had the money to humor my whims. Had not Mr. Pike told me, in reply to a question, that he estimated the running expenses of the Elsinore at $200 a day, I could afford to pay $200 a day, or $2,000, for the several days that it might be necessary to get me back to land, to a pilot tug, or any inbound craft to Baltimore. I was quite wholly of a mind to go down and rout out Captain West to tell him my decision when another presented itself. Then are you, the thinker and philosopher, the world-sick one, afraid to go down, to cease in the darkness? Bah! My own pride and my life pridelessness saved Captain West's sleep from interruption. Of course I would go on with the adventure, if adventure it might be called, to go sailing around Cape Horn with a shipload of fools and lunatics, and worse, for I remembered the 3 Babylonish and Semitic ones who had aroused Mr. Pike's ire and who had laughed so terribly and silently. Night thoughts, sleepless thoughts. I dismissed them all and started below, chilled through by the cold. But at the chart-room door I encountered Mr. Mellaire. "A pleasant evening, sir," he greeted me. "A pity there's not a little wind to help us off the land." "What do you think of the crew?" I asked after a moment or so. Mr. Mellaire shrugged his shoulders. "I've seen many queer crews in my time, Mr. Pathurst. But I never saw one as queer as this. Boys, old men, cripples, and you saw Tony the Greek go overboard yesterday. Well, that's only the beginning. He's a sample. I've got a big Irishman in my watch who's going bad. Did you notice a little dried-up Scotchman, who looks mean and angry all the time, and who was steering the evening before last?" "The very one, Andy Fay. Well, Andy Fay's just been complaining to me about O'Sullivan. Says O'Sullivan's threatened his life. When Andy Fay went off watch at 8, he found O'Sullivan stropping a razor. I'll give you the conversation as Andy gave it to me. Says O'Sullivan to me, 'Mr. Fay, I'll have a word with ye.' 'Certainly,' says I. 'What can I do for you?' 'Sell me your sea boots, Mr. Fay. says O'Sullivan, polite as can be. "But what will you be wantin' of them?" says I. "'Twill be a great favour," says O'Sullivan. "But it's my only pair," says I, "and you have a pair of your own," says I. "Mr. Fay, I'll be needin' me own in bad weather," says O'Sullivan. "Besides," says I, "you have no money." "I'll pay you for them when we pay off in Seattle," says O'Sullivan. "I'll not do it," says I. "Besides, you're not tellin' me what you'll be doin' with 'em." "But I will tell you," says O'Sullivan. "I'm wantin' to throw 'em over the side." And with that I turns to walk away, but O'Sullivan says very polite and seducin' like, still a stroppin' the razor, "Mr. Fay," says he, "will you kindly step this way and have your throat cut?" And with that I knew my life was in danger, and I have come to make report to you, sir, that the man is a violent lunatic. "Or soon will be," I remarked. "I noticed him yesterday, a big man, muttering continually to himself." "That's the man," Mr. Mellaire said. "Do you have many such at sea?" I asked. "More than my share, I do believe, sir." He was lighting a cigarette at the moment, and with a quick movement he pulled off his cap, bent his head forward, and held up the blazing match that I might see. I saw a grizzled head, the full crown of which was not entirely bald, but partially covered with a few sparse, long hairs. And full across this crown, disappearing in the thicker fringe above the ears, ran the most prodigious scar I had ever seen. Because the vision of it was so fleeting, ere the match blew out, and because of the scar's very prodigiousness, I may possibly exaggerate, but I could have sworn that I could lay 2 fingers deep into the horrid cleft, and that it was fully 2 fingers broad. There seemed no bone at all, just a great fissure, a deep valley covered with skin, and I was confident that the brain pulsed immediately under that skin. He pulled his cap on and laughed in an amused, reassuring way. "A crazy sea cook did that, Mr. Pathurst, with a meat axe. We were thousands of miles from anywhere, in the South Indian Ocean at the time, running our easting down, but the cook got the idea into his addled head that we were lying in Boston Harbor and that I wouldn't let him go ashore. I had my back to him at the time, and I never knew what struck me." "But how could you recover from so fearful an injury?" I questioned. "There must have been a splendid surgeon on board, and you must have had wonderful vitality." He shook his head. "It must have been the vitality. And the molasses." "Molasses?" "Yes, the captain had old-fashioned prejudices against antiseptics. He always used molasses for fresh wound dressings. I lay in my bunk many weary weeks—we had a long passage—and by the time we reached Hong Kong the thing was healed, there was no need for a shore surgeon, and I was standing my third mate's watch. We carried third mates in those days. Not for many a long day was I to realize the dire part that scar in Mr. Mellaire's head was to play in his destiny and in the destiny of the Elsinore. Had I known at the time, Captain West would have received the most unusual awakening from sleep that he ever experienced, for he would have been routed out by a very determined, partially dressed passenger with a proposition capable of going to the extent of buying the Elsinore outright with all her cargo that she might be sailed straight back to Baltimore. As it was, I merely thought it a very marvelous thing that Mr. Mellaire should have lived so many years with such a hole in his head. We talked on, and he gave me many details of that particular happening, and of other happenings at sea on the part of the lunatics that seemed to infest the sea. And yet I could not like the man. In nothing he said, nor in the manner of saying things, could I find fault. He seemed generous, broad-minded, and, for a sailor, very much of a man of the world. It was easy for me to overlook his excessive suavity of speech and supercourtesy of social mannerism. It was not that. But all the time I was distressingly and, I suppose, intuitively aware, though in the darkness I couldn't even see his eyes, that there, behind these eyes, inside that skull, was ambuscaded an alien personality that spied upon me measured me, studied me, and that said one thing while it thought another thing. When I said good night and went below, it was with the feeling that I had been talking with the one half of some sort of a dual creature. The other half had not spoken. Yet I sensed it there, fluttering and quick, behind the mask of words and flesh. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 11. But I could not sleep. I took more cream of tartar. It must be the heat of the bedclothes, I decided, that excited my hives. And yet, whenever I ceased struggling for sleep and lighted the lamp and read, my skin irritation decreased. But as soon as I turned out the lamp and closed my eyes, I was troubled again. So hour after hour passed, through which, between vain attempts to sleep, I managed to wade through many pages of Rosny's La Termite, a not very cheerful proceeding, I must say, concerned as it is with a microscopic and over-elaborate recital of Noël Servaise's tortured nerves, bodily pains, and intellectual phantasma. At last I tossed the novel aside, damned all analytical Frenchmen, and found some measure of relief in the more genial and cynical Stendhal. Over my head I could hear Mr. Mellaire steadily pace up and down. At 4 the watches changed, and I recognized the age lag in Mr. Pike's promenade. Half an hour later, just as the steward's alarm went off, instantly checked by that light-sleeping Asiatic, the Elsinore began to heel over on my side. I could hear Mr. Pike barking and snarling orders, and at times a trample and shuffle of many feet passed over my head as the weird crew pulled and hauled. The Elsinore continued to heel over until I could see the water against my port, and then she gathered way and dashed ahead at such a rate that I could hear the stinging and singing of the foam through the circle of thick glass beside me. The steward brought me coffee, and I read till daylight and after, when Wada served me breakfast and helped me dress. He too complained of inability to sleep. He had been bunked with Nancy in one of the rooms in the midship house. Wada described the situation. The tiny room, made of steel, was airtight when the steel door was closed, and Nancy insisted on keeping the door closed. As a result, Wada, in the upper bunk, had stifled. He told me that the air had got so bad that the flame of the lamp, no matter how high it was turned, guttered down and all but refused to burn. Nancy snored beautifully through it all, while he had been unable to close his eyes. "He is not clean," quoth Wada. "He is a pig. No more will I sleep in that place." On the poop I found the Elsinore, with many of her sails furled, slashing along through a troubled sea under an overcast sky. Also I found Mr. Mellaire marching up and down, just as I had left him hours before, and it took quite a distinct effort for me to realize that he had had the watch off between 4 and 8. Even then, he told me, he had slept from 4 until 7:30. "That is one thing, Mr. Pathurst, I always sleep like a baby. Which means a good conscience, sir. Yes, a good conscience." And while he enunciated the platitude, I was uncomfortably aware that that alien thing inside his skull was watching me, studying me. In the cabin, Captain West smoked a cigar and read the Bible. Miss West did not appear, and I was grateful that to my sleeplessness the curse of seasickness had not been added. Without asking permission of anybody, Wada arranged a sleeping place for himself in a far corner of the big after room, screening the corner with a solidly lashed wall of my trunks and empty book boxes. It was a dreary enough day, no sun, with occasional splatters of rain and a persistent crash of seas over the weather rail and swash of water across the deck. With my eyes glued to the cabin ports, which gave forward along the main deck, I could see the wretched sailors, whenever they were given some task of pull and haul, wet through and through by the boarding seas. Several times I saw some of them taken off their feet and rolled about in the creaming foam. And yet, erect and staggering, with certitude of weight and strength, among these rolled men, these clutching, cowering ones, moved either Mr. Pike or Mr. Mellaire. They were never taken off their feet. They never shrank away from a splash of spray or heavier bulk of downfalling water. They had fed on different food, were informed with a different spirit, were of iron in contrast with the poor miserables they drove to their bidding. In the afternoon I dozed for half an hour in one of the big chairs in the cabin. Had it not been for the violent motion of the ship, I could have slept there for hours, for the hives did not trouble. Captain West, stretched out on the cabin sofa, his feet in carpet slippers, slept enviably. By some instinct, I might say, in the deep of sleep, he kept his place and was not rolled off upon the floor. Also, he lightly held a half-smoked cigar in one hand. I watched him for an hour and knew him to be asleep, and marveled that he maintained his easy posture and did not drop the cigar. After dinner there was no phonograph. The second dog watch was Mr. Pike's on deck. Besides, as he explained, the rolling was too severe. It would make the needle jump and scratch his beloved records. And no sleep. Another weary night of torment and another dreary, overcast day and leaden, troubled sea. And no Miss West. Wada, too, is seasick, although heroically he kept his feet and tried to tend on me with glassy, unseeing eyes. I sent him to his bunk and read through the endless hours until my eyes were tired and my brain, between lack of sleep and overuse, was fuzzy. Captain West is no conversationalist. The more I see of him, the more I am baffled. I have not yet found a reason for that first impression I received of him. He has all the poise and air of a remote and superior being, and yet I wonder if it not be poise and air and nothing else. Just as I had expected, that first meeting, ere he spoke a word, to hear fall from his lips words of untold beneficence and wisdom, and then heard him utter mere social commonplaces, so now I find myself almost forced to conclude that his touch of race and beak of power and all the tall, aristocratic slenderness of him have nothing behind them. And yet, on the other hand, I can find no reason for rejecting that first impression. He has not shown any strength, but by the same token he has not shown any weakness. Sometimes I wonder what resides behind those clear blue eyes. Certainly I have failed to find any intellectual backing. I tried him out with William James' Varieties of Religious Experience. He glanced at a few pages, then returned it to me with the frank statement that it did not interest him. He has no books of his own. Evidently he is not a reader. Then what is he? I dared to feel him out on politics. He listened courteously, said sometimes yes and sometimes no, and when I ceased from very discouragement, said nothing. Aloof as the two officers are from the men, Captain West is still more aloof from his officers. I have not seen him address a further word to Mr. Mellaire than "Good morning" on the poop. As for Mr. Pike, who eats 3 times a day with him, scarcely any more conversation obtains between them, and I am surprised by what seems the very conspicuous awe with which Mr. Pike seems to regard his commander. Another thing. What are Captain West's duties? So far he has done nothing save eat 3 times a day, smoke many cigars, and each day stroll a total of 1 mile around the poop. The mates do all the work, and hard work it is. 4 hours on deck and 4 below, day and night with never a variation. I watch Captain West and am amazed. He will loll back in the cabin and stare straight before him for hours at a time, until I am almost frantic to demand of him what are his thoughts. Sometimes I doubt that he is thinking at all. I give him up. I cannot fathom him. Altogether a depressing day of rain splatter and wash of water across the deck. I can see now that the problem of sailing a ship with 5,000 tons of coal around the Horn is more serious than I had thought. So deep is the Elsinore in the water that she is like a log awash. Her tall, 6-foot bulwarks of steel cannot keep the seas from boarding her. She has not the buoyancy one is accustomed to ascribe to ships. On the contrary, she is weighted down until she is dead, so that, for this one day alone, I am appalled at the thought of how many thousands of tons of the North Atlantic have boarded her and poured out through her spouting scuppers and clanging ports. Yes, a depressing day. The two mates have alternated on deck and in their bunks. Captain West has dozed on the cabin sofa or read the Bible. Miss West is still seasick. I have tired myself out with reading, and the fuzziness of my unsleeping brain makes for melancholy. Even Wada is anything but a cheering spectacle, crawling out of his bunk as he does at stated intervals, and with sick, glassy eyes, trying to discern what my needs may be. I almost wish I could get seasick myself. I had never dreamed that a sea voyage could be so unenlivening as this one is proving. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 12. Another morning of overcast sky and leaden seas, and of the Elsinore under half her canvas, clanging her deck ports, spouting water from her scuppers, and dashing eastward into the heart of the Atlantic. And I have failed to sleep half an hour all told. At this rate, in a very short time, I shall have consumed all the cream of tartar on the ship. I never have had hives like these before. I can't understand it. So long as I keep my lamp burning and read, I am untroubled. The instant I put out the lamp and drowse off, the irritation starts and the lumps on my skin begin to form. Miss West may be seasick, but she cannot be comatose, because at frequent intervals she sends the steward to me with more cream of tartar. I have had a revelation today. I have discovered Captain West. He is a samurai. You remember the samurai that H.G. Wells describes in his Modern Utopia? The superior breed of men who know things and are masters of life and of their fellow men in a super-benevolent, super-wise way. Well, that is what Captain West is. Let me tell it to you. We had a shift of wind today. In the height of a southwest gale the wind shifted, in an instant, 8 points, which is equivalent to a quarter of the circle. Imagine it. Imagine a gale howling from out of the southwest, and then imagine the wind, in a heavier and more violent gale, abruptly smiting you from the northwest. We had been sailing through a circular storm, Captain West vouchsafed to me, before the event, and the wind could be expected to box the compass. Clad in sea boots, oilskins, and sou'wester, I had for some time been hanging upon the rail at the break of the poop, staring down fascinated at the poor devils of sailors, repeatedly up to their necks in water, or submerged, or dashed like straws about the deck, while they pulled and hauled, stupidly, blindly, and in evident fear, under the orders of Mr. Pike. Mr. Pike was with them, working them and working with them. He took every chance they took, yet somehow he escaped being washed off his feet, though several times I saw him entirely buried from view. There was more than luck in the matter, for I saw him, twice, at the head of a line of men, himself next to the pin. And twice in this position I saw the North Atlantic curl over the rail and fall upon them. And each time he alone remained, holding the turn of the rope on the pin, while the rest of them were rolled and sprawled helplessly away. Almost it seemed to me good fun, as at a circus, watching their antics. But I did not apprehend the seriousness of the situation until, the wind screaming higher than ever and the sea a smoke and white with wrath, 2 men did not get up from the deck. One was carried away forward with a broken leg. It was I.R. Jacobson, a dull-witted Scandinavian, and the other, Kid Twist, was carried away, unconscious, with a bleeding scalp. In the height of the gusts, in my high position, where the seas did not break, I found myself compelled to cling tightly to the rail to escape being blown away. My face was stung to severe pain by the high-driving spindrift, and I had a feeling that the wind was blowing the cobwebs out of my sleep-starved brain. And all the time, slender, aristocratic, graceful in streaming oilskins, in apparent unconcern, giving no orders, effortlessly accommodating his body to the violent rolling of the Elsinore, Captain West strolled up and down. It was at this stage in the gale that he unbent sufficiently to tell me that we were going through a circular storm and that the wind was boxing the compass. I did notice that he kept his gaze pretty steadily fixed on the overcast, cloud-driven sky. At last, when it seemed the wind could not possibly blow more fiercely, he found in the sky what he sought. It was then that I first heard his voice. A sea voice, clear as a bell, distinct as silver, and of an ineffable sweetness and volume as it might be the trump of Gabriel. That voice, effortless, dominating. The mighty threat of the storm, made articulate by the resistance of the Elsinore, shouted in all the stays, bellowed in the shrouds, thrummed the taut ropes against the steel masts, and from the myriad tiny ropes far aloft evoked a devil's chorus of shrill pipings and screechings. And yet, through this bedlam of noise, came Captain West's voice, as of a spirit visitant, distinct, unrelated, mellow as all music and mighty as an archangel's call to judgment. And it carried understanding and command to the man at the wheel and to Mr. Pike waist deep in the wash of sea below us. And the man at the wheel obeyed, and Mr. Pike obeyed, barking and snarling orders to the poor wallowing devils who wallowed on and obeyed him in turn. And as the voice was the face. This face I had never seen before. It was the face of the spirit visitant, chaste with wisdom, lighted by a splendor of power and calm. Perhaps it was the calm that smote me most of all. It was as the calm of one who had crossed chaos to bless poor sea-worn men with the word that all was well. It was not the face of the fighter. To my thrilled imagination it was the face of one who dwelt beyond all strivings of the elements and broody dissensions of the blood. The samurai had arrived in thunders and lightnings, riding the wings of the storm, directing the gigantic, labouring Elsinore in all her intricate massiveness, commanding the wisps of human to his will, which was the will of wisdom. And then, that wonderful Gabriel voice of his, silent, while his creatures laboured his will, unconcerned, detached and casual, more slenderly tall and aristocratic than ever in his streaming oilskins, Captain West touched my shoulder and pointed astern over our weather quarter. I looked, and all that I could see was a vague smoke of sea and air, and a cloud bank of sky that tore at the ocean's breast. And at the same moment the gale from the southwest ceased. There was no gale, no moving zephyrs, nothing but a vast quietude of air. "What is it?" I gasped, out of equilibrium from the abrupt cessation of wind. "The shift," he said. "There she comes." And it came, from the northwest, a blast of wind, a blow, an atmospheric impact that bewildered and stunned and again made the Elsinore hard protest. It forced me down on the rail. I was like a windle straw. As I faced this new abruptness of gale, it drove the air back into my lungs, so that I suffocated and turned my head aside to breathe in the lee of the draught. The man at the wheel again listened to the Gabriel voice, and Mr. Pike on the deck below listened and repeated the will of the voice, and Captain West, in slender and stately balance, leaned into the face of the wind and slowly paced the deck. It was magnificent. Now, and for the first time, I knew the sea and the men who overlord the sea. Captain West had vindicated himself, exposited himself. At the height and crisis of the storm he had taken charge of the Elsinore, and Mr. Pike had become, what in truth was all he was, the foreman of a gang of men, the slave driver of slaves, serving the one from beyond, the samurai. A minute or so longer Captain West strolled up and down, leaning easily into the face of this new and abominable gale, or resting his back against it, and then he went below, pausing for a moment, his hand on the knob of the chart-room door, to cast a last measuring look at the storm-white sea and wrath-sombre sky he had mastered. 10 minutes later, below, passing the open cabin door, I glanced in and saw him. Sea boots and storm trappings were gone, his feet, in carpet slippers, rested on a hassock, while he lay back in the big leather chair, smoking dreamily, his eyes wide open, absorbed, non-seeing, or, if they saw, seeing things beyond the reeling cabin walls and beyond my ken. I have developed an immense respect for Captain West, though now I know him less than the little I thought I knew him before. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 13. Small wonder that Miss West remained seasick on an ocean like this, which has become a factory where the veering gales manufacture the selectest and most mountainous brands of cross seas. The way the poor Elsinore pitches, plunges, rolls, and shivers, with all her lofty spars and masts, and all her 5,000 tons of deadweight cargo, is astonishing. To me she is the most erratic thing imaginable, yet Mr. Pike, with whom I now pace the poop on occasion, tells me that coal is a good cargo, and that the Elsinore is well loaded because he saw to it himself. He will pause abruptly in the midst of his interminable pacing in order to watch her in her maddest antics. The sight is very pleasant to him, for his eyes glisten and a faint glow seems to irradiate his face and impart to it a hint of ecstasy. The Elsinore has a snug place in his heart, I am confident. He calls her behavior admirable, and at such times will repeat to me that it was he who saw to her loading. It is very curious, the habituation of this man, through a long life on the sea, to the motion of the sea. There is a rhythm to this chaos of crossing, buffeting waves. I sense the rhythm, although I cannot solve it. But Mr. Pike knows it. Again and again, as we paced up and down this afternoon, when to me nothing unusually antic seemed impending, he would seize my arm as I lost balance, and as the Elsinore smashed down on her side and heeled over and over with a colossal roll that seemed never to end, and it always ended with an abrupt snap of the whip effect as she began the corresponding roll to windward. In vain I strove to learn how Mr. Pike forecasts these antics, and I am driven to believe that he does not consciously forecast them at all. He feels them, he knows them. They, and the sea, are ingrained in him. Toward the end of our little promenade I was guilty of impatiently shaking off a sudden seizure of my arm in his big paw. If ever, in an hour, the Elsinore had been less gymnastic than at that moment, I had not noticed it. So I shook off the sustaining clutch, and the next moment the Elsinore had smashed down and buried a couple of 100 feet of her starboard rail beneath the sea, while I had shot down the deck and smashed myself breathless against the wall of the chart house. My ribs and one shoulder are sore from it yet. Now how did he know? And he never staggers nor seems in danger of being rolled away. On the contrary, such a surplus of surety of balance has he that time and again he lent his surplus to me. I begin to have more respect, not for the sea, but for the men of the sea, and not for the sweepings of seamen that are as slaves on our decks, but for the real seamen who are their masters, for Captain West, for Mr. Pike, yes, and for Mr. Mellaire, dislike him as I do. As early as 3 in the afternoon, the wind, still a gale, went back to the southwest. Mr. Mellaire had the deck, and he went below and reported the change to Captain West. "We'll wear ship at 4, Mr. Pathurst," the second mate told me when he came back. "You'll find it an interesting maneuver." "But why wait till 4?" I asked. "The captain's orders, sir. The watches will be changing, and we'll have the use of both of them without working a hardship on the watch below by calling it out now." And when both watches were on deck, Captain West, again in oilskins, came out of the chart house. Mr. Pike, out on the bridge, took charge of the many men who, on deck and on the poop, were to manage the mizzen braces, while Mr. Mellaire went for'ard with his watch to handle the fore and main braces. It was a pretty maneuver, a play of leverages, by which they eased the force of the wind on the after part of the Elsinore and used the force of the wind on the forward part. Captain West gave no orders whatever, and, to all intents, was quite oblivious of what was being done. He was again the favored passenger, taking a stroll for his health's sake. And yet I knew that both his officers were uncomfortably aware of his presence and were keyed to their finest seamanship. I know now Captain West's position on board. He is the brains of the Elsinore. He is the master strategist. There is more in directing a ship on the ocean than in standing watches and ordering men to pull and haul. They are pawns, and the two officers are pieces, with which Captain West plays the game against sea and wind and season and ocean current. He is the knower. They are his tongue by which he makes his knowledge articulate. A bad night, equally bad for the Elsinore and for me. She is receiving a sharp buffeting at the hands of the wintry North Atlantic. I fell asleep early, exhausted from lack of sleep, and awoke in an hour, frantic with my lumped and burning skin. More cream of tartar, more reading, more vain attempts to sleep, until shortly before 5, when the steward brought me my coffee, I wrapped myself in my dressing gown and like a being distracted prowled into the cabin. I dozed in a leather chair and was thrown out by a violent roll of the ship. I tried the sofa, sinking to sleep immediately, and immediately thereafter finding myself precipitated to the floor. I am convinced that when Captain West naps on the sofa he is only half asleep. How else can he maintain so precarious a position, unless, in him too, the sea and its motion be ingrained? I wandered into the dining room, wedged myself into a screwed chair, and fell asleep, my head in my arms on the table. And at 7:15 the steward roused me by shaking my shoulders. It was time to set table. Heavy with the brief heaviness of sleep I had had, I dressed and stumbled up onto the poop in the hope that the wind would clear my brain. Mr. Pike had the watch, and with sure, age-lagging step he paced the deck. The man is a marvel, 69 years old, a life of hardship, and as sturdy as a lion. Yet of the past night alone his hours had been 4 to 6 in the afternoon on deck, 8 to 12 on deck, and 4 to 8 in the morning on deck. In a few minutes he would be relieved, but at midday he would again be on deck. I leaned on the poop rail and stared forward along the dreary waste of deck. Every port and scupper was working to ease the weight of North Atlantic that perpetually fell on board. Between the rush of the cascades, streaks of rust showed everywhere. Some sort of a wooden pin-rail had carried away on the starboard rail at the foot of the mizzen shrouds, and an amazing raffle of ropes and tackles washed about. Here Nancy and half a dozen men worked sporadically and in fear of their lives to clear the tangle. The long-suffering bleakness was very pronounced on Nancy's face, and when the walls of water, in impending downfall, reared above the Elsinore's rail, He was always the first to leap for the lifeline which had been stretched fore and aft across the wide space of deck. The rest of the men were scarcely less backward in dropping their work and springing to safety, if safety it might be called, to grip a rope in both hands and have legs sweep out from under and be wrenched full length upon the boiling surface of an ice-cold flood. Small wonder they looked wretched. Bad as their condition was when they came aboard at Baltimore, they looked far worse now, what if the last several days of wet and freezing hardship. From time to time, completing his forward pace along the poop, Mr. Pike would pause, ere he retraced his steps, and snort sardonic glee at what happened to the poor devils below. The man's heart is callous. A thing of iron he has endured, and he has no patience nor sympathy with these creatures who lack his own excessive iron. I noticed the stone-deaf man, the twisted oaf whose face I have described as being that of an ill-treated and feeble-minded faun. His bright, liquid, pain-filled eyes were more filled with pain than ever, his face still more lean and drawn with suffering. And yet his face showed an excess of nervousness, sensitiveness, and a pathetic eagerness to please and do. I could not help observing that, despite his dreadful sense handicap and his wrecked, frail body, he did the most work, was always the last of the group to spring to the lifeline, and always the first to loose the lifeline and slosh knee-deep or waist-deep through the churning water to attack the immense and depressing tangle of rope and tackle. I remarked to Mr. Pike that the men seemed thinner and weaker than when they came on board, and he delayed replying for a moment while he stared down at them with that cattle buyer's eye of his. "Sure they are," he said disgustedly. "A weak breed, that's what they are. Nothing to build on, no stamina. The least thing drags them down. Why, in my day we grew fat on work like that. Only we didn't. We worked so hard there wasn't any chance for fat. We kept in fighting trim, that was all. But as for this scum and slum... Say, you remember, Mr. Pathurst, that man I spoke to the first day who said his name was Charles Davis? The one you thought there was something the matter with?" "Yes, and there was, too. He's in that midship room with the Greek now. He'll never do a tap of work the whole voyage. He's a hospital case if there ever was one. Talk about shot to pieces. He's got holes in him I could shove my fist through. I don't know whether they're perforating ulcers, or cancers, or cannon-shot wounds, or what not. And he had the nerve to tell me they showed up after he came on board." "And he had them all the time?" I asked. "All the time. Take my word, Mr. Pathurst, they're years old. But he's a wonder. I watched him those first days, sent him aloft, had him down in the forehold trimming a few tons of coal, did everything to him, and he never showed a wince. Being up to the neck in salt water finally fetched him, and now he's reported off duty for the voyage. And he'll draw his wages for the whole time, have all night in, and never do a tap. Oh, he's a hot one to have passed over on us, and the Elsinore's another man short." "Another?" I exclaimed. "Is the Greek going to die?" "No fear. I'll have him stirring in a few days. I refer to the misfits. If we rolled a dozen of them together they wouldn't make one real man. I'm not saying it to alarm you, for there's nothing alarming about it, but we're going to have proper hell this voyage." He broke off to stare reflectively at his broken knuckles, as if estimating how much drive was left in them, then sighed and concluded, "Well, I can see I've got my work cut out for me." Sympathizing with Mr. Pike is futile. The only effect is to make his mood blacker. I tried it, and he retaliated with, "You ought to see the bloke with the curvature of the spine in Mr. Mellaire's watch. He's a proper hobo, too, and a landlubber, and don't weigh more'n 100 pounds, and must be 50 years old, and he's got curvature of the spine, and he's an able seaman, if you please, on the Elsinore. And worse than all that, he puts it over on you. He's nasty, he's mean, he's a viper, a wasp. He ain't afraid of anything because he knows you dasn't hit him for fear of croaking him. Oh, he's a pearl of purest ray serene, if anyone should slide down a backstay and ask you. If you fail to identify him any other way, his name is Mulligan Jacobs. After breakfast, again on deck, in Mr. Mellaire's watch, I discovered another efficient. He was at the wheel, a small, well-knit, muscular man of, say, 45, with black hair graying on the temples, a big eagle face, swarthy, with keen, intelligent black eyes. Mr. Mellaire vindicated my judgment by telling me the man was the best sailor in his watch, a proper seaman. When he referred to the man as the Maltese Cockney, and I asked why, he replied, "First, because he is Maltese, Mr. Pathurst, and next, because he talks Cockney like a native. And depend upon it, he heard Bow Bells before he lisped his first word." "And has O'Sullivan bought Andy Fay's sea boots yet?" I queried. It was at this moment that Miss West emerged upon the poop. She was as rosy and vital as ever, and certainly if she had been seasick she flew no signals of it. As she came toward me, greeting me, I could not help remarking again the lithe and springy limb movement with which she walked and her fine, firm skin. Her neck, free in a sailor collar, with white sweater open at the throat, seemed almost redoubtably strong to my sleepless, jaundiced eyes. Her hair, under a white knitted cap, was smooth and well groomed. In fact, the totality of impression she conveyed was of a well-groomedness one would not expect of a sea captain's daughter, much less of a woman who had been seasick. Life, that is the key of her, the essential note of her, life and health. I'll wager she has never entertained a morbid thought in that practical, balanced, sensible head of hers. "And how have you been?" she asked, then rattled on with sheer exuberance ere I could answer. "Had a lovely night's sleep. I was really over my sickness yesterday, but I just devoted myself to resting up. I slept 10 solid hours. What do you think of that?" "I wish I could say the same," I replied with appropriate dejection, as I swung in beside her, for she had evinced her intention of promenading. "Oh, then you've been sick?" "On the contrary," I answered dryly, "and I wish I had been. I haven't had 5 hours' sleep all told since I came on board. These pestiferous hives—" I held up a lumpy wrist to show. She took one glance at it, halted abruptly, and, neatly balancing herself to the roll, took my wrist in both her hands and gave it close scrutiny. "Mercy!" she cried, and then began to laugh. I was of two minds. Her laughter was delightful to the ear. There was such a mellowness and healthiness and frankness about it. On the other hand, that it should be directed at my misfortune was exasperating. I suppose my perplexity showed in my face, for when she had eased her laughter and looked at me with a sobering countenance, she immediately went off into more peals. "You poor child," she gurgled at last. "And when I think of all the cream of tartar I made you consume." It was rather presumptuous of her to poor child me, and I resolved to take advantage of the data I already possessed in order to ascertain just how many years she was my junior. She had told me she was 12 years old the time the Dixie collided with a river steamer in San Francisco Bay. Very well. All I had to do was to ascertain the date of that disaster, and I had her. But in the meantime she laughed at me and my hives. "I suppose it is, humorous in some sort of way," I said a bit stiffly, only to find there was no use in being stiff with Miss West, for it only set her off into more laughter. "What you needed," she announced with fresh gurglings, "was an exterior treatment." "Don't tell me I've got the chicken pox or the measles," I protested. "No." She shook her head emphatically while she enjoyed another paroxysm. "What you are suffering from is a severe attack—" She paused deliberately and looked me straight in the eyes. "Of bedbugs," she concluded. And then, all seriousness and practicality, she went on, "But we'll have that righted in a jiffy. I'll turn the Elsinore's after quarters upside down, though I know there were none in Father's room or mine. And though this is my first voyage with Mr. Pike, I know he's too hard-bitten," here I laughed at her involuntary pun, "an old sailor not to know that his room is clean." "Yours," I was perturbed for fear she was going to say I had brought them on board, "have most probably drifted in from for'ard. They always have them for'ard. And now, Mr. Pathurst, I am going to attend to your case. You'd better get your Wada to make up a camping kit for you. The next couple of nights you'll spend in the cabin or chart room. And be sure Wada removes all silver and metallic tarnishable stuff from your rooms. There's going to be all sorts of fumigating and tearing out of woodwork and rebuilding. Trust me, I know the vermin." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 14. Such a cleaning up and turning over. For 2 nights, one in the chart room and one on the cabin sofa, I have soaked myself in sleep, and I am now almost stupid with excess of sleep. The land seems very far away. By some strange quirk, I have an impression that weeks or months have passed since I left Baltimore on that bitter March morning. And yet it was March 28th, and this is only the first week in April. I was entirely right in my first estimation of Miss West. She is the most capable, practically masterful woman I have ever encountered. What passed between her and Mr. Pike I do not know, but whatever it was, she was convinced that he was not the erring one. In some strange way, my 2 rooms are the only ones which have been invaded by this plague of vermin. Under Miss West's instructions, bunks, drawers, shelves, and all superficial woodwork have been ripped out. She worked the carpenter from daylight till dark, and then, after a night of fumigation, 2 of the sailors, with turpentine and white lead, put the finishing touches on the cleansing operations. The carpenter is now busy rebuilding my rooms. Then will come the painting, and in 2 or 3 more days I expect to be settled back in my quarters. Of the men who did the turpentining and white leading, there have been 4. 2 of them were quickly rejected by Miss West as not being up to the work. The first one, Steve Roberts, which he told me was his name, is an interesting fellow. I talked with him quite a bit ere Miss West sent him packing, and told Mr. Pike that she wanted a real sailor. This is the first time Steve Roberts has ever seen the sea. How he happened to drift from the western cattle ranges to New York he did not explain, any more than did he explain how he came to ship on the Elsinore. But here he is, not a sailor on horseback, but a cowboy on the sea. He is a small man, but most powerfully built. His shoulders are very broad, and his muscles bulge under his shirt, and yet he is slender-waisted, lean-limbed, and hollow-cheeked. This last, however, is not due to sickness or ill health. Tyro as he is on the sea, Steve Roberts is keen and intelligent. Yes, and crooked. He has a way of looking straight at one with utmost frankness while he talks, and yet it is at such moments I get most strongly the impression of crookedness. But he is a man, if trouble should arise, to be reckoned with. In ways he suggests a kinship with the 3 men Mr. Pike took so instant a prejudice against, Kid Twist, Nosey Murphy, and Bert Rhine. And I have already noticed, in the dog watches, that it is with this trio that Steve Roberts chums. The second sailor Miss West rejected, after silently watching him work for 5 minutes, was Mulligan Jacobs, the wisp of a man with curvature of the spine. But before she sent him packing, other things occurred in which I was concerned. I was in the room when Mulligan Jacobs first came in to go to work, and I could not help observing the startled, avid glance he threw at my big shelves of books. He advanced on them in the way a robber might advance on a secret hoard of gold, And as a miser would fondle gold, so Mulligan Jacobs fondled these book titles with his eyes. And such eyes! All the bitterness and venom Mr. Pike had told me the man possessed was there in his eyes. They were small, pale blue, and gimlet-pointed with fire. His eyelids were inflamed and but served to ensanguine the bitter and cold-blazing intensity of the pupils. The man was constitutionally a hater, and I was not long in learning that he hated all things except books. "Would you care to read some of them?" I said hospitably. All the caress in his eyes for the books vanished as he turned his head to look at me, and ere he spoke I knew that I, too, was hated. "It's hell, ain't it? You with a strong body and servants to carry for you a weight of books like this, and me with a curved spine that puts the pot-hooks of hell-fire into my brain." How can I possibly convey the terrible venomousness with which he uttered these words? I know that Mr. Pike, dragging his feet down the hall past my open door, gave me a very gratifying sense of safety. Being alone in the room with this man seemed much the same as if I were locked in a cage with a tiger cat. The devilishness, the wickedness, and above all the pitch of glaring hatred with which the man eyed me and addressed me, were most unpleasant. I swear I knew fear, not calculated caution, not timid apprehension, but blind, panic, unreasoned terror. The malignancy of the creature was blood-curdling, nor did it require words to convey it. It poured out from him, out of his red-rimmed, blazing eyes, out of his withered, twisted, tortured face, out of his broken, nailed, crooked talons of hands. And yet, in that very moment of instinctive startle and repulsion, the thought was in my mind that with one hand I could take the throat of the weazened wisp of a crippled thing and throttle the malformed life out of it. But there was little encouragement in such thought. No more than a man might feel in a cave of rattlesnakes or a pit of centipedes, for, crush them with his very bulk, nevertheless they would first sink their poison into him. And so with this Mulligan Jacobs. My fear of him was the fear of being infected with his venom. I could not help it, for I caught a quick vision of the black and broken teeth I had seen in his mouth, sinking into my flesh, polluting me, eating me with their acid, destroying me. One thing was very clear. In the creature was no fear. Absolutely, he did not know fear. He was as devoid of it as the fetid slime one treads underfoot in nightmares. Lord, Lord, that is what the thing was, a nightmare. "You suffer pain often?" I asked, attempting to get myself in hand by the calculated use of sympathy. "The hooks are in me. In the brain, white-hot hooks that burn and burn," was his reply. "But by what damnable right do you have all these books, and time to read 'em, and all night in to read 'em, and soak in them, when me brain's on fire, and I'm watch and watch, and me broken spine won't let me carry half a hundredweight of books about with me?" Another madman, was my conclusion. And yet I was quickly compelled to modify it, for, thinking to play with a rattle-brain, I asked him what were the books up to half a hundredweight he carried, and what were the writers he preferred. His library, he told me, among other things included, first and foremost, a complete Byron. Next was a complete Shakespeare, also a complete Browning in one volume. A full half-dozen he had in the forecastle, of Renan, a stray volume of Lecky, Winwood Reade's Martyrdom of Man, several of Carlyle, and 8 or 10 of Zola. Zola he swore by, though Anatole French was a prime favorite. He might be mad, was my revised judgment, but he was most differently mad from any madman I had ever encountered. I talked on with him about books and bookmen. He was most universal and particular. He liked O. Henry. George Moore was a cad and a four-flusher. Edgar Saltus's Anatomy of Negation was profounder than Kant. Maeterlinck was a mystic frump. Emerson was a charlatan. Ibsen's Ghosts was the stuff, though Ibsen was a bourgeois lickspittler. Heine was the real goods. He preferred Flambert to de Maupassant and Turgenev to Tolstoy, but Gorky was the best of the Russian boiling. John Masefield knew what he was writing about, and Joseph Conrad was living too fat to turn out the stuff he first turned out. And so it went, the most amazing running commentary on literature I had ever heard. I was hugely interested, and I quizzed him on sociology. Yes, he was a Red, and knew his Kropotkin, but he was no anarchist. On the other hand, political action was a blind alley leading to reformism and quietism. Political socialism had gone to pot, while industrial unionism was the logical culmination of Marxism. He was a direct actionist. The mass strike was the thing. Sabotage not merely as a withdrawal of efficiency, but as a keen destruction of profits policy, was the weapon. Of course he believed in the propaganda of the deed, but a man was a fool to talk about it. His job was to do it and keep his mouth shut, and the way to do it was to shoot the evidence. Of course he talked, but what of it? Didn't he have curvature of the spine? He didn't care when he got his, and woe to the man who tried to give it to him. And while he talked, he hated me. He seemed to hate the things he talked about and espoused. I judged him to be of Irish descent, and it was patent that he was self-educated. When I asked him how it was he had come to sea, he replied that the hooks in his brain were as hot one place as another. He unbent enough to tell me that he had been an athlete when he was a young man, a professional foot racer in eastern Canada. And then his disease had come upon him, and for a quarter of a century he had been a common tramp and vagabond, and he bragged of a personal acquaintance with more city prisons and county jails than any men that ever existed. It was at this stage in our talk that Mr. Pike thrust his head into the doorway. He did not address me, but he favored me with a most sour look of disapprobation. Mr. Pike's countenance is almost petrified. Any expression seems to crack it, with the exception of sourness. But when Mr. Pike wants to look sour, he has no difficulty at all. His hard-skinned, hard-muscled face just flows to sourness. Evidently he condemned my consuming Mulligan Jacobs' time. To Mulligan Jacobs he said in his customary snarl, "Go on and get to your work. Chew the rag in your watch below." And then I got a sample of Mulligan Jacobs. The venom of hatred I had already seen in his face was as nothing compared with what now was manifested. I had a feeling that, like stroking a cat in cold weather, did I touch his face it would crackle electric sparks. "Ah, go to hell, you old stiff," said Mulligan Jacobs. If ever I had seen murder in a man's eyes, I saw it then in the mate's. He lunged into the room, his arm tensed to strike, the hand not open but clenched. One stroke of that bear's paw, and Mulligan Jacobs and all the poisonous flame of him would have been quenched in the everlasting darkness. But he was unafraid. Like a cornered rat, like a rattlesnake on the trail, unflinching, sneering, snarling, he faced the irate giant. More than that, he even thrust his face forward on its twisted neck to meet the blow. It was too much for Mr. Pike. It was too impossible to strike that frail, crippled, repulsive thing. "It's me that can call you the stiff," said Mulligan Jacobs. "I ain't no Larry. Go on and hit me. Why don't you hit me?" And Mr. Pike was too appalled to strike the creature. He, whose whole career on the sea had been that of a bucko driver in the shambles, could not strike this fractured splinter of a man. I swear that Mr. Pike actually struggled with himself to strike. I saw it. But he could not. "Go on to your work," he ordered. "The voyage is young yet, Mulligan. I'll have you eaten out of my hand before it's over." And Mulligan Jacobs' face thrust another inch closer on its twisted neck, while all his concentrated rage seemed on the verge of bursting into incandescence. So immense and tremendous was the bitterness that consumed him that he could find no words to clothe it. All he could do was to hawk and guttural deep in his throat until I should not have been surprised had he spat poison in the mate's face. And Mr. Pike turned on his heel and left the room beaten. Absolutely beaten. I can't get it out of my mind. The picture of the mate and the cripple facing each other keeps leaping up under my eyelids. This is different from the books and from what I know of existence. It is revelation. Life is a profoundly amazing thing. What is this bitter flame that informs Mulligan Jacobs? How dare he, with no hope of any profit, not a hero, not a leader of a forlorn hope, nor a martyr to God, but a mere filthy, malignant rat, how dare he, I ask myself, be so defiant, so death-inviting? The spectacle of him makes me doubt all the schools of the metaphysicians and the realists. No philosophy has a leg to stand on that does not account for Mulligan Jacobs. And all the midnight oil of philosophy I have burned does not enable me to account for Mulligan Jacobs, unless he be insane. And then I don't know. Was there ever such a freight of human souls on the sea as these humans with whom I am herded on the Elsinore? And now, working in my rooms, white-leading and turpentining is another one of them. I have learned his name. It is Arthur Deacon. He is the pallid, furtive-eyed man whom I observed the first day when the men were routed out of the forecastle to man the windlass. The man I so instantly adjudged a drug fiend. He certainly looks it. I asked Mr. Pike his estimate of the man. White slaver, was his answer. Had to skin out of New York to save his skin. He'll be consorting with those other three larrikins I gave a piece of my mind to. And what do you make of them? I asked. A month's wages to a pound of tobacco that a district attorney, or a committee of some sort investigating the New York police, is looking for 'em right now. I'd like to have the cash somebody put up in New York to send them on this getaway. Oh, I know the breed. Gangsters? I queried. That's what. But I'll trim their dirty hides. I'll trim 'em. Mr. Pathurst, this voyage ain't started yet, and this old stiff's a long way from his last legs. I'll give them a run for their money. Why, I've buried better men than the best of them aboard this craft, and I'll bury some of them that think me an old stiff. He paused and looked at me solemnly for a full half-minute. Mr. Pathurst, I've heard you're a writing man. And when they told me at the agent's you were going along passenger, I made a point of going to see your play. Now, I'm not saying anything about that play one way or the other. But I just want to tell you that as a writing man you'll get stuff in plenty to write about on this voyage. Hell's going to pop, believe me, and right here before you is the stiff that'll do a lot of the poppin'. Some several and plenty's going to learn who's an old stiff. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 15. How I have been sleeping. This relief of renewed normality is delicious, thanks to Miss West. Now why did not Captain West, or Mr. Pike, both experienced men, diagnose my trouble for me? And then there was Wada. But no, it required Miss West. Again I contemplate the problem of woman. It is just such an incident, among a million others, that keeps the thinker's gaze fixed on woman. They are truly the mothers and the conservers of the race. Rail as I will at Miss West's red-blood complacency of life, yet I must bow my head to her life-giving to me. Practical, sensible, hard-headed, a comfort-maker and a nest-builder, possessing all the distressing attributes of the blind instinctive race-mother, nevertheless I must confess I am most grateful that she is along. Had she not been on the Elsinore, by this time I should have been so overwrought from lack of sleep that I would be biting my veins and howling, as mad a hatter as any of our cargo of mad hatters. And so we come to it, the everlasting mystery of woman. One may not be able to get along with her, yet it is patent, as of old time, that one cannot get along without her. But regarding Miss West, I do entertain one fervent hope, namely, that she is not a suffragette. That would be too much. Captain West may be a samurai, but he is also human. He was really a bit fluttery this morning, in his reserved, controlled way, when he regretted the plague of vermin I had encountered in my rooms. It seems he has a keen sense of hospitality, and that he is my host on the Elsinore, and that, although he is oblivious of the existence of the crew, he is not oblivious of my comfort. By his few expressions of regret, it appears that he cannot forgive himself for his careless acceptance of the erroneous diagnosis of my affliction. Yes, Captain West is a real human man. Is he not the father of the slender-faced, strapping-bodied Miss West? "Thank goodness that's settled," was Miss West's exclamation this morning when we met on the poop and after I had told her how gloriously I had slept. And then, that nightmare episode dismissed because, forsooth, for all practical purposes it was settled, she next said, "Come on and see the chickens." And I accompanied her along the spidery bridge to the top of the midship house to look at the one rooster and the 4 dozen fat hens in the ship's chicken coop. As I accompanied her, my eyes dwelling pleasurably on that vital gait of hers as she preceded me, I could not help reflecting that, coming down on the tug from Baltimore, she had promised not to bother me nor require to be entertained. Come and see the chickens. Oh, the sheer female possessiveness of that simple invitation. For effrontery of possessiveness, is there anything that can exceed the nest-making, planet-populating, female, human woman? Come and see the chickens. Oh, well, the sailors forward may be hard-bitten, but I can promise Miss West that here, aft, is one male passenger, unmarried and never married, who is an equally hard-bitten adventurer on the sea of matrimony. When I go over the census, I remember at least several women, superior to Miss West, who trilled their song of sex and failed to shipwreck me. As I read over what I have written, I noticed how the terminology of the sea has stolen into my mental processes. Involuntarily, I think in terms of the sea. Another thing I notice is my excessive use of superlatives. But then, everything on board the Elsinore is superlative. I find myself continually combing my vocabulary in quest of just and adequate words. Yet I am aware of failure. For example, all the words of all the dictionaries would fail to approximate the exceeding terribleness of Mulligan Jacobs. But to return to the chickens. Despite every precaution, it was evident that they had had a hard time during the past days of storm. It was equally evident that Miss West, even during her seasickness, had not neglected them. Under her directions, the steward had actually installed a small oil stove in the big coop, and she now beckoned him up to the top of the house as he was passing forward to the galley. It was for the purpose of instructing him further in the matter of feeding them. Where were the grits? They needed grits. He didn't know. The sack had been lost among the miscellaneous stores, but Mr. Pike had promised a couple of sailors that afternoon to overhaul the lazarette. "Plenty of ashes," she told the steward. "Remember, and if a sailor doesn't clean the coop every day, you report to me. And give them only clean food. No spoiled scraps, mind. How many eggs yesterday?" The steward's eyes glistened with enthusiasm as he said he had got 9 the day before and expected fully a dozen today. "The poor things," said Miss West to me. "You've no idea how bad weather reduces their laying." She turned back upon the steward. "Mind now, you watch and find out which hens don't lay and kill them first. And you ask me each time before you kill one." I found myself neglected, out there on top the draughty house, while Miss West talked chickens with the Chinese ex-smuggler. But it gave me opportunity to observe her. It is the length of her eyes that accentuates their steadiness of gaze, helped, of course, by the dark brows and lashes. I noted again the warm gray of her eyes. And I began to identify her, to locate her. She is the physical type of the best of the womanhood of old New England. Nothing spare, nor meager, nor bred out, but generously strong, and yet not quite what one would call robust. When I said she was strapping body, I erred. I must fall back on my other word, which will have to be the last. Miss West is vital-bodied. That is the key word. When we had regained the poop and Miss West had gone below, I ventured my customary pleasantry with Mr. Mellaire of, "And has O'Sullivan bought Andy Fay's sea boots yet?" "Not yet, Mr. Pathurst," was the reply, "though he nearly got them early this morning. Come on along, sir, and I'll show you." Vouchsafing no further information, the second mate led the way along the bridge, across the midship house and the for'ard house. From the front of the latter, looking down on number 1 hatch, I saw 2 Japanese with sail needles and twine sewing up a canvas-swathed bundle that unmistakably contained a human body. "O'Sullivan used a razor," said Mr. Mellaire. "And that is Andy Fay?" I cried. "No, sir, not Andy. That's a Dutchman. Christian Jesperson was his name on the articles. He got in O'Sullivan's way when O'Sullivan went after the boots. That's what saved Andy. Andy was more active. Jesperson couldn't get out of his own way, much less out of O'Sullivan's. There's Andy sitting over there." I followed Mr. Mellaire's gaze and saw the burned-out, aged little Scotchman squatted on a spare spar and sucking a pipe. One arm was in a sling and his head was bandaged. Beside him squatted Mulligan Jacobs. They were a pair. Both were blue-eyed and both were malevolent-eyed. And they were equally emaciated. It was easy to see that they had discovered early in the voyage their kinship of bitterness. Andy Fay, I knew, was 63 years old, although he looked 100, and Mulligan Jacobs, who was only about 50, made up for the difference by the furnace heat of hatred that burned in his face and eyes. I wondered if he sat beside the injured bitter one in some sense of sympathy, or if he were there in order to gloat. Around the corner of the house strolled Shorty, flinging up to me his inevitable clown grin. One hand was swathed in bandages. "Must have kept Mr. Pike busy," was my comment to Mr. Mellaire. "He was sewing up cripples about all his watch from 4 to 8. "What?" I asked. "Are there any more?" "One more, sir, a Sheeny. I didn't know his name before, but Mr. Pike got it. Isaac B. Chance. I never saw in all my life at sea as many Sheenies as are on board the Elsinore right now. Sheenies don't take to the sea as a rule. We've certainly got more than our share of them. Chance isn't badly hurt, but you ought to hear him whimper." "Where's O'Sullivan?" I inquired. "In the midship house with Davis and without a mark. Mr. Pike got into the rumpus and put him to sleep with one on the jaw. And now he's lashed down and talking in a trance. He's thrown the fear of God into Davis. Davis is sitting up in his bunk with a marlin spike, threatening to brain O'Sullivan if he starts to break loose, and complaining that it's no way to run a hospital. He'd have padded cells, straitjackets, night and day nurses, and violent wards, I suppose, and a convalescence home and a Queen Anne cottage on the poop." "Oh dear," Mr. Mellaire sighed. "This is the funniest voyage and the funniest crew I've ever tackled. It's not going to come to a good end. Anybody can see that with half an eye. It'll be dead of winter off the Horn, and a forecastle full of lunatics and cripples to do the work. Just take a look at that one, crazy as a bedbug. He's likely to go overboard any time." I followed his glance and saw Tony the Greek, the one who had sprung overboard the first day. He had just come around the corner of the house, and, beyond one arm in a sling, seemed in good condition. He walked easily and with strength, a testimonial to the virtues of Mr. Pike's rough surgery. My eyes kept returning to the canvas-covered body of Christian Jesperson and to the Japanese who sewed with sail twine his sailor's shroud. One of them had his right hand in a huge wrapping of cotton and bandage. "Did he get hurt too?" I asked. "No, sir. He's the sailmaker. They're both sailmakers. He's a good one, too. Yatsuda is his name. but he's just had blood poisoning and lain in the hospital in New York for 18 months. He flatly refused to let them amputate. He's all right now, but the hand is dead, all except the thumb and forefinger, and he's teaching himself to sew with his left hand. He's as clever a sailmaker as you'll find at sea." "A lunatic and a razor make a cruel combination," I remarked. "It's put 5 men out of commission," Mr. Mellaire sighed. "There's O'Sullivan himself, and Christian Jesperson gone, and Andy Fay, and Shorty, and the Sheeny. And the voyage not started yet. And there's Lars with the broken leg, and Davis laid off for keeps. Why, sir, we'll soon be that weak it'll take both watches to set a staysail." Nevertheless, while I talked in a matter-of-fact way with Mr. Mellaire, I was shocked. No, not because death was aboard with us. I have stood by my philosophic guns too long to be shocked by death or by murder. What affected me was the utter, stupid bestiality of the affair. Even murder for cause, I can understand. It is comprehensible that men should kill one another in the passion of love, of hatred, of patriotism, of religion. But this was different. Here was killing without cause, an orgy of blind brutishness, a thing monstrously irrational. Later on, strolling with Possum on the main deck, as I passed the open door of the hospital I heard the muttering chant of O'Sullivan and peeped in. There he lay, lashed fast on his back in the lower bunk, rolling his eyes and raving. In the top bunk, directly above, lay Charles Davis calmly smoking a pipe. I looked for the marlinspike. There it was, ready to hand, on the bedding beside him. "It's hell, ain't it, sir?" was his greeting. "And how am I going to get any sleep with that baboon chattering away there? He never lets up. Keeps his chin music going right along when he's asleep, only worse. The way he grits his teeth is something awful. Now I leave it to you, sir, is it right to put a crazy like that in with a sick man? And I am a sick man." While he talked, the massive form of Mr. Pike loomed beside me and halted just out of sight of the man in the bunk. And the man talked on. "By rights, I ought to have that lower bunk. It hurts me to crawl up here. It's inhumanity, that's what it is. And sailors at sea are better protected by the law than they used to be. And I'll have you for a witness to this before the court when we get to Seattle." Mr. Pike stepped into the doorway. "Shut up, you damn sea lawyer, you," he snarled. "Haven't you played a dirty trick enough coming on board this ship in your condition? And if I have anything more out of you—" Mr. Pike was so angry he could not complete the threat. After sputtering for a moment, he made a fresh attempt. You annoy me, that's what you do." "I know the law, sir," Davis answered promptly. "I worked full able seaman on this here ship. All hands can testify to that. I was aloft from the start. Yes, sir, and up to my neck in salt water day and night. And you had me below trimmin' coal. I did full duty and more, until this sickness got me." "You were petrified and rotten before you ever saw this ship," Mr. Pike broke in. "The court'll decide that, sir," replied the imperturbable Davis. "And if you go shouting off your sea lawyer mouth," Mr. Pike continued, "I'll jerk you out of that and show you what real work is." "And lay the owners open for lovely damages when we get in," Davis sneered. "Not if I bury you before we get in," was the mate's quick, grim retort. "And let me tell you, Davis, you ain't the first sea lawyer I've dropped over the side with a sack of coal to his feet." Mr. Pike turned, with a final "damn sea lawyer," and started along the deck. I was walking behind him when he stopped abruptly. "Mr. Pathurst." Not as an officer to a passenger did he thus address me. His tone was imperative, and I gave heed. "Mr. Pathurst, from now on the less you see aboard this ship the better. That is all." And again he turned on his heel and went his way. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 16. No, the sea is not a gentle place. It must be the very hardness of the life that makes all sea people hard. Of course, Captain West is unaware that his crew exists, and Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire never address the men save to give commands. But Miss West, who is more like myself, a passenger, ignores the men. She does not even say good morning to the man at the wheel when she first comes on deck. Nevertheless, I shall, at least to the man at the wheel. Am I not a passenger? Which reminds me, technically, I am not a passenger. The Elsinore has no license to carry passengers, and I am down on the articles as third mate and am supposed to receive $35 a month. Wada is down as cabin boy, although I paid a good price for his passage, and he is my servant. Not much time is lost at sea in getting rid of the dead. Within an hour after I had watched the sailmakers at work, Christian Jesperson was slid overboard, feet first, a sack of coal to his feet to sink him. It was a mild, calm day, and the Elsinore, logging a lazy 2 knots, was not hove to for the occasion. At the last moment Captain West came forward, prayer book in hand, read the brief service for burial at sea, and returned immediately aft. It was the first time I had seen him forward. I shall not bother to describe the burial. All I shall say of it is that it was as sordid as Christian Jesperson's life had been, and as his death had been. As for Miss West, she sat in a deck chair on the poop, busily engaged with some sort of fancy work. When Christian Jesperson and his coal splashed into the sea, the crew immediately dispersed, the watch below going to its bunks, the watch on deck to its work. Not a minute elapsed ere Mr. Mellaire was giving orders, and the men were pulling and hauling. So I returned to the poop to be unpleasantly impressed by Miss West's smiling unconcern. "Well, he's buried," I observed. "Oh," she said with all the tonelessness of disinterest, and went on with her stitching. She must have sensed my frame of mind, for, after a moment, she paused from her sewing and looked at me. "Your first sea funeral, Mr. Pathurst?" "Death at sea does not seem to affect you," I said bluntly. "Not any more than on the land," she shrugged her shoulders. "So many people die, you know. And when they are strangers to you... Well, what do you do on land when you learn that some workers have been killed in a factory you pass every day coming to town? It is the same on the sea." "It is too bad we are a hand short," I said deliberately. It did not miss her. Just as deliberately she replied, "Yes, isn't it? And so early in the voyage, too." She looked at me, and when I could not forbear a smile of appreciation, she smiled back. "Oh, I know very well, Mr. Pathurst, that you think me a heartless wretch. But it isn't that. It's the sea, I suppose. And yet, I didn't know this man. I don't remember ever having seen him. At this stage of the voyage I doubt if I could pick out half a dozen of the sailors as men I had ever laid eyes on. So why vex myself with even thinking of this stupid stranger who was killed by another stupid stranger? As well one might die of grief with reading the murder columns of the daily papers." "And yet it seems somehow different," I contended. "Oh, you'll get used to it," she assured me cheerfully, and returned to her sewing. I asked her if she had read Moody's Ship of Souls, but she had not. I searched her out further. She liked Browning, and was especially fond of The Ring and the Book. This was the key to her. She cared only for healthful literature, for the literature that exposits the vital lies of life. For instance, the mention of Schopenhauer produced smiles and laughter. To her all the philosophers of pessimism were laughable. The red blood of her would not permit her to take them seriously. I tried her out with a conversation I had had with De Casseres shortly before leaving New York. De Casseres, after tracing Jules de Gaultier's philosophic genealogy back to Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, had concluded with the proposition that out of their two formulas de Gaultier had constructed an even profounder formula. The will to live of the one and the will to power of the other were, after all, only parts of de Gaultier's supreme generalization, the will to illusion. I flatter myself that even de Casseres would have been pleased with the way I repeated his argument. And when I had concluded it, Miss West promptly demanded if the realists might not be fooled by their own phrases as often and as completely as were the poor common mortals with the vital lies they never questioned. And there we were. An ordinary young woman who had never vexed her brains with ultimate problems hears such things stated for the first time, and immediately, and with a laugh, sweeps them all away. I doubt not that de Casseres would have agreed with her. "Do you believe in God?" I asked rather abruptly. She dropped her sewing into her lap, looked at me meditatively, then gazed on and away across the flashing sea and up into the azure dome of sky. And finally, with true feminine evasion, she replied, "My father does." "But you?" I insisted. "I really don't know. I don't bother my head about such things. I used to, when I was a little girl, and yet... Yes, surely I believe in God. At times, when I am not thinking about it at all, I am very sure, and my faith that all is well is just as strong as the faith of your Jewish friends in the phrases of the philosophers. That's all it comes to, I suppose, in every case, faith. But, as I say, why bother?" "Ah, I have you now, Miss West," I cried. "You are a true daughter of Herodias." "It doesn't sound nice," she said, with a pout. "And it isn't," I exulted. "Nevertheless, it is what you are. It is Arthur Symon's poem, The Daughters of Herodias. Some day I shall read it to you, and you will answer. I know you will answer that you, too, have looked often upon the stars." We had just got upon the subject of music, of which she possesses a surprisingly solid knowledge, and she was telling me that Debussy and his school held no particular charm for her when Possum set up a wild yelping. The puppy had strayed for'ard along the bridge to the midship house, and had evidently been investigating the chickens when his disaster came upon him. So shrill was his terror that we both stood up. He was dashing along the bridge toward us at full speed, yelping at every jump and continually turning his head back in the direction whence he came. I spoke to him and held out my hand, and was rewarded with a snap and clash of teeth as he scuttled past. Still with head turned back, he went on along the poop. Before I could apprehend his danger, Mr. Pike and Miss West were after him. The mate was the nearer, and with a magnificent leap gained the rail just in time to intercept Possum, who was blindly going overboard under the slender railing. With a sort of scooping kick, Mr. Pike sent the animal rolling half across the poop. Howling and snapping more violently, Possum regained his feet and staggered on toward the opposite railing. "Don't touch him!" Mr. Pike cried as Miss West showed her intention of catching the crazed little animal with her hands. "Don't touch him! He's got a fit!" But it did not deter her. He was halfway under the railing when she caught him up and held him at arm's length while he howled and barked and slavered. "It's a fit," said Mr. Pike as the terrier collapsed and lay on the deck jerking convulsively. "Perhaps a chicken pecked him," said Miss West. "At any rate, get a bucket of water." "Better let me take him," I volunteered helplessly, for I was unfamiliar with fits. "No, it's all right," she answered. "I'll take charge of him. The cold water is what he needs. He got too close to the coop, and a peck on the nose frightened him into the fit." "First time I ever heard of a fit coming that way," Mr. Pike remarked as he poured water over the puppy under Miss West's direction. "It's just a plain puppy fit. They all get them at sea." "I think it was the sails that caused it," I argued. "I've noticed that he is very afraid of them. When they flap he crouches down in terror and starts to run. You noticed how he ran with his head turned back?" "I've seen dogs with fits do that when there was nothing to frighten them," Mr. Pike contended. "It was a fit, no matter what caused it," Miss West stated conclusively. which means that he has not been fed properly. From now on I shall feed him. You tell your boy that, Mr. Pathurst. Nobody is to feed Possum anything without my permission." At this juncture Wada arrived with Possum's little sleeping box, and they prepared to take him below. "It was splendid of you, Miss West," I said, "and rash as well, and I won't attempt to thank you. But I tell you what, you take him. He's your dog now." She laughed and shook her head as I opened the chart house door for her to pass. "No, but I'll take care of him for you. Now don't bother to come below. This is my affair and you would only be in the way. Wada will help me." And I was rather surprised, as I returned to my deck chair and sat down, to find how affected I was by the little episode. I remembered, at the first, that my pulse had been distinctly accelerated with the excitement of what had taken place. And somehow, as I leaned back in my chair and lighted a cigarette, the strangeness of the whole voyage vividly came to me. Miss West and I talk philosophy and art on the poop of a stately ship in a circle of flashing sea, while Captain West dreams of his far home, and Mr. Pike and Mr. Mellaire stand watch and snarl orders, and the slaves of men pull and haul, and Possum Has fits, and Andy Fay and Mulligan Jacobs burn with hatred unconsumable, and the small-handed half-caste Chinese cooks for all, and Sundry Buyers perpetually presses his abdomen, and O'Sullivan raves in the steel cell of the midship house, and Charles Davis lies about him nursing a marlinspike, and Christian Jesperson, miles astern, is deep sunk in the sea with a sack of coal at his feet. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London. Chapter 17. 2 weeks out today, on a balmy sea, under a cloud-flecked sky and slipping an easy 8 knots through the water to a light easterly wind. Captain West said he was almost convinced that it was the northeast trade. Also, I have learned that the Elsinore, in order to avoid being jammed down on Cape San Roque on the Brazil coast, must first fight eastward almost to the coast of Africa. On occasion, on this traverse, the Cape Verde Islands are raised. No wonder the voyage from Baltimore to Seattle is reckoned at 18,000 miles. I found Tony, the suicidal Greek, steering this morning when I came on deck. He seemed sensible enough and quite rationally took off his hat when I said good morning to him. The sick men are improving nicely, with the exceptions of Charles Davis and O'Sullivan. The latter still is lashed to his bunk, and Mr. Pike has compelled Davis to attend on him. As a result, Davis moves about the deck, bringing food and water from the galley and grumbling his wrongs to every member of the crew. Wada told me a strange thing this morning. It seems that he, the steward, and the 2 sailmakers foregather each evening in the cook's room, all being Asiatics, where they talk over ship's gossip. They seem to miss little, and Wada brings it all to me. The thing Wada told me was the curious conduct of Mr. Mellaire. They have sat in judgment on him, and they do not approve of his intimacy with the 3 gangsters for'ard. "But Wada," I said, "he is not that kind of a man. He is very hard and rough with all the sailors. He treats them like dogs. You know that." "Sure," assented Wada. "Other sailors he do that. But those 3 very bad men he make good friends. Louis say second mate belong aft like first mate and captain. No good for second mate talk like friends with sailors. No good for ship. By, trouble. You see. Louis say Mr. Mellaire crazy do that kind funny business." All of which, if it were true, and I saw no reason to doubt it, led me to inquire. It seems that the gangsters, Kid Twist, Nosey Murphy, and Bert Rhine, have made themselves cocks of the forecastle. Standing together, they have established a reign of terror and are ruling the forecastle. All their training in New York in ruling the slum brutes and weaklings in their gangs fits them for the part. As near as I could make out from Wada's tale, they first began on the two Italians in their watch, Guido Bombini and Mike Cipriani. By means I cannot guess, they have reduced these two wretches to trembling slaves. As an instance, the other night, according to the ship's gossip, Bert Rhine made Bombini get out of bed and fetch him a drink of water. Isaac Chance is likewise under their rule, though he is treated more kindly. Hermann Lunkenheimer, a good-natured but simple-minded dolt of a German, received a severe beating from the three because he refused to wash some of Nosey Murphy's dirty garments. The two bosuns are in fear of their lives with this clique, which is growing, for Steve Roberts, the ex-cowboy, and the white slaver, Arthur Deacon, have been admitted to it. I am the only one aft who possesses this information, and I confess I don't know what to do with it. I know Mr. Pike would tell me to mind my own business. Mr. Mellaire is out of the question, and Captain West hasn't any crew. And I fear Miss West would laugh at me for my pains. Besides, I understand that every forecastle has its bully, or group of bullies, so this is merely a forecastle matter and no concern of the afterguard. The ship's work goes on. The only effect I can conjecture is an increase in the woes of the unfortunates who must bow to this petty tyranny forward. Oh, and another thing Wada told me. The gangster clique has established its privilege of taking first cut of the salt beef and the meat kids. After that, the rest take the rejected pieces. But I will say, contrary to my expectations, the Elsinore's forecastle is well found. The men are not on whack. They have all they want to eat. A barrel of good hardtack stands always open in the forecastle. Lewis bakes fresh bread for the sailors 3 times a week. The variety of food is excellent, if not the quality. There is no restriction in the amount of water for drinking purposes. And I can only say that in this good weather the men's appearance improves daily. Possum is very sick. Each day he grows thinner. Scarcely can I call him a perambulating skeleton, because he is too weak to walk. Each day, in this delightful weather, Wada, under Miss West's instructions, brings him up in his box and places him out of the wind on the awninged poop. She has taken full charge of the puppy and has him sleep in her room each night. I found her yesterday, in the chart room, reading up the Elsinore's medical library. Later on, she overhauled the medicine chest. She is essentially the life-giving, life-conserving female of the species. All her ways, for herself and for others, make toward life. And yet, and this is so curious it gives me pause, she shows no interest in the sick and injured forward. They are to her cattle, or less than cattle. As the life-giver and race-conserver, I should have imagined her a Lady Bountiful, tripping regularly into that ghastly steel-walled hospital room on the midship house, and dispensing gruel, sunshine, and even tracts. On the contrary, as with her father, these wretched humans do not exist. And still again, when the steward jammed a splinter under his nail, she was greatly concerned and manipulated the tweezers and pulled it out. The Elsinore reminds me of a slave plantation before the war, and Miss West is the lady of the plantation, interested only in the house slaves. The field slaves are beyond her ken or consideration, and the sailors are the Elsinore's field slaves. Why, several days back, when Wada suffered from a severe headache, she was quite perturbed and dosed him with aspirin. Well, I suppose this is all due to her sea training. She has been trained hard. We have the phonograph in the second dog watch every other evening in this fine weather. On the alternate evenings, this period is Mr. Pike's watch on deck. But when it is his evening below, even at dinner, he betrays his anticipation by an eagerness ill-suppressed. And yet, on each such occasion, he punctiliously waits until we ask if we are to be favored with music. Then his hard-bitten face lights up, although the lines remain hard as ever, hiding his ecstasy, and he remarks gruffly, off-handedly, that he guesses he can play over a few records. And so, every other evening, we watch this killer and driver, with lacerated knuckles and gorilla paws, brushing and caressing his beloved discs, ravished with the music of them, and, as he told me early in the voyage, at such moments believing in God. A strange experience is this life on the Elsinore. I confess, while it seems that I have been here for long months, so familiar am I with every detail of the little round of living that I cannot orient myself. My mind continually strays from things non-understandable to things incomprehensible. From our samurai captain with the exquisite Gabriel voice that is heard only in the tumult and thunder of storm, on to the ill-treated and feeble-minded faun with the bright, liquid, pain-filled eyes, to the three gangsters who rule the forecastle and seduce the second mate, to the perpetually muttering O'Sullivan in the steel-walled hole, and the complaining Davis nursing the marlinspike in the upper bunk, and the Christian Jesperson somewhere adrift in this vastitude of ocean with a coal-sack at his feet. At such times all the life on the Elsinore becomes as unreal as life to the philosopher is unreal. I am a philosopher, therefore it is unreal to me. But is it unreal to Messrs. Pike and Mellaire, to the lunatics and idiots, to the rest of the stupid herd for'ard? I cannot help remembering a remark of De Casseres. It was over the wine in Mouquin's. Said he, "The profoundest instinct in man is to war against the truth, that is, against the real. He shuns facts from his infancy. His life is a perpetual evasion. Miracle, chimera, and tomorrow keep him alive. He lives on fiction and myth. It is the lie that makes him free. Animals alone are given the privilege of lifting the veil of is. Men dare not. The animal, awake, has no fictional escape from the real because he has no imagination. Man, awake, is compelled to seek a perpetual escape into hope, belief, fable, art, God, socialism, immortality, alcohol, love. From Medusa truth he makes an appeal to Maya lie." Ben will agree that I have quoted him fairly. And so, the thought comes to me that to all these slaves of the Elsinore, the real is real because they fictionally escape it. One and all, they are obsessed with the belief that they are free agents. To me, the real is unreal because I have torn aside the veils of fiction and myth. My pristine fictional escape from the real, making me a philosopher, has bound me absolutely to the wheel of the real. I, the super-realist, am the only unrealist on board the Elsinore. Therefore I, who penetrate it deepest in the whole phenomena of living on the Elsinore, see it only as phantasmagoria. Paradoxes? I admit it. All deep thinkers are drowned in the sea of contradictions. But all the others on the Elsinore, sheer surface swimmers, keep afloat on this sea, forsooth, because they have never dreamed its depth. And I can easily imagine what Miss West's practical, hard-headed judgment would be on these speculations of mine. After all, words are traps. I don't know what I know, nor what I think I think. This I do know, I cannot orient myself. I am the maddest and most sea-lost soul on board. Take Miss West. I am beginning to admire her. Why, I know not, unless it be because she is so abominably healthy. And yet it is this very health of her, the absence of any shred of degenerative genius, that prevents her from being great. For instance, in her music. A number of times now I have come in during the day to listen to her playing. The piano is good, and her teaching has evidently been of the best. To my astonishment I learn that she is a graduate of Bryn Mawr, and that her father took a degree from old Baudouin long ago. And yet she lacks in her music. Her touch is masterful. She has the firmness and weight, without sharpness or pounding, of a man's playing, the strength and surety that most women lack, and that some women know they lack. When she makes a slip, she is ruthless with herself and replays until the difficulty is overcome, and she is quick to overcome it. Yes, and there is a sort of temperament in her work, but there is no sentiment, no fire. When she plays Chopin, she interprets as sureness and neatness. She is the master of Chopin's technique, but she never walks where Chopin walks on the heights. Somehow she stops short of the fullness of music. I did like her method with Brahms, and she was not unwilling, at my suggestion, to go over and over the three rhapsodies. On the third intermezzo she was at her best, and a good best it was. "You were talking of Debussy," she remarked. "I've got some of his stuff here, but I don't get into it. I don't understand it, and there is no use in trying. It doesn't seem altogether like real music to me. It fails to get hold of me, just as I fail to get hold of it." "Yet you like MacDowell," I challenged. Yes," she admitted grudgingly. "His New England Idyss and Fireside Tales. And I like that Finishman stuff. Sibelius, too, although it seems to me too soft, too richly soft, too beautiful, if you know what I mean. It seems to cloy." What a pity, I thought, that with that noble masculine touch of hers, she is unaware of the deeps of music. Some day I shall try to get from her just what Beethoven, say, and Chopin mean to her. She has not read Shaw's perfect Wagner right, nor had she ever heard of Nietzsche's Case of Wagner. She likes Mozart, and old Boccherini, and Leonardo Leo. Likewise she is partial to Schumann, especially forest scenes, and she plays his Papillons most brilliantly. When I closed my eyes I could have sworn it was a man's fingers on the keys. And yet, I must say it, in the long run her playing makes me nervous. I am continually led up to false expectations. Always, she seems just on the verge of achieving the big thing, the super big thing, and always she just misses it by a shade. Just as I am prepared for the culminating flash and illumination, I receive more perfection of technique. She is cold. She must be cold, or else, and the theory is worth considering, she is too healthy. I shall certainly read to her The Daughters of Herodias. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 18. Was there ever such a voyage? This morning when I came on deck I found nobody at the wheel. It was a startling sight, the great Elsinore, by the wind, under an alpine range of canvas, every sail set from skysails to trysails and spanker, slipping across the surface of a mild trade-wind sea, and no hand at the wheel to guide her. No one was on the poop. It was Mr. Pike's watch, and I strolled forward along the bridge to find him. He was on number 1 hatch giving some instructions to the sailmakers. I awaited my chance until he glanced up and greeted me. "Good morning," I answered. "And what man is at the wheel now?" "That crazy Greek Tony," he replied. "A month's wages to a pound of tobacco he isn't," I offered. Mr. Pike looked at me with quick sharpness. "Who is at the wheel?" "Nobody," I replied. And then he exploded into action. The age lag left his massive frame, and he bounded aft along the deck at a speed no man on board could have exceeded, and I doubt if very many could have equaled it. He went up the poop ladder 3 steps at a time and disappeared in the direction of the wheel behind the chart house. Next came a promptitude of bellowed orders, and all the watch was slacking away after braces to starboard and pulling on after braces to port. I had already learned the maneuver. Mr. Pike was wearing ship. As I returned aft along the bridge, Mr. Mellaire and the carpenter emerged from the cabin door. They had been interrupted at breakfast, for they were wiping their mouths. Mr. Pike came to the break of the poop, called down instructions to the second mate, who proceeded forward, and ordered the carpenter to take the wheel. As the Elsinore swung around on her heel, Mr. Pike put her on the back track so as to cover the water she had just crossed over. He lowered the glasses through which he was scanning the sea and pointed down the hatchway that opened into the big after room beneath. The ladder was gone. "Must have taken the lazarette ladder with him," said Mr. Pike. Captain West strolled out of the chart room. He said good morning in his customary way, courteously to me and formally to the mate, and strolled on along the poop to the wheel, where he paused to glance into the binnacle. Turning, he went on leisurely to the break of the poop. Again he came back to us. Fully 2 minutes must have elapsed ere he spoke. "What is the matter, Mr. Pike? Man overboard?" "Yes, sir," was the answer. "And took the lazarette ladder along with him?" Captain West queried. "Yes, sir. It's the Greek that jumped over at Baltimore." Evidently the affair was not serious enough for Captain West to be the samurai. He lighted a cigar and resumed his stroll. And yet he had missed nothing, not even the absence of the ladder. Mr. Pike sent lookouts aloft to every skysail yard, and the Elsinore slipped along through the smooth sea. Miss West came up and stood beside me, searching the ocean with her eyes while I told her the little I knew. She evidenced no excitement, and reassured me by telling me how difficult it was to lose a man of Tony's suicidal type. "Their madness always seems to come upon them in fine weather or under safe circumstances," she smiled, "when a boat can be lowered or a tug is alongside. And sometimes they take life preservers with them, as in this case." At the end of an hour Mr. Pike wore the Elsinore around and again retraced the course she must have been sailing when the Greek went over. Captain West still strolled and smoked, and Miss West made a brief trip below to give Wada forgotten instructions about Possum. Andy Pay was called to the wheel, and the carpenter went below to finish his breakfast. It all seemed rather callous to me. Nobody was much concerned for the man who was overboard somewhere on that lonely ocean. And yet I had to admit that everything possible was being done to find him. I talked a little with Mr. Pike, and he seemed more vexed than anything else. He disliked to have the ship's work interrupted in such fashion. Mr. Mellaire's attitude was different. "We are short-handed enough as it is," he told me, when he joined us on the poop. "We can't afford to lose him even if he is crazy. We need him. He's a good sailor most of the time." The hail came from the mizzen skysail yard. The Maltese Cockney it was who first sighted the man and called down the information. The mate, looking to windwards, suddenly lowered his glasses, rubbed his eyes in a puzzled way, and looked again. Then Miss West, using another pair of glasses, cried out in surprise and began to laugh. "What do you make of it, Miss West?" the mate asked. "He doesn't seem to be in the water. He's standing up." Mr. Pike nodded. "He's on the ladder," he said. "I'd forgotten that. It fooled me at first. I couldn't understand it." He turned to the second mate. "Mr. Mellaire, will you launch the long boat and get some kind of crew into it while I back the main yard? I'll go in the boat. Pick men that can pull an oar." "You go too," Miss West said to me. "It will be an opportunity to get outside the Elsinore and see her under full sail." Mr. Pike nodded consent, so I went along, sitting near him in the stern sheets where he steered, while half a dozen hands rowed us toward the suicide, who stood so weirdly upon the surface of the sea. The Maltese Cockney pulled the stroke oar, and among the other 5 men was one whose name I had but recently learned, Ditman Olansen, a Norwegian. A good seaman, Mr. Mellaire had told me, and whose watch he was. A good seaman, but crank-eyed. When pressed for an explanation, Mr. Mellaire had said that he was the sort of man who flew into blind rages, and that one never could tell what little thing would produce such a rage. As near as I could grasp it, Ditman Olanson was a berserker type. Yet, as I watched him pulling in good time at the oar, his large, pale blue eyes seemed almost bovine, the last man in the world, in my judgment, to have a berserker fit. As we grew close to the Greek, he began to scream menacingly at us and to brandish a sheath knife. His weight sunk the ladder until the water washed his knees, and on this submerged support he balanced himself with wild writhing and outflinging of arms. His face, grimacing like a monkey's, was not a pretty thing to look upon. And as he continued to threaten us with the knife, I wondered how the problem of rescuing him would be solved. But I should have trusted Mr. Pike for that. He removed the boat stretcher from under the Maltese Cockney's feet and laid it close to hand in the stern sheets. Then he had the men reverse the boat and back it upon the Greek. Dodging a sweep of the knife, Mr. Pike awaited his chance until a passing wave lifted the boat stern high while Tony was sinking toward the trough. This was the moment. Again I was favored with a sample of the lightning speed with which that aged man of 69 could handle his body. Timed precisely, and delivered in a flash and with weight, the boat stretcher came down on the Greek's head. The knife fell into the sea, and the demented creature collapsed and followed it, knocked unconscious. Mr. Pike scooped him out, quite effortlessly it seemed to me, and flung him into the boat's bottom at my feet. The next moment the men were bending to their oars, and the mate was steering back to the Elsinore. It was a stout rap Mr. Pike had administered with the boat stretcher. Thin streaks of blood oozed on the damp, plastered hair from the broken scalp. I could but stare at the lump of unconscious flesh that dripped sea-water at my feet. A man, all life and movement one moment, defying the universe, reduced the next moment to immobility and the blackness and blankness of death, is always a fascinating object for the contemplative eye of the philosopher. And in this case it had been accomplished so simply, by means of a stick of wood brought sharply in contact with his skull. If Tony the Greek could be accounted an appearance, what was he now? A disappearance? And if so, whither had he disappeared? And whence would he journey back to occupy that body when what we call consciousness returned to him? The first word, much less the last, of the phenomena of personality and consciousness yet remains to be uttered by the psychologists. Pondering thus, I chanced to lift my eyes, and the glorious spectacle of the Elsinore burst upon me. I had been so long on board, and inboard of her, that I had forgotten she was a white-painted ship. So low to the water was her hull, so delicate and slender, that the tall, sky-reaching spars and masts and the hugeness of the spread of canvas seemed preposterous and impossible, an insolent derision of the law of gravitation. It required effort to realize that that slim curve of hull enclosed and bore up from the sea's bottom 5,000 tons of coal. And again, it seemed a miracle that the mites of men had conceived and constructed so stately and magnificent an element-defying fabric. Mites of men, most woefully like the Greek at my feet, prone to precipitation into the darkness by means of a rap on the head with a piece of wood. Tony made a struggling noise in his throat, then coughed and groaned. From somewhere he was reappearing. I noticed Mr. Pike look at him quickly, as if apprehending some recrudescence of frenzy that would require more boat stretcher. But Tony merely fluttered his big black eyes open and stared at me for a long minute of incurious amaze ere he closed them again. "What are you going to do with him?" I asked the mate. "Put him back to work," was the reply. "It's all he's good for, and he ain't hurt. Somebody's got to work this ship around the Horn." When we hoisted the boat on board, I found Miss West had gone below. In the chart room, Captain West was winding the chronometers. Mr. Mellaire had turned in to catch an hour or two of sleep ere his watch on deck at noon. Mr. Mellaire, by the way, as I have forgotten to state, does not sleep aft. He shares a room in the midship house with Mr. Pike's Nancy. No one showed sympathy for the unfortunate Greek. He was bundled out upon number 2 hatch like so much carrion, and left there unattended to recover consciousness as he might elect. Yes, and so inured have I become that I make free to admit I felt no sympathy for him myself. My eyes were still filled with the beauty of the Elsinore. One does grow hard at sea. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 19. One does not mind the trades. We have held the northeast trade for days now, and the miles roll off behind us as the patent log whirls and tinkles on the taffrail. Yesterday, log and observation approximated a run of 252 miles. The day before we ran 240, and the day before that 261. But one does not appreciate the force of the wind. So balmy and exhilarating is it that it is like so much atmospheric wine. I delight to open my lungs and my pores to it. Nor does it chill. At any hour of the night, while the cabin lies asleep, I break off from my reading and go up on the poop in the thinnest of tropical pajamas. I never knew before what the trade wind was, and now I am infatuated with it. I stroll up and down for an hour at a time, with whichever mate has the watch. Mr. Mellaire is always full garmented, but Mr. Pike, on these delicious nights, stands his first watch after midnight in his pajamas. He is a fearfully muscular man. 69 years seem impossible when I see his single, slimpsy garments pressed like fleshings against his form and bulged by heavy bone and huge muscle. A splendid figure of a man. What he must have been in the heyday of youth, 20 years and more ago, passes comprehension. These days, so filled with simple routine, pass as in a dream. Here, where time is rigidly measured and emphasized by the changing of the watches, where every hour and half-hour is persistently brought to one's notice by the striking of the ship's bells fore and aft, time ceases. Days merge into days, and weeks slip into weeks, and I, for one, can never remember the day of the week or month. The Elsinore is never totally asleep. Day and night, always, there are men on watch, the lookout on the forecastle head, the man at the wheel, and the officer of the deck. I lie reading in my bunk, which is on the weather side, and continually over my head during the long night hours impact the footsteps of one mate or the other, pacing up and down, and, as I well know, the man himself is forever peering forward from the break of the poop, or glancing into the binnacle, or feeling and gauging the weight and direction of wind on his cheek, or watching the cloud stuff in the sky adrift and a scud across the stars and the moon. Always, always, there are wakeful eyes on the Elsinore. Last night, or this morning rather, about 2 o'clock, as I lay with the printed page swimming drowsily before me, I was aroused by an abrupt outbreak of snarl from Mr. Pike. I located him as at the break of the poop, and the man at whom he snarled was Larry, evidently on the main deck beneath him. Not until Wada brought me breakfast did I learn what had occurred. Larry, with his funny pug nose, his curiously flat and twisted face, and his querulous, plaintive chimpanzee eyes, had been moved by some unlucky whim to venture an insolent remark under the cover of darkness on the main deck. But Mr. Pike, from above, at the break of the poop, had picked the offender unerringly. This was when the explosion occurred. Then the unfortunate Larry, truly half devil and all child, had waxed sullen and retorted still more insolently, and the next he knew, the mate, descending upon him like a hurricane, had handcuffed him to the mizzen fife rail. Imagine, on Mr. Pike's part, that this was one for Larry and at least 10 for Kid Twist, Nosey Murphy, and Bert Rhine. I'll not be so absurd as to say that the mate is afraid of those gangsters. I doubt if he has ever experienced fear. It is not in him. On the other hand, I am confident that he apprehends trouble from these men, and that it was for their benefit he made this example of Larry. Larry could stand no more than an hour in irons, at which time his stupid brutishness overcame any fear he may have possessed, because he bellowed out to the poop to come down and loose him for a fair fight. Promptly Mr. Pike was there with the key to the handcuffs. As if Larry had a shred of a chance against that redoubtable aged man. Wada reported that Larry, amongst other things, had lost a couple of front teeth and was laid up in his bunk for the day. When I met Mr. Pike on the deck after 8 o'clock, I glanced at his knuckles. They verified Wada's tale. I cannot help being amused by the keen interest I take in little events like the foregoing. Not only has time ceased, but the world has ceased. Strange it is, when I come to think of it, in all these weeks I have received no letter, no telephone call, no telegram, no visitor. I have not been to the play. I have not read a newspaper. So far as I am concerned, there are no plays nor newspapers. All such things have vanished with the vanished world. All that exists is the Elsinore, with her queer human freightage and her cargo of coal, cleaving a rotund of ocean of which the skyline is a dozen miles away. I am reminded of Captain Scott, frozen on his South Polar venture, who for 10 months after his death was believed by the world to be alive. Not until the world learned of his death was he anything but alive to the world. By the same token, was he not alive? And, by the same token, here on the Elsinore, has not the land world ceased? May not the pupil of one eye be, not merely the center of the world, but the world itself? Truly it is tenable that the world exists only in consciousness. The world is my idea, said Schopenhauer. Said Jules Descartes, the world is my invention. His dogma was that imagination created the real. Ah me, I know that the practical Miss West would dub my metaphysics a depressing and unhealthy exercise of my wits. Today, on our deck chairs on the poop, I read the Daughters of Herodias to Miss West. It was superb in its effect, just what I had expected of her. She hemstitched a fine white linen handkerchief for her father while I read. She is never idle, being so essentially a nest maker and comfort producer and race conserver, and she has a whole pile of these handkerchiefs for her father. She smiled, how shall I say, oh, incredulously, triumphantly, oh, with all the sure wisdom of all the generations of women in her warm, long gray eyes, while I read. But they smile innocently and dance on, having no thought but this unslumbering thought. Am I not beautiful? Shall I not be loved? Be patient, for they will not understand, nor till the end of time will they put by the weaving of slow steps about men's hearts. But it is well for the world that it is so, was her comment. Ah, Symonds knew women. His perfect knowledge she attested when I read that magnificent passage. They do not understand that in the world there grows between the sunlight and the grass anything save themselves desirable. It seems to them that the swift eyes of men are made but to be mirrors, not to see far-off, disastrous, unattainable things. For are not we, they say, the end of all? Why should you look beyond us? If you look into the night, you will find nothing there. We also have gazed often at the stars. It is true, said Miss West, in the pause I permitted in order to see how she had received the thought. We also have gazed often at the stars. It was the very thing I had predicted to her face that she would say. But wait, I cried, let me read on. And I read, we alone among all beautiful things, we only are real, for the rest are dreams. Why will you follow after wandering dreams when we await you? And you can but dream of us, and in our image fashion them. True, most true, she murmured. while all unconsciously pride and power mounted in her eyes. "A wonderful poem," she conceded, nay, proclaimed, when I had done. "But do you not see," I began impulsively, then abandoned the attempt. For how could she see, being woman, the far-off, disastrous, unattainable things, when she, as she so stoutly averred, had gazed often on the stars? She, what could she see, save what all women see, that they only are real, and that all the rest are dreams? "I am proud to be a daughter of Herodias," said Miss West. "Well," I admitted lamely, "we agree. You remember it is what I told you you were." "I am grateful for the compliment," she said, and in those long gray eyes of hers were limned and colored all the satisfaction and self-certitude and answering complacency of power that constitutes so large a part of the seductive mystery and mastery that is possessed by woman. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 20. Heavens, how I read in this fine weather! I take so little exercise that my sleep need is very small, and there are so few interruptions, such as life teems with on the land, that I read myself almost stupid. Recommend me a sea voyage any time for a man who is behind in his reading. I am making up years of it. It is an orgy, a debauch, and I am sure the addled sailors adjudge me the queerest creature on board. At times, so fuzzy do I get from so much reading, that I am glad for any diversion. When we strike the doldrums, which lie between the northeast and the southeast trades, I shall have Wada assemble my little .22 automatic rifle and try to learn how to shoot. I used to shoot, when I was a wee lad. I can remember dragging a shotgun around with me over the hills. Also, I possessed an air rifle, with which, on great occasion, I was even able to slaughter a robin. While the poop is quite large for promenading, the available space for deck chairs is limited to the awnings that stretch across from either side of the chart house and that are of the width of the chart house. This space again is restricted to one side or the other according to the slant of the morning and afternoon sun and the freshness of the breeze. Wherefore, Miss West's chair and mine are most frequently side by side. Captain West has a chair, which he infrequently occupies. He has so little to do in the working of the ship, taking his regular observations and working them up with such celerity that he is rarely in the chart room for any length of time. He elects to spend his hours in the main cabin, not reading, not doing anything save dream with eyes wide open in the draught of wind that pours through the open ports and doors from out the huge crojack and the jigger staysails. Miss West is never idle. Below in the big after room she does her own laundering. Nor will she let the steward touch her father's fine linen. In the main cabin she has installed a sewing machine. All hand stitching and embroidering and fancy work she does in the deck chair beside me. She avers that she loves the sea and the atmosphere of sea life, yet verily she has brought her home things and land things along with her, even to her pretty china for afternoon tea. Most essentially is she the woman and homemaker. She is a born cook. The steward and Louis prepare dishes extraordinary and deluxe for the cabin table, yet Miss West is able at a moment's notice to improve on these dishes. She never lets any of their dishes come on the table without first planning them or passing on them. She has quick judgment and unerring taste and is possessed of the needful steel of decision. It seems she has only to look at a dish, no matter who has cooked it, and immediately divine its lack or its surplusage, and prescribe a treatment that transforms it into something indescribably different and delicious. My, how I do eat! I am quite dumbfounded by the unfailing voracity of my appetite. Already I am quite convinced that I am glad Miss West is making the voyage. She has sailed out east, as she quaintly calls it, and has an enormous repertoire of tasty, spicy Eastern dishes. In the cooking of rice Louis is a master, but in the making of the accompanying curry he fades into a blundering amateur compared with Miss West. In the matter of curry she is a sheer genius. How often one's thoughts dwell upon food when at sea. So in this trade wind weather I see a great deal of Miss West. I read all the time, and quite a good part of the time I read aloud to her passages, and even books, with which I am interested in trying her out. Then, too, such reading gives rise to discussions, and she has not yet uttered anything that would lead me to change my first judgment of her. She is a genuine daughter of Herodias. And yet, she is not what one would call a cute girl. She isn't a girl, she is a mature woman with all the freshness of a girl. She has the carriage, the attitude of mind, the aplomb of a woman. And yet she cannot be described as being in the slightest degree stately. She is generous, dependable, sensible, yes, and sensitive, and her superabundant vitality, the vitality that makes her walk so gloriously, discounts the maturity of her. Sometimes she seems all of 30 to me. Other times, when her spirits and risibilities are aroused, she scarcely seems 13. I shall make a point of asking Captain West the date of the Dixie's collision with that river steamer in San Francisco Bay. In a word, she is the most normal, the most healthy, natural woman I have ever known. Yes, and she is feminine, despite, no matter how she does her hair, that it is as inevitably smooth and well-groomed as all the rest of her. On the other hand, this perpetual well-groomedness is relieved by the latitude of dress she allows herself. She never fails of being a woman. Her sex, and the lure of it, is ever present. Possibly she may possess high collars, but I have never seen her in one on board. Her blouses are always open at the throat, disclosing one of her choicest assets, the muscular, adequate neck, with its fine-textured garniture of skin. I embarrass myself by stealing long glances at that bare throat of hers, and at the hint of fine, firm-surfaced shoulder. Visiting the chickens has developed into a regular function. At least once each day we make the journey forward along the bridge to the top of the midship house. Possum, who is now convalescent, accompanies us. The steward makes a point of being there so as to receive instructions and report the egg output and laying conduct of the many hens. At the present time our 4 dozen hens are laying 2 dozen eggs a day, with which record Miss West is greatly elated. Already she has given names to most of them. The cock is Peter, of course. A much speckled hen is Dolly Varden. A slim, trim thing that dogs Peter's heels she calls Cleopatra. Another hen, the mellowest voiced one of all, she addresses as Bernhardt. One thing I have noticed, whenever she and the steward have passed death sentence on a non-laying hen, which occurs regularly once a week, she takes no part in the eating of the meat, not even when it is metamorphosed into one of her delectable curries. At such times she has a special curry made for herself of tinned lobster or shrimp or tinned chicken. Ah, I must not forget. I have learned that it was no man-interest, in me, if you please, that brought about her sudden interest to come on the voyage. It was for her father that she came. Something is the matter with Captain West. At rare moments I have observed her gazing at him with a world of solicitude and anxiety in her eyes. I was telling an amusing story at table yesterday midday when my glance chanced to rest upon Miss West. She was not listening. Her food on her fork was suspended in the air a sheer instant as she looked at her father with all her eyes. It was a stare of fear. She realized that I was observing, and with superb control, slowly, quite naturally, she lowered the fork and rested it on her plate, retaining her hold on it and retaining her father's face in her look. But I had seen. Yes, I had seen more than that. I had seen Captain West's face a transparent white, while his eyelids fluttered down and his lips moved noiselessly. Then the eyelids raised, and the lips set again with their habitual discipline, and the color slowly returned to his face. It was as if he had been away for a time, and just returned. But I had seen and guessed her secret. And yet it was the same Captain West, 7 hours later, who chastised the proud sailor spirit of Mr. Pike. It was in the second dog watch that evening, a dark night, and the watch was pulling away on the main deck. I had just come out of the chart house door and seen Captain West pace by me, hands in pocket, toward the break of the poop. Abruptly, from the mizzenmast, came a snap of breakage and crash of fabric. At the same instant the men fell backward and sprawled over the deck. A moment of silence followed, and then Captain West's voice went out. "What carried away, Mr. Pike?" "The halyards, sir," came the reply out of the darkness. There was a pause. Again Captain West's voice went out. "Next time slack away on your sheet first." Now Mr. Pike is incontestably a splendid seaman. Yet in this instance he had been wrong. I have come to know him, and I can well imagine the hurt to his pride. And more, he has a wicked, resentful, primitive nature, and though he answered respectfully enough, "Yes, sir," I felt safe in predicting to myself that the poor devils under him would receive the weight of his resentment in the later watches of the night. They evidently did, for this morning I noted a black eye on John Hackey, a San Francisco hoodlum, and Guido Bombini was carrying a freshly and outrageously swollen jaw. I asked Wada about the matter, and he soon brought me the news. Quite a bit of beating up takes place forward of the deck houses in the night watches while we of the afterguard peacefully slumber. Even today Mr. Pike is going around sullen and morose, snarling at the men more than usual, and barely polite to Miss West and me when we chance to address him. His replies are grunted in monosyllables, and his face is set in superlative sourness. Miss West, who is unaware of the occurrence, laughs and calls it a sea grouch, a phenomenon with which she claims large experience. But I know Mr. Pike now, the stubborn, wonderful old sea dog. It will be 3 days before he is himself again. He takes a terrible pride in his seamanship, and what hurts him most is the knowledge that he was guilty of the blunder. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 21. Today, 28 days out, in the early morning, while I was drinking my coffee, still carrying the northeast trade, we crossed the line, and Charles Davis signalized the event by murdering O'Sullivan. It was Boney, the lanky splinter of a youth in Mr. Mellaire's watch, who brought the news. The second mate and I had just arrived in the hospital room when Mr. Pike entered. O'Sullivan's troubles were over. The man in the upper bunk had completed the mad, sad span of his life with the marlin spike. I cannot understand this Charles Davis. He sat up calmly in his bunk and calmly lighted his pipe ere he replied to Mr. Mellaire. He certainly is not insane, yet deliberately, in cold blood, he has murdered a helpless man. "What'd you do it for?" Mr. Mellaire demanded. "Because, sir," said Charles Davis, applying a second match to his pipe, "because," puff, puff, "he bothered my sleep." Here he caught Mr. Pike's glowering eye. "Because," puff, puff, "he annoyed me. The next time," puff, puff, "I hope better judgment will be shown in what kind of man is put in with me. Besides," puff, puff, "this top bunk ain't no place for me. It hurts me to get into it," puff, puff, "and I'm going back to that lower bunk as soon as you get O'Sullivan out of it." "But what'd you do it for?" Mr. Pike snarled. "I told you, sir, because he annoyed me. I got tired of it, and so, this morning, I just put him out of his misery. And what are you going to do about it? The man's dead, ain't he? And I killed him in self-defense. I know the law. What right do you have to put a raving lunatic in with me, and me sick and helpless?" "By God, Davis," the mate burst forth, "you'll never draw your payday in Seattle. I'll fix you out for this, killing a crazy lash down in his bunk and harmless. You'll follow him overside, my hearty." "If I do, you'll hang for it, sir," Davis retorted. He turned his cool eyes on me. "And I call on you, sir, to witness the threats he's made. And you'll testify to them, too, in court. And he'll hang as sure as I go over the side. Oh, I know his record. He's afraid to face a court with it. He's been up too many a time with charges of man-killing and brutality on the high seas. And a man could retire for life and live off the interest of the fines he's paid, or his owners paid for him. Shut your mouth or I'll knock it out of your face," Mr. Pike roared, springing toward him with clenched, upraised fist. Davis involuntarily shrank away. His flesh was weak, but not so his spirit. He got himself promptly in hand and struck another match. "You can't get my goat, sir," he sneered, under the shadow of the impending blow. "I ain't scared to die. A man's got to die once anyway, and it's none so hard a trick to do when you can't help it. O'Sullivan died so easy it was amazin'. Besides, I ain't goin' to die. I'm goin' to finish this voyage and sue the owners when I get to Seattle. I know my rights and the law, and I've got witnesses." Truly I was divided between admiration for the courage of this wretched sailor and sympathy for Mr. Pike thus bearded by a sick man he could not bring himself to strike. Nevertheless he sprang upon the man with calculated fury, gripped him between the base of the neck and the shoulders with both gnarled paws, and shook him back and forth, violently and frightfully, for a full minute. It was a wonder the man's neck was not dislocated. "I call on you to witness, sir," Davis gasped at me the instant he was free. He coughed and strangled, felt his throat, and made wry neck movements indicative of injury. "The marks will begin to show in a few minutes," he murmured complacently as his dizziness left him and his breath came back. This was too much for Mr. Pike, who turned and left the room, growling and cursing incoherently deep in his throat. When I made my departure, a moment later, Davis was refilling his pipe and telling Mr. Mellaire that he'd have him up for a witness in Seattle. So we have had another burial at sea. Mr. Pike was vexed by it because the Elsinore, according to sea tradition, was going too fast through the water for a proper ceremony. Thus a few minutes of the voyage were lost by backing the Elsinore's top mainsail and deadening her way while the service was read and O'Sullivan was slid overboard with the inevitable sack of coal at his feet. "Hope the coal holds out," Mr. Pike grumbled morosely at me 5 minutes later. And we sit on the poop, Miss West and I, tended on by servants, sipping afternoon tea, sewing fancy work, discussing philosophy and art, while a few feet away from us, on this tiny floating world, all the grimy, sordid tragedy of sordid, malformed, brutish life plays itself out. And Captain West, remote, untroubled, sits dreaming in the twilight cabin while the draught of wind from the crojack blows upon him through the open ports. He has no doubts, no worries. He believes in God. All is settled and clear and well as he nears his far home. His serenity is vast and enviable. But I cannot shake from my eyes that vision of him when life forsook his veins, and his mouth slacked, and his eyelids closed, while his face took on the white transparency of death. I wonder who will be the next to finish the game and depart with the sack of coal. "Oh, this is nothing, sir," Mr. Mellaire remarked to me cheerfully as we strolled the poop during the first watch. "I was once on a voyage on a tramp steamer loaded with 400 Chinks. I beg your pardon, sir, Chinese. They were coolies, contract laborers, coming back from serving their time. And the cholera broke out. We hove over 300 of them overboard, sir, along with both bosuns, most of the Lascar crew, and the captain, the mate, the third mate, and the first and third engineers. The second and one white oiler was all that was left below, and I was in command on deck when we made port. The doctors wouldn't come aboard. They made me anchor in the outer roads and told me to heave out my dead. There was some tall burying about that time, Mr. Pathurst, and they went overboard without canvas, coal, or iron. They had to. I had nobody to help me, and the Chinks below wouldn't lift a hand. I had to go down myself, drag the bodies onto the slings, then climb on deck and heave them up with the donkey. And each trip I took a drink. I was pretty drunk when the job was done. "And you never caught it yourself?" I queried. Mr. Mellaire held up his left hand. I had often noted that the index finger was missing. "That's all that happened to me, sir. The old man had had a fox terrier like yours. And after the old man passed out, the puppy got real chummy with me. Just as I was making the hoist of the last sling load, what does the puppy do but jump on my leg and sniff my hand. I turned to pat him, and the next I knew my other hand had slipped into the gears and that finger wasn't there any more. "Heavens!" I cried. "What abominable luck to come through such a terrible experience like that and then lose your finger." "That's what I thought, sir," Mr. Mellaire agreed. "What did you do?" I asked. "Oh, just held it up and looked at it and said, 'My goodness gracious,' and took another drink." "And you didn't get the cholera afterwards?" "No, sir. I reckon I was so full of alcohol the germs dropped dead before they could get to me." He considered a moment. "Candidly, Mr. Pathurst, I don't know about that alcohol theory. The old man and the mates died drunk, and so did the third engineer. But the chief was a teetotaler and he died too. Never again shall I wonder that the sea is hard." I walked apart from the second mate and stared up at the magnificent fabric of the Elsinore, sweeping and swaying great blotting curves of darkness across the face of the starry sky. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 22. Something has happened, but nobody knows, either fore or aft, except the interested persons, and they will not say anything. Yet the ship is abuzz with rumors and guesses. This I do know, Mr. Pike has received a fearful blow on the head. At table, yesterday, at midday, I arrived late, and, passing behind his chair, I saw a prodigious lump on top of his head. When I was seated, facing him, I noted that his eyes seemed dazed, yes, and I could see pain in them. He took no part of the conversation, ate perfunctorily, behaved stupidly at times, and it was patent that he was controlling himself with an iron hand. And nobody dares ask him what happened. I know I don't dare ask him, and I am a passenger, a privileged person. This redoubtable old sea relic has inspired me with a respect for him that partakes half of timidity and half of awe. He acts as if he were suffering from concussion of the brain. His pain is evident, not alone in his eyes and the strained expression of his face, but by his conduct when he thinks he is unobserved. Last night, just for a breath of air and a moment's gaze at the stars, I came out of the cabin door and stood on the main deck under the break of the poop. From directly over my head came a low and persistent groaning. My curiosity was aroused, and I retreated into the cabin, came out softly onto the poop by way of the chart house, and strolled noiselessly forward in my slippers. It was Mr. Pike. He was leaning collapsed on the rail, his head resting on his arms. He was giving voice in secret to the pain that racked him. A dozen feet away he could not be heard. But close to his shoulder I could hear his steady, smothered groaning that seemed to take the form of a chant. Also, at regular intervals he would mutter, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." Always he repeated the phrase 5 times, then returned to his groaning. I stole away as silently as I had come. Yet he resolutely stands his watches and performs all his duties of chief officer. Oh, I forgot. Miss West dared to quiz him, and he replied that he had a toothache, and that if it didn't get better he'd pull it out. Wada cannot learn what has happened. There were no eyewitnesses. He says that the Asiatic clique, discussing the affair in the cook's room, thinks the three gangsters are responsible. Bert Rhine is carrying a lame shoulder. Nosey Murphy is limping as from some injury in the hips. And Kid Twist has been so badly beaten that he has not left his bunk for 2 days. And that is all the data to build on. The gangsters are as close-mouthed as Mr. Pike. The Asiatic clique has decided that murder was attempted and that all that saved the mate was his hard skull. Last evening, in the second dog watch, I got another proof that Captain West is not so oblivious of what goes on aboard the Elsinore as he seems. I had gone forward along the deck to the mizzenmast, in the shadow of which I was leaning. From the main deck, in the alleyway between the midship house and the rail, came the voices of Bert Rhine, Nosey Murphy, and Mr. Mellaire. It was not ship's work. They were having a friendly, even sociable chat, for their voices hummed genially, and now and again one or another laughed, and sometimes all laughed. I remembered Wada's report of this unseamanlike intimacy of the second mate with the gangsters and tried to make out the nature of the conversation. But the gangsters were low-voiced, and all I could catch was the tone of friendliness and good nature. Suddenly, from the poop came Captain West's voice. It was the voice, not of the samurai riding the storm, but of the samurai calm and cold. It was clear, soft, and mellow as the mellowest bell ever cast by Eastern artificers of old time to call worshippers to prayer. I know I slightly chilled to it. It was so exquisitely sweet, and yet as passionless as the ring of steel on a frosty night. And I knew the effect on the men beneath me was electrical. I could feel them stiffen and chill to it as I had stiffened and chilled. And yet all he said was, "Mr. Mellaire." "Yes, sir," answered Mr. Mellaire, after a moment of tense silence. "Come aft here," came Captain West's voice. I heard the second mate move along the deck beneath me and stop at the foot of the poop ladder. "Your place is aft on the poop, Mr. Mellaire," said the cold, passionless voice. "Yes, sir," answered the second mate. That was all. Not another word was spoken. Captain West resumed his stroll on the weather side of the poop, and Mr. Mellaire, ascending the ladder, went to pacing up and down the lee side. I continued along the bridge to the forecastle head, and purposely remained there half an hour ere I returned to the cabin by way of the main deck. Although I did not analyze my motive, I knew that I did not desire anyone to know I had overheard the occurrence. I have made a discovery. 90% of our crew is brunette. Aft, with the exception of Wada and the steward, who are our servants, we are all blondes. What led me to this discovery was Woodruff's Effects of Tropical Light on White Men, which I am just reading. Major Woodruff's thesis is that the white-skinned, blue-eyed Aryan, born to government and command, ever leaving his primal, overcast and foggy home, ever commands and governs the rest of the world, and ever perishes because of the too white light he encounters. It is a very tenable hypothesis and will bear looking into. But to return. Every one of us who sits aft in the high place is a blonde Aryan. For'ard, leavened with the 10% of degenerate blondes, the remaining 90% of the slaves that toll for us are brunettes. They will not perish. According to Woodruff, they will inherit the earth, not because of their capacity for mastery and government, but because of their skin pigmentation which enables their tissues to resist the ravages of the sun. And I look at the four of us at table. Captain West, his daughter, Mr. Pike, and myself, all fair-skinned, blue-eyed, and perishing, yet mastering and commanding, like our fathers before us, to the end of our type on the earth. Ah, well, ours is a lordly history, and though we may be doomed to pass, in our time we shall have trod on the faces of all peoples, disciplined them to obedience, taught them government, and dwelt in the palaces we have compelled them by the weight of our own right arms to build for us. The Elsinore depicts this in miniature. The best of the food and all spacious and beautiful accommodation is ours. Forward is a pigsty and a slave pen. As a king, Captain West sits above all. As a captain of soldiers, Mr. Pike enforces his king's will. Miss West is a princess of the royal house. And am I not an honorable, noble lineaged pensioner on the deeds and achievements of my father, who, in his day, compelled thousands of the lesser types to the building of the fortune I enjoy? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 23. The northwest trade carried us almost into the southeast trade, and then left us for several days to roll and swelter in the doldrums. During this time I have discovered that I have a genius for rifle shooting. Mr. Pike swore I must have had long practice, and I confess I was myself startled by the ease of the thing. Of course, it's the knack, but one must be so made, I suppose, in order to be able to acquire the knack. By the end of half an hour, standing on the heaving deck and shooting at bottles floating in the rolling swell, I found that I broke each bottle at the first shot. The supply of empty bottles giving out, Mr. Pike was so interested that he had the carpenter saw me a lot of small square blocks of hardwood. These were more satisfactory. A well-aimed shot threw them out of the water and spinning into the air, and I could use a single block until it had drifted out of range. In an hour's time I could, shooting quickly and at short range, empty my magazine at a block and hit it 9 times, and on occasion 10 times out of 11. I might not have judged my aptitude as unusual had I not induced Miss West and Wada to try their hands. Neither had luck like mine. I finally persuaded Mr. Pike, and he went behind the wheelhouse so that none of the crew might see how poor a shot he was. He was never able to hit the mark, and was guilty of the most ludicrous misses. "I never could get the hang of rifle shooting," he announced disgustedly, "but when it comes to close range with a gat, I'm right there. I guess I might as well overhaul mine and limber it up." He went below and came back with a huge .44 automatic pistol and a handful of loaded clips. Anywhere from right against the body up to 10 or 12 feet away, holding for the stomach, it's astonishing, Mr. Pathurst, what you can do with a weapon like this. Now you can't use a rifle in a mix-up. I've been down and under, with the bunch giving me the boot, when I turned loose with this. Talk about damage. It ranged them the full length of their bodies. One of them had just landed his brogans on my face when I let him have it. The bullet entered just above his knee, smashed the collarbone where it came out, and then clipped off an ear. I guess that bullet's still going. It took more than a full-sized man to stop it. So I say, give me a good handy gat when something's doing. "Ain't you afraid you'll use all your ammunition up?" he asked anxiously half an hour later as I continued to crack away with my new toy. He was quite reassured when I told him Wada had brought along 50,000 rounds for me. In the midst of the shooting 2 sharks came swimming around. They were quite large, Mr. Pike said, and he estimated their length at 15 feet. It was Sunday morning, so that the crew, except for working the ship, had its time to itself, and soon the carpenter, with a rope for a fish line and a great iron hook baited with a chunk of salt pork the size of my head, captured first one and then the other of the monsters. They were hoisted in on the main deck. And then I saw a spectacle of the cruelty of the sea. The full crew gathered about with sheath knives, hatchets, clubs, and big butcher knives borrowed from the galley. I shall not give the details, save that they gloated and lusted and roared and bellowed their delight in the atrocities they committed. Finally the first of the two fish was thrown back into the ocean with a pointed stake thrust into its upper and lower jaws so that it could not close its mouth. Inevitable and prolonged starvation was the fate thus meted out to it. "I'll show you something, boys," Andy Fay cried as they prepared to handle the second shark. The Maltese Cockney had been a most capable master of ceremonies with the first one. More than anything else, I think, was I hardened against these brutes by what I saw them do. In the end, the maltreated fish thrashed about the deck entirely eviscerated. Nothing remained but the mere flesh shell of the creature, yet it would not die. It was amazing the life that lingered when all the vital organs were gone. But more amazing things were to follow. Mulligan Jacobs, his arms a butcher's to the elbows, without as much as by your leave, suddenly thrust a hunk of meat into my hand. I sprang back, startled, and dropped it to the deck, while a gleeful howl went up from the 200 men. I was ashamed, despite myself. These brutes held me in little respect, and, after all, human nature is so strange a compound that even a philosopher dislikes being held in disesteem by the brutes of his own species. I looked at what I had dropped. It was the heart of the shark, and as I looked, there under my eyes, on the scorching deck where the pitch oozed from the seams, the heart pulsed with life. And I dared. I would not permit these animals to laugh at any fastidiousness of mine. I stooped and picked up the heart, and while I concealed and conquered my qualms, I held it in my hand and felt it beat in my hand. At any rate, I had won a mild victory over Mulligan Jacobs, for he abandoned me for the more delectable diversion of torturing the shark that would not die. For several minutes it had been lying quite motionless. Mulligan Jacobs smote it a heavy blow on the nose with the flat of a hatchet, and as the thing galvanized into life and flung its body about the deck, the little venomous man screamed in ecstasy, "The hooks are in it! The hooks are in it, and burnin' hot!" He squirmed and writhed with fiendish delight, and again he struck it on the nose and made it leap. This was too much, and I beat a retreat, feigning boredom or cessation of interest, of course, and absently carrying the still throbbing heart in my hand. As I came upon the poop I saw Miss West, with her sewing basket, emerging from the port door of the chart house. The deck chairs were on that side, so I stole around on the starboard side of the chart house in order to fling overboard unobserved the dreadful thing I carried. But drying on the surface in the tropical heat, and still pulsing inside, it stuck to my hand, so that it was a bad cast. Instead of clearing the railing, it struck on the pin rail and stuck there in the shade, and as I opened the door to go below and wash my hands, with a last glance I saw it pulse where it had fallen. When I came back it was still pulsing. I heard a splash overside from the waist of the ship, and knew the carcass had been flung overboard. I did not go around the chart house and join Miss West, but stood enthralled by the spectacle of that heart that beat in the tropic sun. Boisterous shouts from the sailors attracted my attention. They had all climbed to the top of the tall rail, and were watching something outboard. I followed their gaze and saw the amazing thing. That long eviscerated shark was not dead. It moved, it swam, it thrashed about, and ever it strove to escape from the surface of the ocean. Sometimes it swam down as deep as 50 or 100 feet, and then, still struggling to escape the surface, struggled involuntarily to the surface. Each failure thus to escape fetched wild laughter from the men. But why did they laugh? The thing was sublime, horrible, but it was not humorous. I leave it to you. What is there laughable in the sight of a pain-distraught fish rolling helplessly on the surface of the sea and exposing to the sun all its essential emptiness? I was turning away when renewed shouting drew my gaze. Half a dozen other sharks had appeared, smaller ones, 9 or 10 feet long. They attacked their helpless comrade. They tore him to pieces, they destroyed him, devoured him. I saw the last shred of him disappear down their maws. He was gone, disintegrated, entombed in the living bodies of his kind, and already entering into the processes of digestion. And yet, there, in the shade on the pin-rail, that unbelievable and monstrous heart beat on. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 24. The voyage is doomed to disaster and death. I know Mr. Pike, now, and if ever he discovers the identity of Mr. Mellaire, murder will be done. Mr. Mellaire is not Mr. Mellaire. He is not from Georgia. He is from Virginia. His name is Waltham, Sidney Maltham. He is one of the Walthams of Virginia, a black sheep, true, but a Waltham. Of this I am convinced just as utterly as I am convinced that Mr. Pike will kill him if he learns who he is. Let me tell you how I have discovered all this. It came last night, shortly before midnight, when I came up on the poop to enjoy a whiff of the southeast trades in which we were now bowling along, close-hauled in order to weather Cape San Roque. Mr. Pike had the watch, and I paced up and down with him while he told me old pages of his life. He has often done this, when not sea-grouched, and often he has mentioned with pride, yes, with reverence, a master with whom he sailed 5 years. Old Captain Somers, he called him, the finest, squarest, noblest man I ever sailed under, sir. Well, last night our talk turned on lugubrious subjects, and Mr. Pike, wicked old man that he is, discounted on the wickedness of the world and on the wickedness of the man who murdered Captain Somers. He was an old man, over 70 years old, Mr. Pike went on, and they say he'd got a touch of palsy. I hadn't seen him for years. You see, I'd had to clear out from the coast because of trouble. And that devil of a second mate caught him in bed late at night and beat him to death. It was terrible. They told me about it. Right in San Francisco, on board the Jason Harrison, it happened, 11 years ago. And you know what they did? First they gave the murderer life, when he should have been hanged. His plea was insanity from having had his head chopped open a long time before by a crazy sea cook. And when he'd served 7 years, the governor pardoned him. He wasn't any good, but his people were a powerful old Virginian family, the Walthams. I guess you've heard of them. And they brought all kinds of pressure to bear. His name was Sidney Maltham. At this moment the warning bell, a single stroke 15 minutes before the change of watch, rang out from the wheel and was repeated by the lookout on the forecastle head. Mr. Pike, under his stress of feeling, had stopped walking, and we stood at the break of the poop. As chance would have it, Mr. Mellaire was a quarter of an hour ahead of time, and he climbed the poop ladder and stood beside us while the mate concluded his tale. I didn't mind it, Mr. Pike continued, as long as he'd got life and was serving his time. But when they pardoned him out after only 7 years, I swore I'd get him. And I will. I don't believe in God or devil, and it's a rotten, crazy world anyway, but I do believe in hunches. And I know I'm going to get him. What will you do? I queried. Do? Mr. Pike's voice was fraught with surprise that I should not know. Do? Well, what did he do to old Captain Somers? Yet he's disappeared these last 3 years now. I've heard neither hide nor hair of him. But he's a sailor, and he'll drift back to the sea, and some day... In the illumination of a match with which the second mate was lighting his pipe, I saw Mr. Pike's gorilla arms and huge clenched paws raised to heaven, and his face convulsed and working. Also, in that brief moment of light, I saw that the second mate's hand which held the match was shaking. "And I ain't never seen even a photo of him," Mr. Pike added, "but I've got the general idea of his looks, and he's got a mark unmistakable. I could know him by it in the dark. All I'd have to do is feel it. Some day I'll stick my fingers into that mark." "What did you say, sir, was the captain's name?" Mr. Mellaire asked casually. "Somers. Old Captain Somers," Mr. Pike answered. Mr. Mellaire repeated the name aloud several times, and then hazarded, "Didn't he command the Lammermoor 30 years ago?" "That's the man." "I thought I recognized him. I lay at anchor in a ship next to his in Table Bay that time ago." "Oh, the wickedness of the world, the wickedness of the world," Mr. Pike muttered as he turned and strode away. I said good night to the second mate and started to go below when he called to me in a low voice, "Mr. Pathurst." I stopped, and then he said, hurriedly and confusedly, "Never mind, sir. I beg your pardon. I've changed my mind." Below, lying in my bunk, I found myself unable to read. My mind was bent on returning to what had just occurred on deck, and against my will the most gruesome speculations kept suggesting themselves. And then came Mr. Mellaire. He had slipped down the booby hatch into the big after room, and thence through the hallway to my room. He entered noiselessly, on clumsy tiptoes, and pressed his finger warningly to his lips. Not till he was beside my bunk did he speak, and then it was in a whisper. "I beg your pardon, sir, Mr. Pathurst. I beg your pardon, but, you see, sir, I was just passing, and seeing you awake, I thought it would not inconvenience you to... You see, I thought I might just as well prefer a small favour, seeing that I would not inconvenience you, sir. I waited for him to proceed, and in the pause that ensued, while he licked his dry lips with his tongue, the thing ambushed in his skull peered at me through his eyes and seemed almost on the verge of leaping out and pouncing upon me. "Well, sir," he began again, this time more coherently, "it's just a little thing. Foolish on my part, of course. A whim, so to say. But you will remember, near the beginning of the voyage, I showed you a scar on my head. A really small affair, sir, which I contracted in a misadventure. It amounts to a deformity which it is my fancy to conceal. Not for the world, sir, would I care to have Miss West, for instance, know that I carried such a deformity. A man is a man, sir, you understand, and you have not spoken of it to her?" "No," I replied, "it just happens that I have not." "Nor to anybody else? To, say, Captain West, or, say, Mr. Pike?" "No, I haven't mentioned it to anybody," I averred. He could not conceal the relief he experienced. The perturbation went out of his face and manner, and the ambushed thing drew back deeper into the recess of his skull. "The favour, sir, Mr. Pathurst, that I would prefer is that you will not mention that little matter to anybody. I suppose," he smiled, and his voice was superlatively suave, "it is vanity on my part. You understand, I am sure." I nodded, and made a restless movement with my book as evidence that I desired to resume my reading. "I can depend upon you for that, Mr. Pathurst?" His whole voice and manner had changed. It was practically a command, and I could almost see fangs, bared and menacing, sprouting in the jaws of that thing I fancied dwelt behind his eyes. "Certainly," I answered coldly. "Thank you, sir, I thank you," he said, and without more ado tiptoed from the room. Of course I did not read. How could I? Nor did I sleep. My mind ran on, and not until the steward brought my coffee, shortly before 5, did I sink into my first doze. One thing is very evident. Mr. Pike does not dream that the murderer of Captain Somers is on board the Elsinore. He has never glimpsed that prodigious fissure that clefts Mr. Mellaire's, or rather Sidney Maltham's, skull. And I, for one, shall never tell Mr. Pike. And I know now why from the very first I disliked the second mate. And I understand that live thing, that other thing, that lurks within and peers out through the eyes. I have recognized the same thing in the three gangsters for'ard. Like the second mate, they are prison birds. The restraint, the secrecy, and iron control of prison life has developed in all of them terrible other selves. Yes, and another thing is very evident. On board this ship, driving now through the South Atlantic for the winter passage of Cape Horn, are all the elements of sea tragedy and horror. We are freighted with human dynamite that is liable at any moment to blow our tiny floating world to fragments. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 25. The days slip by. The southeast trade is brisk, and small splashes of sea occasionally invade my open ports. Mr. Pike's room was soaked yesterday. This is the most exciting thing that has happened for some time. The gangsters rule in the forecastle. Larry and Shorty have had a harmless fight. The hooks continue to burn in Mulligan Jacobs' brain. Charles Davis resides alone in his little steel room, coming out only to get his food from the galley. Miss West plays and sings, doctors Possum, launders, and is forever otherwise busy with her fancy work. Mr. Pike runs the phonograph every other evening in the second dog watch. Mr. Mellaire hides the cleft in his head. I keep his secret. And Captain West, more remote than ever, sits in the draught of wind in the twilight cabin. We are now 37 days at sea, in which time, until today, we have not sighted a vessel. And today, at one time, no less than 6 vessels were visible from the deck. Not until I saw these ships was I able thoroughly to realize how lonely this ocean is. Mr. Pike tells me we are several hundred miles off the South American coast. And yet, only the other day, it seems, we were scarcely more distant from Africa. A big velvety moth fluttered aboard this morning, and we are filled with conjecture. How possibly could it have come from the South American coast, these hundreds of miles in the teeth of the trades? The Southern Cross has been visible, of course, for weeks. The North Star has disappeared behind the bulge of the earth, and the Great Bear, at its highest, is very low. Soon it, too, will be gone, and we shall be raising the Magellan Clouds. I remember the fight between Larry and Shorty. Wada reports that Mr. Pike watched it for some time, until, becoming incensed at their awkwardness, he clouted both of them with his open hands and made them stop, announcing that until they could make a better showing he intended doing all the fighting on the Elsinore himself. It is a feat beyond me to realize that he is 69 years old. And when I look at the tremendous build of him, and at his fearful, man-handling hands, I conjure up a vision of his avenging Captain Somers's murder. Life is cruel. Amongst the Elsinore's 5,000 tons of coal are thousands of rats. There is no way for them to get out of their steel-walled prison, for all the ventilators are guarded with stout wire mesh. On our previous voyage, loaded with barley, they increased and multiplied. Now they are imprisoned in the coal, and cannibalism is what must occur among them. Mr. Pike says that when we reach Seattle there will be a dozen or a score of survivors, huge fellows, the strongest and fiercest. Sometimes passing the mouth of one ventilator that is in the after wall of the chart house, I can hear their plaintive squealing and crying from far beneath in the coal. Other and luckier rats are in the 'tween decks forward, where all the spare suits of sails are stored. They come out and run about the deck at night, steal food from the galley, and lap up the dew. Which reminds me that Mr. Pike will no longer look at Possum. It seems, under his suggestion, that Wada trapped a rat in the donkey engine room. Wada swears that it was the father of all rats, and that, by actual measurement, it scaled 18 inches from nose to the tip of tail. Also it seems that Mr. Pike and Wada, with the door shut in the former's room, pitted the rat against Possum, and that Possum was licked. They were compelled to kill the rat themselves, while Possum, when all was over, lay down and had a fit. Now, Mr. Pike abhors a coward, and his disgust with Possum is profound. He no longer plays with the puppy, nor even speaks to him, and whenever he passes him on the deck, glowers sourly at him. I have been reading up the South Atlantic sailing directions, and I find that we are now entering the most beautiful sunset region in the world. And this evening we were favored with a sample. I was in my quarters, overhauling my books, when Miss West called to me from the foot of the chart-house stairs. "Mr. Pathurst, come quick! Oh, do come quick! You can't afford to miss it!" Half the sky, from the zenith to the western sea line, was an astonishing sheet of pure, pale, even gold, and through this sheen, on the horizon, burned the sun, a disk of richer gold. The gold of the sky grew more golden, then tarnished before our eyes, and began to glow faintly with red. As the red deepened, a mist spread over the whole sheet of gold and the burning yellow sun. Turner was never guilty of so audacious an orgy in gold mist. Presently, along the horizon, entirely completing the circle of sea and sky, the tight-packed shapes of the trade-wind clouds began to show through the mist, and as they took form they spilled with rose color at their upper edges, while their bases were a pulsing bluish white. I say it advisedly. All the colors of this display pulsed. As the gold mist continued to clear away, the colors became garnish, bold. The turquoises went into greens, and the roses turned to the red of blood. And the purple and indigo of the long swells of sea were bronzed with the color riot in the sky, while across the water, like gigantic serpents, crawled red and green sky reflections. And then all the gorgeousness quickly dulled, and the warm, tropic darkness drew about us. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 26. The Elsinore is truly the ship of souls, the world in miniature, and, because she is such a small world, cleaving this vastitude of ocean as our larger world cleaves space, the strange juxtapositions that continually occur are startling. For instance, this afternoon on the poop. Let me describe it. Here was Miss West, in a crisp duck sailor suit, immaculately white, open at the throat, where, under the broad collar, was knotted a man-of-war black silk handkerchief. Her smooth-groomed hair, a trifle rebellious in the breeze, was glorious. And here was I, in white ducks, white shoes, and white silk shirt, as immaculate and well-tended as she. The steward was just bringing the pretty tea service for Miss West, and in the background Wada hovered. We had been discussing philosophy, or rather, I had been feeling her out, and from a sketch of Spinoza's anticipations of the modern mind, through the speculative interpretations of the latest achievements in physics of Sir Oliver Lodge and Sir William Ramsay, I had come, as usual, to De Casares, whom I was quoting, when Mr. Pike snarled orders to the watch. In this rise into the azure of pure perception, attainable only by a very few human beings, the spectacular sense is born. I was quoting, "Life is no longer good or evil. It is a perpetual play of forces without beginning or end. The freed intellect merges itself with the world will and partakes of its essence, which is not a moral essence, but an aesthetic essence." and at this moment the watch swarmed onto the poop to haul on the port braces of the mizzen skysail, royal, and topgallant sail. The sailors passed us or toiled close to us with lowered eyes. They did not look at us, so far removed from them were we. It was this contrast that caught my fancy. Here were the high and low, slaves and masters, beauty and ugliness, cleanness and filth. Their feet were bare and scaled with patches of tar and pitch. Their unbathed bodies were garmented in the meanest of clothes, dingy, dirty, ragged, and sparse. Each one had on but two garments, dungaree trousers and a shoddy cotton shirt. And we, in our comfortable deck chairs, our two servants at our backs, the quintessence of elegant leisure, sipped delicate tea from beautiful fragile cups, and looked on at these wretched ones whose labour made possible the journey of our little world. We did not speak to them nor recognize their existence, any more than they would have dared speak to us. And Miss West, with the appraising eye of a plantation mistress for the condition of her field slaves, looked them over. "You see how they have fleshed up," she said, as they coiled the last turns of the rope over the pins and faded away forward off the poop. "It is the regular hours, the good weather, the hard work, the open air, the sufficient food, and the absence of whiskey. And they will keep in this fettle until they get off the Horn. And then you will see them go down from day to day. A winter passage of the Horn is always a severe strain on the men. But then, once we are around and in the good weather of the Pacific, you will see them gain again from day to day. And when we reach Seattle they will be in splendid shape. Only they will go ashore, drink up their wages in several days, and ship away on other vessels in precisely the same sodden, miserable condition that they were in when they sailed with us from Baltimore." And just then Captain West came out the chart house door, strolled by for a single turn up and down, and with a smile and a word for us and an all-observant eye for the ship, the trim of her sails, the wind and the sky, and the weather promise, went back through the chart house door, the blond Aryan master, the king, the samurai. And I finished sipping my tea of delicious and most expensive aroma, and our slant-eyed, dark-skinned servitors carried the pretty gear away, and I read continuing decasseries. Instinct wills, creates, carries on the work of the species. The intellect destroys, negatives, satires, and ends in pure nihilism. Instinct creates life, endlessly, hurling forth profusely and blindly its clowns, tragedians, and comedians. Intellect remains the eternal spectator of the play. It participates at will, but never gives itself wholly to the fine sport. The intellect, freed from the trammels of the personal will, soars into the ether of perception, where instinct follows it in 1,000 disguises, seeking to draw it down to earth. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 27. We are now south of Rio and working south. We are out of the latitude of the trades and the wind is capricious. Rain squalls and wind squalls vex the Elsinore. 1 hour we may be rolling sickeningly in a dead calm, and the next hour we may be dashing 14 knots through the water and taking off sail as fast as the men can clew up and lower away. A night of calm, when sleep is well nigh impossible and the sultry, muggy air, may be followed by a day of blazing sun and an oily swell from the southward, connoting great gales in that area of ocean we are sailing toward, or all day long the Elsinore, under an overcast sky, royals and skysails furled, may plunge and buck under wind pressure into a short and choppy head sea. And all this means work for the men. Taking Mr. Pike's judgment, they are very inadequate, though by this time they know the ropes. He growls and grumbles and snorts and sneers whenever he watches them doing anything. Today, at 11 in the morning, the wind was so violent, continuing in greater gusts after having come in a great gust, that Mr. Pike ordered the mainsail taken off. The great crojack was already off. But the watch could not clew up the mainsail, and after much vain sing-songing and full-hauling, the watch below was routed out to bear a hand. "My God," Mr. Pike groaned to me. "2 watches for a rag like that when half a decent watch could do it. Look at that preventer bosun of mine." Poor Nancy. He looked the saddest, sickest, bleakest creature I have ever seen. He was so wretched, so miserable, so helpless. And Sundry Buyers was just as impotent. The expression on his face was of pain and hopelessness, and as he pressed his abdomen he lumbered futilely about, ever seeking something he might do, and ever failing to find it. He pottered. He would stand and stare at one rope for a minute or so at a time, following it aloft with his eyes through the maze of ropes and stabs and gears, with all the intentness of a man working out an intricate problem. Then, holding his hand against his stomach, he would lumber on a few steps and select another rope for study. "Oh dear, Mr. Pike lamented. "How can one drive with bosuns like that and a crew like that? Just the same, if I was captain to this ship I'd drive 'em. I'd show 'em what drive was, if I had to lose a few of 'em. And when they grow weak off the Horn, what'll we do? It'll be both watches all the time, which will weaken them just that much the faster." Evidently this winter passage of the Horn is all that one has been led to expect from reading the narratives of the navigators. Iron men like the 2 mates are very respectful of Cape Stiff, as they call that uttermost tip of the American continent. Speaking of the 2 mates, iron-made and iron-mouthed that they are, it is amusing that in really serious moments both of them curse with "Oh dear, oh dear." In the spells of calm I take great delight in the little rifle. I have already fired away 5,000 rounds, and have come to consider myself an expert. Whatever the knack of shooting may be, I've got it. When I get back I shall take up target practice. It is a neat, deft sport. Not only is Possum afraid of the sails and of rats, but he is afraid of rifle fire, and at the first discharge goes yelping and ki-yiing below. The dislike Mr. Pike has developed for the poor little puppy is ludicrous. He even told me that if it were his dog he'd throw it overboard for a target. Just the same, he is an affectionate, heart-warming little rascal, and has already crept so deep into my heart that I am glad Miss West did not accept him. And oh, he insists on sleeping with me on top the bedding, a proceeding which has scandalized the mate. "I suppose he'll be using your toothbrush next," Mr. Pike growled at me. But the puppy loves my companionship, and is never happier than when on the bed with me. Yet the bed is not entirely paradise, for Possum is badly frightened when ours is the lee side and the seas pound and smash against the glass ports. Then the little beggar, electric with fear to every hair-tip, crouches and snarls menacingly, and almost at the same time whimpers appeasingly at the storm monster outside. "Father knows the sea," Miss West said to me this afternoon. "He understands it, and he loves it." "Or it may be habit," I ventured. She shook her head. "He does know it, and he loves it. That is why he has come back to it. All his people before him were sea folk. His grandfather, Anthony West, made 46 voyages between 1801 and 1847, and his father, Robert, sailed master to the northwest coast before the gold days and was captain of some of the fastest Cape Horn clippers after the gold discovery. Elijah West, father's great-grandfather, was a privateersman in the Revolution. He commanded the armed brig New Defence. And, even before that, Elijah's father, in turn, and Elijah's father's father were masters and owners on long-voyage merchant adventures. Anthony West, in 1813 and 1814, commanded the David Bruce with letters of marque. He was half-owner, with Gracie and Sons as the other half-owners. She was a 200-ton schooner built right up in Maine. She carried a long 18-pounder, 2 10-pounders, and 10 6-pounders, and she sailed like a witch. She ran the blockade off Newport and got away to the English Channel and the Bay of Biscay. And do you know, though she only cost $12,000 all told, she took over $300,000 of British prizes. A brother of his was on the Wasp. So, you see, the sea is in our blood. She is our mother. As far back as we can trace, all our line was born to the sea. She laughed and went on. We've pirates and slavers in our family, and all sorts of disreputable sea rovers. Old Ezra West, just how far back I don't remember, was executed for piracy, and his body hung in chains at Plymouth. The sea is father's blood, and he knows, well, a ship, as you would know a dog or a horse. Every ship he sails has a distinct personality for him. I have watched him, in high moments, and seen him think. But oh, the times I have seen him when he does not think, when he feels, and knows everything without thinking at all. Really, with all that appertains to the sea and ships, he is an artist. There is no other word for it. You think a great deal of your father, I remarked. He is the most wonderful man I have ever known, she replied. Remember, you are not seeing him at his best. He has never been the same since Mother's death. If ever a man and a woman were one, they were. She broke off, then concluded abruptly. You don't know him. You don't know him at all. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 28. I think we are going to have a fine sunset, Captain West remarked last evening. Miss West and I abandoned our rubber of cribbage and hastened on deck. The sunset had not yet come, but all was preparing. As we gazed, we could see the sky gathering the materials, grouping the gray clouds in long lines and towering masses, spreading its palette with slow-growing, glowing tints and sudden blobs of color. "It's the Golden Gate!" Miss West cried, indicating the west. "See, we're just inside the harbor. Look to the south there, if that isn't the skyline of San Francisco. There's the Call Building, and there, far down, the ferry tower, and surely that is the Fairmont." Her eyes roved back through the opening between the cloud masses, and she clapped her hands. "It's a sunset within a sunset. See, the Farallones, swimming in a miniature orange and red sunset all their own. Isn't it the Golden Gate, and San Francisco, and the Farallones?" She appealed to Mr. Pike, who, leaning near, on the poop rail, was divided between gazing sourly at Nancy pottering on the main deck and sourly at Possum, who, on the bridge, crouched with terror each time the crojack flapped emptily above him. The mate turned his head and favored the sky picture with a solemn stare. "Oh, I don't know," he growled. "It may look like the Farallones to you, but to me it looks like a battleship coming right in the gate with a bone in its teeth at a 20-knot clip." Sure enough, the floating Farallones had metamorphosed into a giant warship. Then came the color riot, the dominant tone of which was green. It was green, green, green. The blue-green of the springing year, and sere and yellow-green, and tawny brown-green of autumn. There were orange-green, gold-green, and a copper-green. And all these greens were rich green beyond description, and yet the richness and the greenness passed even as we gazed upon it, going out of the gray clouds and into the sea, which assumed the exquisite golden pink of polished copper, while the hollows of the smooth and silken ripples were touched by a most ethereal pea-green. The gray clouds became a long, low swath of ruby red, or garnet red, such as one sees in a glass of heavy burgundy when held to the light. There was such depth to this red. And below it, separated from the main color mass by a line of gray-white fog, or line of sea, was another and smaller streak of ruddy-colored wine. I strolled across the poop to the port side. "Oh, come back! Look! Look!" Miss West cried to me. "What's the use?" I answered. "I've something just as good over here." She joined me, and as she did so I noted a sour grin on Mr. Pike's face. The eastern heavens were equally spectacular. That quarter of the sky was sheer and delicate shell of blue, the upper portions of which faded, changed through every harmony into a pale, yet warm rose, all trembling, palpitating, with misty blue tinting into pink. The reflection of this colored sky shell upon the water made of the sea a glimmering watered silk, all changeable, blue, Nile green, and salmon pink. It was silky, silken, a wonderful silk that veneered and flossed the softly moving, wavy water. And the pale moon looked like a wet pearl gleaming through the tinted mist of the sky shell. In the southern quadrant of the sky we discovered an entirely different sunset. What would be accounted a very excellent orange and red sunset anywhere, with gray clouds hanging low and lighted and tinted on all their under edges. "Huh," Mr. Pike muttered gruffly, while we were exclaiming over our fresh discovery. "Look at the sunset I got here to the north. It ain't doing so badly now, I leave it to you." And it wasn't. The northern quadrant was a great fen of color and cloud that spread ribs of feathery pink, fleece-frilled from the horizon to the zenith. It was all amazing. 4 sunsets at the one time in the sky. Each quadrant glowed and burned and pulsed with a sunset distinctly its own. And as the colors dulled in the slow twilight, the moon, still misty, wept tears of brilliant, heavy silver into the dim lilac sea. And then came the hush of darkness and the night, and we came to ourselves, out of reverie, sated with beauty, leaning toward each other as we leaned upon the rail, side by side. I never grow tired of watching Captain West. In a way he bears a sort of resemblance to several of Washington's portraits. He is 6 feet of aristocratic thinness, and has a very definite, leisurely and stately grace of movement. His thinness is almost ascetic. In appearance and manner he is the perfect old-type New England gentleman. He has the same gray eyes as his daughter, although his are genial rather than warm, and his eyes have the same trick of smiling. His skin is pinker than hers, and his brows and lashes are fairer. But he seems removed beyond passion, or even simple enthusiasm. Miss West is firm, like her father, but there is warmth in her firmness. He is clean, he is sweet and courteous, but he is coolly sweet, coolly courteous. With all his certain graciousness, in cabin or on deck, so far as his social equals are concerned, his graciousness is cool, elevated, thin. He is the perfect master of the art of doing nothing. He never reads, except the Bible, yet he is never bored. Often I note him in a deck chair, studying his perfect fingernails and, I'll swear, not seeing them at all. Miss West says he loves the sea, and I ask myself 1,000 times, but how? He shows no interest in any phase of the sea. Although he called our attention to the glorious sunset I have just described, he did not remain on deck to enjoy it. He sat below, in the big leather chair, not reading nor dozing, but merely gazing straight before him at nothing. The days pass and the seasons pass. We left Baltimore at the tail end of winter, went into spring and on through summer, and now we are in fall weather and urging our way south to the winter of Cape Horn. And as we double Cape Horn and proceed north, we shall go through spring and summer, a long summer, pursuing the sun north through its declination and arriving at Seattle in summer. And all these seasons have occurred, and will have occurred, in the space of 5 months. Our white ducks are gone, and in south latitude 35 we are wearing the garments of a temperate clime. I notice that Wada has given me heavier underclothes and heavier pajamas, and that Possum, of nights, is no longer content with the top of the bed, but must crawl underneath the bedclothes. We are now off the Plate, a region notorious for storms, and Mr. Pike is on the lookout for a pampero. Captain West does not seem to be on the lookout for anything, yet I notice that he spends longer hours on deck when the sky and barometer are threatening. Yesterday we had a hint of Plate weather, and today an awesome fiasco of the same. The hint came last evening between the twilight and the dark. There was practically no wind, and the Elsinore, just maintaining steerage way by means of intermittent fans of air from the north, floundered exasperatingly in a huge glassy swell that rolled up as an echo from some blown-out storm to the south. Ahead of us, arising with the swiftness of magic, was a dense slate blackness. I suppose it was cloud formation, but it bore no semblance to clouds. It was merely and surely a blackness that towered higher and higher until it overhung us, when it spread to right and left, blotting out half the sea. And still the light puffs from the north filled our sails, and still, as the Elsinore floundered on the huge, smooth swells and the sails emptied and flapped a hollow thunder, we moved slowly towards that ominous blackness. In the east, in what was quite distinctly an active thundercloud, the lightning fairly winked, while the blackness in front of us was rent with blobs and flashes of lightning. The last puffs left us, and in the hushes, between the rumbles of the nearing thunder, the voices of the men aloft on the yards came to one's ears as if they were right beside one, instead of being hundreds of feet away and up in the air. That they were duly impressed by what was impending was patent from the earnestness with which they worked. Both watches toiled under both mates, and Captain West strolled the poop in his usual casual way, and gave no orders at all, save in low conversational tones, when Mr. Pike came upon the poop and conferred with him. Miss West, having deserted the scene 5 minutes before, returned, a proper sea-woman, clad in oilskins, sou'wester, and long sea-boots. She ordered me, quite peremptorily, to do the same. But I could not bring myself to leave the deck for fear of missing something, so I compromised by having Wada bring my storm gear to me. And then the wind came, smack out of the blackness, with the abruptness of thunder and accompanied by the most diabolical thunder. And with the rain and thunder came the blackness. It was tangible. It drove past us in the bellowing wind like so much stuff that one could feel. Blackness as well as wind impacted on us. There is no other way to describe it than by that old, ancient old, way of saying one could not see his hand before his face. "Isn't it splendid?" Miss West shouted into my ear, close beside me, as we clung to the railing at the break of the poop. "Superb!" I shouted back, my lips to her ear, so that her hair tickled my face. And I know not why, it must have been spontaneous with both of us, in that shouting blackness of wind as we clung to the rail to avoid being blown away, our hands went out to each other, and my hand and hers gripped and pressed, and then held mutually to the rail. "Daughter of Herodias," I commented grimly to myself, but my hand did not leave hers. "What is happening?" I shouted in her ear. "We've lost way," came her answer. "I think we're caught aback. The wheel's up, but she could not steer." The Gabriel voice of the samurai rang out. "Hard over?" was his mellow storm call to the man at the wheel. "Hard over, sir," came the helmsman's reply, vague, cracked with strain, and smothered. Came the lightning, before us, behind us, on every side, bathing us in flaming minutes at a time. And all the while we were deafened by the unceasing uproar of thunder. It was a weird sight. Far aloft the black skeleton of spars and masts from which the sails had been removed. Lower down the sailors clinging like monstrous bugs as they passed the gaskets and furled. Below them the few set sails, filled backwards against the masts, gleaming whitely, wickedly, evilly in the fearful illumination, and at the bottom the deck and bridge and houses of the Elsinore, and a tangled riff-raff of flying ropes and clumps and bunches of swaying, pulling, hauling, human creatures. It was a great moment, the master's moment, caught all aback with all our bulk and tonnage and infinitude of gear, and our heaven-aspiring masts 200 feet above our heads. And our master was there, in sheeting flame, slender, casual, imperturbable, with 2 men, one of them a murderer, under him to pass on and enforce his will, and with a horde of inefficients and weaklings to obey that will, and pull, and haul, and by the sheer leverage of physics manipulate our floating world so that it would endure this fury of the elements. What happened next, what was done, I do not know, save that now and again I heard the Gabriel voice, for the darkness came, and the rain and pouring horizontal sheets. It filled my mouth and strangled my lungs as if I had fallen overboard. It seemed to drive up as well as down, piercing its way into my sou'wester, through my oilskins, down my tight-buttoned collar and into my sea boots. I was dizzied, obfuscated by all this onslaught of thunder, lightning, wind, blackness, and water. And yet the master, near to me, there on the poop, lived and moved serenely in all, voicing his wisdom and will to the wisps of creatures who obeyed and by their brute, puny strength pulled braces, slacked sheets, dragged courses, swung yards and lowered them, hauled on buntlines and clewlines, smoothed and gasketed the huge spreads of canvas. How it happened I know not, but Miss West and I crouched together, clinging to the rail and to each other in the shelter of the thrumming weathercloth. My arm was about her and fast to the railing, her shoulder pressed close against me, and by one hand she held tightly to the lapel of my oilskin. An hour later we made our way across the poop to the chart house, helping each other to maintain footing as the Elsinore plunged and bucked in the rising sea and was pressed over and down by the weight of wind on her few remaining set sails. The wind, which had lulled after the rain, had risen in recurrent gusts to storm violence. But all was well with the gallant ship. The crisis was past, and the ship lived, and we lived, and with streaming faces and bright eyes we looked at each other and laughed in the bright light of the chart room. "Who can blame one for loving the sea?" Miss West cried out exultantly, as she wrung the rain from her ropes of hair which had gone adrift in the turmoil. "And the men of the sea," she cried. "The masters of the sea. You saw my father." "He is a king," I said. "He is a king," she repeated after me. And the Elsinore lifted on a cresting sea and flung down on her side so that we were thrown together and brought up breathless against the wall. I said good night to her at the foot of the stairs, and as I passed the open door to the cabin I glanced in. There sat Captain West, whom I had thought still on deck. His storm trappings were removed, his sea boots replaced by slippers, and he leaned back in the big leather chair, eyes wide open, beholding visions in the curling smoke of a cigar against a background of wildly reeling cabin wall. It was at 11 this morning that the plate gave us a fiasco. Last night's was a real pampero, though a mild one. Today's promised to be a far worse one, and then laughed at us as a proper cosmic joke. The wind, during the night, had so eased that by 9 in the morning we had all our topgallant sails set. By 10, we were rolling in a dead calm. By 11, the stuff began making up ominously in the southward. The overcast sky closed down. Our lofty trunks seemed to scrape the cloud zenith. The horizon drew in on us till it seemed scarcely half a mile away. The Elsinore was embayed in a tiny universe of mist and sea. The lightning played. Sky and horizon drew so close that the Elsinore seemed on the verge of being absorbed, sucked in by it, sucked up by it. Then from zenith to horizon the sky was cracked with forked lightning, and the wet atmosphere turned to a horrid green. The rain, beginning gently, in dead calm, grew into a deluge of enormous streaming drops. It grew darker and darker, a green darkness, and in the cabin, though it was midday, Wada and the steward lighted lamps. The lightning came closer and closer until the ship was enveloped in it. The green darkness was continually atremble with flame, through which broke greater illuminations of forked lightning. These became more violent as the rain lessened, and so absolutely were we centered in this electrical maelstrom, there was no connecting any chain or flash or fork of lightning with any particular thunderclap. The atmosphere all about us paled and flamed. Such a crashing and smashing. We looked every moment for the Elsinore to be struck. And never had I seen such colours in lightning. Although from moment to moment we were dazzled by the greater bolts, there persisted always a tremulous, pulsing lesser play of light, sometimes softly blue, at other times a thin purple that quivered on into 1,000 shades of lavender. And there was no wind. No wind came. Nothing happened. The Elsinore, naked sparred under only lower topsails, with spanker and crojack furled, was prepared for anything. Her lower topsails hung in limp emptiness from the yards, heavy with rain and flapping soggily when she rolled. The cloud mass thinned, the day brightened, the green blackness passed into grey twilight, the lightning eased, the thunder moved along away from us, and there was no wind. In half an hour the sun was shining, the thunder muttered intermittently along the horizon, and the Elsinore still rolled in a hush of air. "You can't tell, sir," Mr. Pike growled to me. 30 years ago I was dismasted right here off the Plate in a clap of wind that come on just as that come on. It was the changing of the watches, and Mr. Mellaire, who had come on the poop to relieve the mate, stood beside me. "One of the nastiest pieces of water in the world," he concurred. 18 years ago the Plate gave it to me. Lost half our sticks, 20 hours on our beam ends, cargo shifted, and foundered. I was 2 days in the boat before an English tramp picked us up. And none of the other boats ever was picked up. "The Elsinore behaved very well last night," I put in cheerily. "Oh, hell, that wasn't nothin'," Mr. Pike grumbled. "Wait till you see a real pampero. It's a dirty stretch hereabouts, and I, for one, 'll be glad when we get across it. I'd rather have a dozen Cape Horn snorters than one of these. How about you, Mr. Mellaire?" "Same here, sir," he answered. "Those sou'westers are honest. You know what to expect. But here you never know. The best of shipmasters can get tripped up off the Plate, as I've found out, beyond a doubt." Mr. Pike hummed from Newcomb's Celeste as he went down the ladder. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 29. The sunsets grow more bizarre and spectacular off this coast of the Argentine. Last evening we had high clouds, broken white and golden, flung disorderly, generously over the western half of the sky, while in the east was painted a second sunset, a reflection perhaps of the first. At any rate, the eastern sky was a bank of pale clouds that shed soft, spread rays of blue and white upon a blue-grey sea. And the evening before last we had a gorgeous Arizona riot in the west. Bastioned upon the ocean, cloud tier was piled upon cloud tier, spacious and lofty, until we gazed upon a Grand Canyon a myriad times vaster and more celestial than that of the Colorado. The clouds took on the same stratified, serrated, rose rock formation, and all the hollows were filled with the opal blues and purple hazes of the Painted Lands. The sailing directions say that these remarkable sunsets are due to the dust being driven high into the air by the winds that blow across the pampas of the Argentine. And our sunset tonight, I am writing this at midnight as I sit propped in my blankets, wedged by pillows, while the Elsinore wallows damnably in a dead calm and a huge swell rolling up from the Cape Horn region, where, it does seem, gales perpetually blow. But our sunset. Turner might have perpetrated it. The west was if a painter had stood off and slapped brushfuls of gray at a green canvas. On this green background of sky the clouds spilled and crumpled. But such a background, such an orgy of green. No shade of green was missing in the interstices, large and small, between the milky curdled clouds. Nile green high up, and then, in order, each with 1,000 shades, blue-green, brown-green, gray-green, and a wonderful olive green that tarnished into a rich bronze green. During the display the rest of the horizon glowed with broad bands of pink and blue and pale green and yellow. A little later, when the sun was quite down, in the background of the curdled clouds smouldered a wine-red mass of color that faded to bronze and tinged all the fading greens with its sanguinary hue. The clouds themselves flushed to rose of all shades, while a fan of gigantic streamers of pale rose radiated toward the zenith. These deepened rapidly into flaunting rose flame and burned long in the slow-closing twilight. And with all this wonder of the beauty of the world still glowing in my brains hours afterward, I heard the snarling of Mr. Pike above my head and the trample and drag of feet as men move from rope to rope and pull and haul. More weather is making, and from the way sail is being taken in, it cannot be far off. Yet at daylight this morning we were still wallowing in the same dead calm and sickly swell. Miss West says the barometer is down, but that the warning has been too long, for the Plate, to amount to anything. Pamperos happen quickly here, and though the Elsinore, under bare pulls to her upper topsails, is prepared for anything, it may well be that they will be crowding on canvas in another hour. Mr. Pike was so fooled that he actually had set the topgallant sails, and the gaskets were being taken off the royals, when the Samurai came on deck, strolled back and forth a casual 5 minutes, then spoke in an undertone to Mr. Pike. Mr. Pike did not like it. To me, a tyro, it was evident that he disagreed with his master. Nevertheless, his voice went out in a snarl aloft to the men on the royal yards to make all fast again. Then it was clewlines and buntlines and lowering of yards as the topgallant sails were stripped off. The crojack was taken in, and some of the outer fore and aft handsails, whose order of names I can never remember. A breeze set in from the southwest, blowing briskly under a clear sky. I could see that Mr. Pike was secretly pleased. The Samurai had been mistaken. And each time Mr. Pike glanced aloft at the naked topgallant and royal yards, I knew his thought was that they might well be carrying sail. I was quite convinced that the Plate had fooled Captain West. So was Miss West convinced, and being a favoured person like myself, she frankly told me so. "Father will be setting sail in half an hour," she prophesied. What superior weather sense Captain West possesses I know not, save that it is his by samurai right. The sky, as I have said, was clear. The air was brittle, sparkling gloriously in the windy sun. And yet, behold, in a brief quarter of an hour, the change that took place. I had just returned from a trip below, and Miss West was venting her scorn on the River Plate and promising to go below to the sewing machine, when we heard Mr. Pike groan. It was a whimsical groan of disgust, contrition, and acknowledgment of inferiority before the master. "Here comes the whole River Plate," was what he groaned. Following his gaze to the southwest, we saw it coming. It was a cloud mass that blotted out the sunlight and the day. It seemed to swell and belch and roll over and over on itself as it advanced with a rapidity that told of enormous wind behind it and in it. Its speed was headlong, terrific, and beneath it, covering the sea, advancing with it, was a gray bank of mist. Captain West spoke to the mate, who bawled the order along, and the watch, reinforced by the watch below, began clewing up the mainsail and foresail and climbing into the rigging. "Keep off! Put your wheel over, hard over!" Captain West called gently to the helmsman. And the big wheel spun around, and the Elsinore's bow fell off so that she might not be caught aback by the onslaught of wind. Thunder rode in that rushing, rolling blackness of cloud, and it was rent by lightning as it fell upon us. Then it was rain, wind, obscureness of gloom, and lightning. I caught a glimpse of the men on the lower yards as they were blotted from view and as the Elsinore heeled over and down. There were 15 men of them to each yard, and the gaskets were well past ere we were struck. How they regained the deck I do not know, I never saw, for the Elsinore, under only upper and lower topsails, lay down on her side, her port rail buried in the sea, and did not rise. There was no maintaining an unsupported upright position on that acute slant of deck. Everybody held on. Mr. Pike frankly gripped the poop rail with both hands, and Miss West and I made frantic clutches and scrambled for footing. But I noticed that the Samurai, poised lightly, like a bird on the verge of flight, merely rested one hand on the rail. He gave no orders. As I divined, there was nothing to be done. He waited, that was all, in tranquillity and repose. The situation was simple. Either the masts would go, or the Elsinore would rise with her masts intact, or she would never rise again. In the meantime she lay dead, her lee yardarms almost touching the sea creaming solidly to her hatch combings across the buried, unseen rail. The minutes were as centuries until the bow paid off, and the Elsinore turned tail before it, righted to an even keel. Immediately this was accomplished, Captain West had her brought back upon the wind, and immediately, thereupon, the big foresail went adrift with its gaskets. The shock, or succession of shocks, to the ship, from the tremendous buffeting that followed, was fearful. It seemed she was being racked to pieces. Master and mate were side by side when this happened, and the expressions on their faces typified them. In neither face was apprehension. Mr. Pike's face bore a sour sneer for the worthless sailors who had botched the job. Captain West's face was serenely considerative. Still, nothing was to be done, could be done, and for 5 minutes the Elsinore was shaken as in the maw of some gigantic monster until the last shreds of the great piece of canvas had been torn away. "Our foresail has departed for Africa," Miss West laughed in my ear. She is like her father, unaware of fear. "And now we may as well go below and be comfortable," she said 5 minutes later. "The worst is over. It will only be blow, 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 and a big sea making." All day it blew, and the big sea that arose made the Elsinore's conduct almost unlivable. My only comfort was achieved by taking to my bunk and wedging myself with pillows buttressed against the bunk sides by empty soap boxes which Wada arranged. Mr. Pike, clinging to my door casing while his legs sprawled adrift in a succession of terrific rolls, paused to tell me that it was a new one on him in the Pampero line. It was all wrong from the first. It had not come on right. It had no reason to be. He paused a little longer, and, in a casual way, that under the circumstances was ridiculously transparent, exposed what was at ferment in his mind. First of all, he was absurd enough to ask if Possum showed symptoms of seasickness. Next, he unburdened his wrath for all the inefficients who had lost the foresail, and sympathized with the sailmakers for the extra work thrown upon them. Then he asked permission to borrow one of my books, and, clinging to my bunk, selected Buckner's Force and Matter from my shelf, carefully wedging the empty space with a doubled magazine I used for that purpose. Still he was loath to depart, and cudgelling his brains for a pretext, he set up a rambling discourse on River Plate weather, and all the time I kept wondering what was behind it all. At last it came. "By the way, Mr. Pathurst," he remarked, "do you happen to remember how many years ago Mr. Mellaire said it was he was dismasted and foundered off here?" I caught his drift on the instant. "8 years ago, wasn't it?" I lied. Mr. Pike let this sink in and slowly digested it, while the Elsinore was guilty of 3 huge rolls down to port and back again. "Now I wonder what ship was sunk off the Plate 8 years ago," he communed, as if with himself. "I guess I'll have to ask Mr. Mellaire her name. You can search me for all any I can recollect." He thanked me with unwonted elaborateness for Force and Matter, of which I knew he would never read a line, and felt his way to the door. Here he hung on for a moment, as if struck by a new and most accidental idea. "No, it wasn't by any chance that he said 18 years ago?" he queried. I shook my head. "8 years ago," I said. "That's the way I remember it, though why I should remember it at all, I don't know. But that is what he said," I went on with increasing confidence. "8 years ago. I am sure of it." Mr. Pike looked at me ponderingly and waited until the Elsinore had fairly righted for an instant ere he took his departure down the hall. I think I have followed the working of his mind. I have long since learned that his memory of ships, officers, cargoes, gales, and disasters is remarkable. He is a veritable encyclopedia of the sea. Also, it is patent that he has equipped himself with Sidney Maltham's history. As yet, he does not dream that Mr. Mellaire is Sidney Maltham, and he is merely wondering if Mr. Mellaire was a shipmate of Sidney Maltham 18 years ago in the ship lost off the Plate. In the meantime, I shall never forgive Mr. Mellaire for this slip he has made. He should have been more careful. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 30. An abominable night. A wonderful night. Sleep? I suppose I did sleep in catnaps, but I swear I heard every bell struck until 3:30. Then came a change, an easement. No longer was it a stubborn, loggy fight against pressures. The Elsinore moved. I could feel her slip and slide and send and soar. Whereas before she had been flung continually down to port, she now rolled as far to one side as to the other. I knew what had taken place. Instead of remaining hove to on the Pampero, Captain West had turned tail and was running before it. This, I understood, meant a really serious storm, for the northeast was the last direction in which Captain West desired to go. But at any rate the movement, though wilder, was easier, and I slept. I was awakened at 5 by the thunder of seas that fell aboard, rushed down the main deck, and crashed against the cabin wall. Through my open door I could see water swashing up and down the hull, while half a foot of water creamed and curdled from under my bunk across the floor each time the ship rolled to starboard. The steward brought me my coffee, and, wedged by boxes and pillows, like an equilibrist, I sat up and drank it. Luckily I managed to finish it in time, for a succession of terrific rolls emptied one of my bookshelves. Possum, crawling upward from my feet under the covered way of my bed, yapped with terror as the seas smashed and thundered and as the avalanche of books descended upon us. And I could not help but grin when the pasteboard crown smote me on the head, while the puppy was knocked gasping with Chesterton's "What's Wrong with the World?" "Well, what do you think?" I queried of the steward, who was helping to set us and the books to rights. He shrugged his shoulders, and his bright slant eyes were very bright as he replied: "Many times I see like this, me old man. Many times I see more bad. Too much wind, too much work. Rotten damn bad." I could guess that the scene on deck was a spectacle, and, at 6 o'clock, as gray light showed through my ports in the intervals when they were not submerged, I essayed the sideboard of my bunk like a gymnast, captured my careening slippers, and shuddered as I thrust my bare feet into their chill sogginess. I did not wait to dress. Merely in pajamas I headed for the poop, Possum wailing dismally at my desertion. It was a feat to travel the narrow halls. Time and again I paused and held on until my fingertips hurt. In the moments of easement I made progress. Yet I miscalculated. The foot of the broad stairway to the chart house rested on a cross hall a dozen feet in length. Overconfidence and an unusually violent antic of the Elsinore caused the disaster. She flung down to starboard with such suddenness and at such a pitch that the flooring seemed to go out from under me, and I hustled helplessly down the incline. I missed a frantic clutch at the newel post, flung up my arm in time to save my face, and, most fortunately, whirled half about and, still falling, impacted with my shoulder muscle pad on Captain West's door. Youth will have its way, so will a ship in a sea, and so will 170 pounds of a man. The beautiful hardwood door panel splintered, the latch fetched away, and I broke the nails of the 4 fingers of my right hand in a futile grab at the flying door, marring the polished surface with 4 parallel scratches. I kept right on, erupting into Captain West's spacious room with the big brass bed. Miss West, swathed in a woolen dressing gown, her eyes heavy still with sleep, her hair glorious and for once ungroomed, clinging in the doorway that gave entrance on the main cabin, met my startled gaze with an equally startled gaze. It was no time for apologies. I kept right on my mad way, caught the foot stanchion, and was whipped around in a half-circle flat upon Captain West's brass bed. Miss West was beginning to laugh. "Come right in," she gurgled. A score of retorts, all deliciously inadvisable, tickled my tongue, so I said nothing, contenting myself with holding on with my left hand while I nursed my stinging right hand under my armpit. Beyond her, across the floor of the main cabin, I saw the steward in pursuit of Captain West's Bible and a sheath of Miss West's music. And as she gurgled and laughed at me, beholding her in this intimacy of storm, the thought flashed through my brain: she is a woman. She is desirable. Now did she sense this fleeting unuttered flash of mine? I know not, save that her laughter left her, and long, conventional training asserted itself as she said: "I just knew everything was adrift in Father's room. He hasn't been in it all night. I could hear things rolling around. What is wrong? Are you hurt?" "Stubbed my fingers, that's all," I answered, looking at my broken nails and standing gingerly upright. "My, that was a roll," she sympathized. "Yes, I'd started to go upstairs," I said, "and not to turn into your father's bed. I'm afraid I've ruined the door." Came another series of great rolls. I sat down on the bed and held on. Miss West, secure in the doorway, began gurgling again, while beyond, across the cabin carpet, the steward shot past, embracing a small writing desk that had evidently carried away from its fastenings when he seized hold of it for support. More seas smashed and crashed against the forward wall of the cabin, and the steward, failing of lodgment, shot back across the carpet, still holding the desk from harm. Taking advantage of favouring spells, I managed to effect my exit and gain the newel post ere the next series of rolls came. And as I clung on and waited, I could not forget what I had just seen. Vividly under my eyelids burned the picture of Miss West's sleep-laden eyes, her hair, and all the softness of her. A woman and desirable, kept drumming in my brain. But I forgot all this when, nearly at the top, I was thrown up the hill of the stairs as if it had suddenly become downhill. My feet flew from stair to stair to escape falling, and I flew, or fell, apparently upward, until, at the top, I hung on for dear life while the stern of the Elsinore flung skyward on some mighty surge. Such antics of so huge a ship! The old stereotyped "toy" describes her, for toy she was, the sheerest splinter of a plaything in the grip of the elements. And yet, despite this overwhelming sensation of microscopic helplessness, I was aware of a sense of surety. There was the Samurai. Informed with his will and wisdom, the Elsinore was no cat's paw. Everything was ordered, controlled. She was doing what he ordained her to do, and no matter what storm titans bellowed about her and buffeted her, she would continue to do what he ordained her to do. I glanced into the chart room. There he sat, leaned back in a screw chair, his sea-booted legs wedged against the settee, holding him in place in the most violent rolls. His black oilskin coat glistened in the lamplight with a myriad drops of ocean that advertised a recent return from deck. His sou'wester, black and glistening, was like the helmet of some legendary hero. He was smoking a cigar, and he smiled and greeted me. But he seemed very tired and very old. Old with wisdom, however, not weakness. The flesh of his face, the pink pigment quite washed and worn away, was more transparent than ever. And yet never was he more serene, never more the master absolute of our tiny, fragile world. The age that showed in him was not a matter of terrestrial years. It was ageless, passionless, beyond human. Never had he appeared so great to me, so far remote, so much a spirit visitant. And he cautioned and advised me, in silver, mellow, beneficent voice, as I essayed the venture of opening the chart-house door to gain outside. He knew the moment, although I never could have guessed it for myself, and gave the word that enabled me to win the poop. Water was everywhere. The Elsinore was rushing through a blaring whir of water. Seas creamed and licked the poop deck edge, now to starboard, now to port. High in the air, overtowering and perilously down-toppling, following seas pursued our stern. The air was filled with spindrift like a fog or spray. No officer of the watch was in sight. The poop was deserted save for two helmsmen in streaming oilskins under the half-shelter of the open wheelhouse. I nodded good morning to them. One was Tom Spink, the elderly but keen and dependable English sailor. The other was Bill Quigley, one of a forecastle group of three that herded uniquely together, though the other two, Frank Fitzgibbon and Richard Giller, were in the second mate's watch. The three had proved handy with their fists and clannish, and they had fought pitched forecastle battles with the gangster clique and won a sort of neutrality of independence for themselves. They were not exactly sailors, Mr. Mellaire sneeringly called them the bricklayers, but they had successfully refused subservitude to the gangster crowd. To cross the deck from the chart-house to the break of the poop was no slight feat, but I managed it and hung on to the railing while the wind stung my flesh with the flappings of my pajamas. At this moment, and for the moment, the Elsinore righted to an even keel and dashed along and down the avalanching face of a wave. And as she thus righted, her deck was filled with water level from rail to rail. Above this flood, or knee-deep in it, Mr. Pike and half a dozen sailors were bunched on the fife rail of the mizzenmast. The carpenter, too, was there, with a couple of assistants. The next roll spilled 1,000 tons of water outboard sheer over the starboard rail, while all the starboard ports opened automatically and gushed huge streams. Then came the opposite roll to port, with a clanging shut of the iron doors, and 100 tons of water sloshed outboard across the port rail, while all the iron doors on that side opened wide and gushed. And all this time, it must not be forgotten, the Elsinore was dashing ahead through the sea. The only sail she carried was 3 upper topsails. Not the tiniest triangle of headsail was on her. I had never seen her with so little wind surface, and the 3 narrow strips of canvas, bellied to the seemingness of sheet iron with the pressure of the wind, drove her before the gale at astonishing speed. As the water on the deck subsided, the men on the fife rail left their refuge. One group, led by the redoubtable Mr. Pike, strove to capture a mass of planks and twisted steel. For the moment I did not recognize what it was. The carpenter, with 2 men, sprang upon number 3 hatch and worked hurriedly and fearfully. And I knew why Captain West had turned tail to the storm. Number 3 hatch was a wreck. Among other things, the great timber, called the strongback, was broken. He had had to run, or founder. Before our decks were swept again I could make out the carpenter's emergency repairs. With fresh timbers he was bolting, lashing, and wedging number 3 hatch into some sort of tightness. When the Elsinore dipped her port rail under and scooped several hundred tons of South Atlantic, and then, immediately rolling her starboard rail under, had another 100 tons of breaking sea fallen board upon her, all the men forsook everything and scrambled for life upon the fife rail. In the bursting spray they were quite hidden, and then I saw them and counted them all as they emerged into view. Again they waited for the water to subside. The mass of wreckage pursued by Mr. Pike and his men ground 100 feet along the deck for'ard, and, as the Elsinore's stern sank down in some abyss, ground back again and smashed up against the cabin wall. I identified this stuff as part of the bridge. That portion which spanned from the mizzenmast to the midship house was missing, while the starboard boat on the midship house was a splintered mess. Watching the struggle to capture and subdue the section of bridge, I was reminded of Victor Hugo's splendid description of the sailor's battle with the ship's gun gone adrift in a night of storm. But there was a difference. I found that Hugo's narrative had stirred me more profoundly than was I stirred by this actual struggle before my eyes. I have repeatedly said that the sea makes one hard. I now realized how hard I had become as I stood there on the break of the poop in my wind-whipped, spray-soaked pajamas. I felt no solicitude for the forecastle humans who struggled in peril of their lives beneath me. They did not count. I was even curious to see what might happen did they get caught by those crashing avalanches of sea ere they could gain the safety of the fife rail. And I saw. Mr. Pike, in the lead, of course, up to his waist in rushing water, dashed in, caught the flying wreckage with a turn of rope, and fetched it up short with a turn around one of the port mizzen shrouds. The Elsinore flung down to port, and a solid wall of down-toppling green upreared a dozen feet above the rail. The men fled to the fife rail. But Mr. Pike, holding his turn, held on, looked squarely into the wall of the wave, and received the downfall. He emerged, still holding by the turn the captured bridge. The feeble-minded Fawn, the stone-deaf man, led the way to Mr. Pike's assistance, followed by Tony, the suicidal Greek. Paddy was next, and in order came Shorty, Henry, the training-ship boy, and Nancy, last, of course, and looking as if he were going to execution. The deck water was no more than knee-deep, though rushing with torrential force, when Mr. Pike and the 6 men lifted the section of bridge and started forward with it. They swayed and staggered, but managed to keep going. The carpenter saw the impending ocean mountain first. I saw him cry to his own men and then to Mr. Pike ere he fled to the fife rail. But Mr. Pike's men had no chance. Abreast of the midship house, on the starboard side, fully 15 feet above the rail and 20 above the deck, the sea fell on board. The top of the midship house was swept clean of the splintered boat. The water, impacting against the side of the house, spouted skyward as high as the crojack yard. And all this, in addition to the main bulk of the wave, swept and descended upon Mr. Pike and his men. They disappeared. The bridge disappeared. The Elsinore rolled to port and dipped her deck full from rail to rail. Next, she plunged down by the head, and all this mass of water surged forward. Through the creaming, foaming surface now and then emerged an arm, or a head, or a back, while cruel edges of jagged plank and twisted steel rods advertised that the bridge was turning over and over. I wondered what men were beneath it and what mauling they were receiving. And yet these men did not count. I was aware of anxiety only for Mr. Pike. He, in a way, socially, was of my caste and class. He and I belonged aft in the high place and ate at the same table. I was acutely desirous that he should not be hurt or killed. The rest did not matter. They were not of my world. I imagine the old-time skippers on the Middle Passage felt much the same toward their slave cargoes in the fetid 'tween decks. The Elsinore's bow tilted skyward while her stern fell into a foaming valley. Not a man had gained his feet. Bridge and men swept back toward me and fetched up against the mizzen shrouds. And then that prodigious, incredible old man appeared out of the water on his 2 legs, upright, dragging with him, a man in each hand, the helpless forms of Nancy and the fawn. My heart leapt at beholding this mighty figure of a man-killer and slave-driver, it is true, but who sprang first into the teeth of danger so that his slaves might follow, and who emerged with a half-drowned slave in either hand. I knew augustness and pride as I gazed, pride that my eyes were blue, like his, that my skin was blond, like his, that my place was aft with him and with the samurai, in the high places of government and command. I nearly wept with the chill of pride that was akin to awe, and that tingled and bristled along my spinal column and in my brain. As for the rest, the weaklings and the rejected, and the dark pigmented things, the half-castes, the mongrel bloods, and the dregs of long-conquered races, how could they count? My heels were iron as I gazed upon them in their peril and weakness. Lord, Lord, for 10,000 generations and centuries we had stamped upon their faces and enslaved them to the toil of our will. Again the Elsinore rolled to starboard and to port, while the spume spouted to our lower yards and 1,000 tons of South Atlantic surged across from rail to rail. And again all were down and under, with jagged plank and twisted steel overriding them. And again that amazing blond-skinned giant emerged, on his 2 legs upstanding, a broken waif like a rat in either hand. He forced his way through rushing, waist-high water, deposited his burdens with the carpenter on the fife rail, and returned to drag Larry reeling to his feet and help him to the fife rail. Out of the wash, Tony, the Greek, crawled on hands and knees and sank down helplessly at the fife rail. There was nothing suicidal now in his mood. Struggle as he would, he could not lift himself until the mate, gripping his oilskins at the collar, with one hand flung him through the air into the carpenter's arms. Next came Shorty, his face streaming blood, one hand hanging useless, his sea boots stripped from him. Mr. Pike pitched him into the fife rail and returned for the last man. It was Henry, the training ship boy. Him I had seen, unstruggling, motionless, show at the surface like a drowned man, and sink again as the flood surged aft and smashed him against the cabin. Mr. Pike, shoulder deep, twice beaten to his knees and under by bursting seas, caught the lad, shouldered him, and carried him away forward. An hour later, in the cabin, I encountered Mr. Pike going in to breakfast. He had changed his clothes and he had shaved. Now how could one treat a hero such as he, save as I treated him when I remarked offhandedly that he must have had a lively watch? "My," he answered equally offhandedly, "I did get a prime soaking." That was all. He had had no time to see me at the poop rail. It was merely the day's work, the ship's work, the man's work, all capitals, if you please, in man. I was the only one aft who knew, and I knew because I had chanced to see. Had I not been on the poop at that early hour, no one aft ever would have known those gray, storm-morning deeds of his. "Anybody hurt?" I asked. "Oh, some of the men got wet, but no bones broke. Henry'll be laid off for a day. He got turned over in a sea and bashed his head. And Shorty's got a wrenched shoulder, I think. But say, we got Davis into the top bunk. The seas filled him full and he had to climb for it. He's all awash and wet now, and you ought to see me praying for more." He paused and sighed. "I'm getting old, I guess. I ought to wring his neck, but somehow I ain't got the gumption. Just the same, he'll be overside before we get in." "A month's wages against a pound of tobacco he won't," I challenged. "No," said Mr. Pike slowly, "but I'll tell you what I will do. I'll bet you a pound of tobacco even, or a month's wages even, that I'll have the pleasure of putting a sack of coal to his feet that never will come off." "Done," said I. "Done," said Mr. Pike, "and now I guess I'll get a bite to eat." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 31. The more I see of Miss West, the more she pleases me. Explain it in terms of propinquity, or isolation, or whatever you will. I, at least, do not attempt explanation. I know only that she is a woman and desirable. And I am rather proud, in a way, to find that I am just a man like any man. The midnight oil and the relentless pursuit I have endured in the past from the whole tribe of women have not, I am glad to say, utterly spoiled me. I am obsessed by that phrase, a woman and desirable. It beats in my brain, in my thought. I go out of my way to steal a glimpse of Miss West through a cabin door or vista of hall when she does not know I am looking. A woman is a wonderful thing. A woman's hair is wonderful. A woman's softness is a magic. Oh, I know them for what they are, and yet this very knowledge makes them only the more wonderful. I know, I would stake my soul, that Miss West has considered me as a maid 1,000 times to once that I have so considered her. And yet, she is a woman and desirable. And I find myself continually reminded of Richard Le Gallienne's inimitable quatrain, "Were I a woman, I would all day long sing my own beauty in some holy song, bend low before it, hushed and half afraid, and say, I am a woman, all day long." Let me advise all philosophers suffering from world sickness to take a long sea voyage with a woman like Miss West. In this narrative I shall call her Miss West no more. She has ceased to be Miss West. She is Margaret. I do not think of her as Miss West. I think of her as Margaret. It is a pretty word, a woman word. What poet must have created it? Margaret. I never tire of it. My tongue is enamored of it. Margaret West. What a name to conjure with. A name provocative of dreams and mighty connotations. The history of our westward-faring race is written in it. There is pride in it, and dominion, and adventure, and conquest. When I murmur it I see visions of lean, beaked ships, of winged helmets, and heels iron-shod of restless men, royal lovers, royal adventurers, royal fighters. Yes, and even now, in these latter days when the sun consumes us, still we sit in the high seat of government and command. Oh, and by the way, she is 24 years old. I asked Mr. Pike the date of the Dixie's collision with a river steamer in San Francisco Bay. This occurred in 1901. Margaret was 12 years old at the time. This is 1913. Blessings on the head of the man who invented arithmetic. She is 24. Her name is Margaret, and she is desirable. There are so many things to tell about. Where and how this mad voyage, with a mad crew, will end is beyond all surmise. But the Elsinore drives on, and day by day her history is bloodily written. And while murder is done, and while the whole floating drama moves toward the bleak southern ocean and the icy blasts of Cape Horn, I sit in the high place with the masters, unafraid, I am proud to say, in an ecstasy, I am proud to say, and I murmur over and over to myself, Margaret, a woman, Margaret, and desirable. But to resume, it is the first day of June. 10 days have passed since the Pampero. When the strong back on No. 3 hatch was repaired, Captain West came back on the wind, hove to, and rode out the gale. Since then, in calm, and fog, and damp, and storm, we have won south until today we are almost abreast of the Falklands. The coast of the Argentine lies to the west, below the sea line, and sometime this morning we crossed the 50th parallel of south latitude. Here begins the passage of Cape Horn, for it is so reckoned by the navigators, 50 south in the Atlantic to 50 south in the Pacific. And yet all is well with us in the matter of weather. The Elsinore slides along with favoring winds. Daily it grows colder. The great cabin stove roars and is white hot, and all the connecting doors are open so that the whole after region of the ship is warm and comfortable. But on deck the air bites, and Margaret and I wear mittens as we promenade on the deck, or go for'ard along the repaired bridge to see the chickens on the midship house. The poor wretched creatures of instinct and climate. Behold, as they approach the southern midwinter of the Horn, when they have need of all their feathers, they proceed to molt, because, forsooth, this is the summer-time in the land they came from. Or is molting determined by the time of year they happen to be born? I shall have to look into this. Margaret will know. Yesterday ominous preparations were made for the passage of the Horn. All the braces were taken from the main deck pin rails and geared and arranged so that they may be worked from the tops of the houses. Thus the fore braces run to the top of the forecastle, the main braces to the top of the midship house, and the mizzen braces to the poop. It is evident that they expect our main deck frequently to be filled with water. So evident is it that a laden ship when in big seas is like a log awash, that fore and aft, on both sides, along the deck, shoulder high, lifelines have been rigged. Also the 2 iron doors, on port and starboard, that open from the cabin directly upon the main deck, have been barricaded and caulked. Not until we are in the Pacific, and flying north, will these doors open again. And while we prepare to battle around the stormiest headland in the world, our situation on board grows darker. This morning Petro Marinkovich, a sailor in Mr. Mellaire's watch, was found dead on No. 1 hatch. The body bore several knife wounds and the throat was cut. It was palpably done by one or several of the forecastle hands, but not a word can be elicited. Those who are guilty of it are silent, of course, while others who may chance to know are afraid to speak. Before midday the body was overside with the customary sack of coal. Already the man is a past episode. But the humans forward are tense with expectancy of what is to come. I strolled forward this afternoon, and noted for the first time a distinct hostility toward me. They recognized that I belong with the afterguard in the high place. Oh, nothing was said, but it was patent by the way almost every man looked at me, or refused to look at me. Only Mulligan Jacobs and Charles Davis were outspoken. "Good riddance," said Mulligan Jacobs. "The Guinea didn't have the spunk of a louse. And he's better off, ain't he? He lived dirty, and he died dirty, and now he's over and done with the whole dirty game. There's men on board that ought to wish they was as lucky as him. Theirs is still a-comin' to them." "You mean?" I queried. "Whatever you want to think I mean." The twisted wretch grinned malevolently into my face. Charles Davis, when I peeped into his iron room, was exuberant. "A pretty tale for the court in Seattle," he exulted. "It'll only make my case that much stronger. And wait till the reporters get hold of it. The hell ship Elsinore. They'll have pretty pickin's." "I haven't seen any hell ship," I said coldly. "You've seen my treatment, ain't you?" he retorted. "You've seen the hell I've got, ain't you?" "I know you for a cold-blooded murderer," I answered. "The court will determine that, sir. All you'll have to do is testify to facts." "I'll testify that had I been in the mate's place I'd have hanged you for murder." His eyes positively sparkled. "I'll ask you to remember this conversation when you're under oath, sir," he cried eagerly. I confess the man aroused in me a reluctant admiration. I looked about his mean, iron-walled room. During the Pampero the place had been awash. The white paint was peeling off in huge scabs, and iron rust was everywhere. The floor was filthy. The place stank with the stench of his sickness. His pannikin and unwashed eating gear from the last meal were scattered on the floor. His blankets were wet. His clothing was wet. In a corner was a heterogeneous mass of soggy, dirty garments. He lay in the very bunk in which he had brained O'Sullivan. He had been months in this vile hole. In order to live, he would have to remain months more in it. And while his rat-like vitality won my admiration, I loathed and detested him in very nausea. "Aren't you afraid?" I demanded. "What makes you think you will last the voyage? Don't you know that bets are being made that you won't?" So interested was he that he seemed to prick up his ears as he raised on his elbow. "I suppose you're too scared to tell me about them bets," he sneered. "Oh, I've bet you'll last," I assured him. "That means there's others that bet I won't," he rattled on hastily. "And that means there's men aboard the Elsinore right now financially interested in my taking off." At this moment the steward, bound aft from the galley, paused in the doorway and listened, grinning. As for Charles Davis, the man had missed his vocation. He should have been a land lawyer, not a sea lawyer. "Very well, sir," he went on. "I'll have you testify to that in Seattle, unless you're lying to a helpless sick man, or unless you'll perjure yourself under oath." He got what he was seeking, for he stung me to retort. "Oh, I'll testify, though I tell you candidly that I don't think I'll win my bet." "You lose 'm bet, sure," the steward broke in, nodding his head. "That fellow him die damn soon." "Bet with him, sir," Davis challenged me. "It's a straight tip from me and a regular cinch." The whole situation was so gruesome and grotesque, and I had been swept into it so absurdly, that for the moment I did not know what to do or say. "It's good money," Davis urged. "I ain't going to die. Look here, Stewart, how much you want to bet?" $5, $10, $20, the steward answered with a shoulder shrug that meant that the sum was immaterial. "Very well then, Stewart. Mr. Pathurst covers your money, say for 20. Is it a go, sir?" "Why don't you bet with him yourself?" I demanded. "Sure I will, sir. Here, you steward. I bet you 20 even I don't die." The steward shook his head. "I bet you 20 to 10, the sick man insisted. "What's eatin' you, anyway?" "You live, me lose, me pay you," the steward explained. "You die, I win, you dead, no pay me." Still grinning and shaking his head, he went his way. "Just the same, sir, it'll be rich testimony," Davis chuckled. "And can't you see the reporters eating it up?" The Asiatic clique in the cook's room has its suspicions about the death of Marinkovich, but will not voice them. Beyond shakings of heads and dark mutterings, I can get nothing out of Wada or the steward. When I talked with the sailmaker, he complained that his injured hand was hurting him and that he would be glad when he could get to the surgeons in Seattle. As for the murder, when pressed by me, he gave me to understand that it was no affair of the Japanese or Chinese on board, and that he was a Japanese. But Lewis, the Chinese half-caste with the Oxford accent, was more frank. I caught him aft from the galley on a trip to the lazarette for provisions. "We are of a different race, sir, from these men," he said, "and our safest policy is to leave them alone. We have talked it over, and we have nothing to say, sir, nothing whatever to say. Consider my position. I work forward in the galley, I am in constant contact with the sailors, I even sleep in their section of the ship, and I am one man against many. The only other countryman I have on board is the steward, and he sleeps aft. Your servant and the two sailmakers are Japanese. They are only remotely kin to us, though we've agreed to stand together and apart from whatever happens." "There is Shorty," I said, remembering Mr. Pike's diagnosis of his mixed nationality. "But we do not recognize him, sir," Lewis answered suavely. "He is Portuguese, he is Malay, he is Japanese, true, but he is a mongrel, sir, a mongrel and a bastard. Also, he is a fool. And please, sir, remember that we are very few, and that our position compels us to neutrality." "But your outlook is gloomy," I persisted. "How do you think it will end?" "We shall arrive in Seattle most probably, some of us. But I can tell you this, sir. I have lived a long life on the sea, but I have never seen a crew like this. There are few sailors in it, there are bad men in it, and the rest are fools and worse. You will notice I mention no names, sir, but there are men on board whom I do not care to antagonize. I am just Lewis, the cook. I do my work to the best of my ability, and that is all, sir." "And will Charles Davis arrive in Seattle?" I asked, changing the topic in acknowledgment of his right to be reticent. "No, I do not think so, sir," he answered, although his eyes thanked me for my courtesy. "The steward tells me you have bet that he will. I think, sir, it is a poor bet. We are about to go around the Horn. I have been around it many times. This is midwinter, and we are going from east to west. Davis's room will be awash for weeks. It will never be dry. A strong, healthy man confined in it could well die of the hardship. And Davis is far from well. In short, sir, I know his condition, and he is in a shocking state. Surgeons might prolong his life, but here in a windjammer it is shortened very rapidly. I have seen many men die at sea. I know, sir. Thank you, sir." And the Eurasian Chinese Englishman bowed himself away. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 32. Things are worse than I fancied. Here are 2 episodes within the last 72 hours. Mr. Mellaire, for instance, is going to pieces. He cannot stand the strain of being on the same vessel with the man who has sworn to avenge Captain Somers' murder, especially when that man is the redoubtable Mr. Pike. For several days Margaret and I have been remarking the second mate's bloodshot eyes and pain-lined face and wondering if he were sick. And today the secret leaked out. Wada does not like Mr. Mellaire, and this morning, when he brought me breakfast, I saw by the wicked, gleeful gleam in his almond eyes that he was spilling over with some fresh, delectable ship's gossip. For several days, I learned, he and the steward have been solving a cabin mystery. A gallon can of wood alcohol, standing on a shelf in the after room, had lost quite a portion of its contents. They compared notes and then made of themselves a Sherlock Holmes and a Dr. Watson. First they gauged the daily diminution of alcohol. Next they gauged it several times daily and learned that the diminution, whenever it occurred, was first apparent immediately after mealtime. This focused their attention on two suspects, the second mate and the carpenter, who alone sat in the after room. The rest was easy. Whenever Mr. Mellaire arrived ahead of the carpenter, more alcohol was missing. When they arrived and departed together, the alcohol was undisturbed. The carpenter was never alone in the room. The syllogism was complete. And now the steward stores the alcohol under his bunk. But wood alcohol is deadly poison. What a constitution this man of 50 must have. Small wonder his eyes have been bloodshot. The great wonder is that the stuff did not destroy him. I have not whispered a word of this to Margaret, nor shall I whisper it. I should like to put Mr. Pike on his guard, and yet I know that the revealing of Mr. Mellaire's identity would precipitate another killing. And still we drive south, close-hauled on the wind, toward the inhospitable tip of the continent. Today we are south of a line drawn between the Straits of Magellan and the Falklands, and tomorrow, if the breeze holds, we shall pick up the coast of Terra del Fuego, close to the entrance of the Straits of Le Maire, through which Captain West intends to pass if the wind favors. The other episode occurred last night. Mr. Pike says nothing, yet he knows the crew situation. I have been watching some time now, ever since the death of Marinkovich, and I am certain that Mr. Pike never ventures on the main deck after dark. Yet he holds his tongue, confides in no man, and plays out the bitter, perilous game as a commonplace matter of course, and all in a day's work. And now to the episode. Shortly after the close of the second dog watch last evening, I went forward to the chickens on the midship house on an errand for Margaret. I was to make sure that the steward had carried out her orders. The canvas covering to the big chicken coop had to be down, the ventilation ensured, and the kerosene stove burning properly. When I had proved to my satisfaction the dependableness of the steward, and just as I was on the verge of returning to the poop, I was drawn aside by the weird crying of penguins in the darkness, and by the unmistakable noise of a whale blowing not far away. I had climbed around the end of the port boat and was standing there, quite hidden in the darkness, when I heard the unmistakable age-lag step of the mate proceed along the bridge from the poop. It was a dim starry night, and the Elsinore, in the calm ocean under the lee of Tierra del Fuego, was slipping gently and prettily through the water at an 8-knot clip. Mr. Pike paused at the forward end of the housetop and stood in a listening attitude. From the main deck below, near No. 2 hatch, across the mumbling of various voices, I could recognize Kid Twist, Nosey Murphy, and Bert Rhine, the three gangsters. But Steve Robert, the cowboy, was also there, as was Mr. Mellaire, both of whom belonged in the other watch and should have been turned in, for, at midnight, it would be their watch on deck. Especially wrong was Mr. Mellaire's presence, holding social converse with members of the crew, a breach of ship ethics most grievous. I have always been cursed with curiosity. Always have I wanted to know, and, on the Elsinore, I have already witnessed many a little scene that was a clear-cut dramatic gem. So I did not discover myself, but lurked behind the boat. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The men still talked. I was tantalized by the crying of the penguins and by the whale, evidently playful, which came so close that it spouted and splashed a biscuit toss away. I saw Mr. Pike's head turn at the sound. He glanced squarely in my direction, but did not see me. Then he returned to listening to the mumble of voices from beneath. Now whether Mulligan Jacobs just happened along, or whether he was deliberately scouting, I do not know. I tell what occurred. Up and down the side of the midship house is a ladder, and up this ladder Mulligan Jacobs climbed so noiselessly that I was not aware of his presence until I heard Mr. Pike snarl, "What the hell you doing here?" Then I saw Mulligan Jacobs in the gloom within 2 yards of the mate. "What's it to you?" Mulligan Jacobs snarled back. The voices below hushed. I knew every man stood there tense and listening. No, the philosophers have not yet explained Mulligan Jacobs. There is something more to him than the last word has said in any book. He stood there in the darkness, a fragile creature with curvature of the spine, facing alone the first mate, and he was not afraid. Mr. Pike cursed him with fearful, unrepeatable words, and again demanded what he was doing there. "I left me plug of tobacco here when I was coiling down last," said the little twisted man. No, he did not say it. He spat it out like so much venom. "Get off of here, or I'll throw you off, you and your tobacco," raged the mate. Mulligan Jacobs lurched closer to Mr. Pike, and in the gloom and with the roll of the ship swayed in the other's face. "By God, Jacobs," was all the mate could say. "You old stiff," was all the terrible little cripple could retort. Mr. Pike gripped him by the collar and swung him in the air. "Are you going down, or am I going to throw you down?" the mate demanded. I cannot describe their matter of utterance. It was that of wild beasts. "I ain't ate out of your hand yet, have I?" was the reply. Mr. Pike tried to say something, still holding the cripple suspended, but he could do no more than strangle in his impotence of rage. "You're an old stiff, an old stiff, an old stiff," Mulligan Jacobs chanted, equally incoherent and unimaginative with brutish fury. "Say it again and over you go," the mate managed to enunciate thickly. "You're an old stiff," gasped Mulligan Jacobs. He was flung. He soared through the air with the might of the fling, and even as he soared and fell through the darkness he reiterated, "Old stiff, old stiff." He fell among the men on No. 2 hatch, and there were confusion and movement below, and groans. Mr. Pike paced up and down the narrow house and gritted his teeth. Then he paused. He leaned his arms on the bridge rail, rested his head on his arms for a full minute, then groaned. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." That was all. Then he went aft, slowly, dragging his feet along the bridge. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Mutiny of the Elsinore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny of the Elsinore by Jack London, Chapter 33. The days grow gray. The sun has lost its warmth, and each noon, at meridian, it is lower in the northern sky. All the old stars have long since gone, and it would seem the sun is following them. The world, the only world I know, has been left far behind there to the north, and the hill of the earth is between it and us. This sad and solitary ocean, gray and cold, is the end of all things, the falling-off place where all things cease. Only it grows colder and grayer, and penguins cry in the night, and huge amphibians moan and slobber, and great albatrosses, gray with storm battling of the horn, wheel and veer. "Land ho!" was the cry yesterday morning. I shivered as I gazed at this, the first land since Baltimore a few centuries ago. There was no sun, and the morning was damp and cold, with a brisk wind that penetrated any garment. The deck thermometer marked 30 Fahrenheit, 2 degrees below freezing point, and now and then easy squalls of snow swept past. All of the land that was to be seen was snow. Long, low chains of peaks, snow-covered, arose out of the ocean. As we drew closer, there were no signs of life. It was a sheer, savage, bleak, forsaken land. By 11, off the entrance of the Mellaire Straits, the squalls ceased, the wind steadied, and the tide began to make through in the direction we desired to go. Captain West did not hesitate. His orders to Mr. Pike were quick and tranquil. The man at the wheel altered the course, while both watches sprang aloft to shake out royals and skysails. And yet Captain West knew every inch of the risk he took in this graveyard of ships. When we entered the narrow strait under full sail and gripped by a tremendous tide, the rugged headlands of Tierra del Fuego dashed by with dizzying swiftness. Close we were to them, and close we were to the jagged coast of Staten Island on the opposite shore. It was here, in a wild bight, between two black and precipitous walls of rock where even the snow could find no lodgment, that Captain West paused in a casual sweep of his glasses and gazed steadily at one place. I picked the spot up with my own glasses and was aware of an instant chill as I saw the foremasts of a great ship sticking out of the water. Whatever craft it was as large as the Elsinore, and it had been but recently wrecked. "One of the German nitrate ships," said Mr. Pike. Captain West nodded, still studying the wreck, then said, "She looks quite deserted. Just the same, Mr. Pike, send several of your best-sighted sailors aloft and keep a good lookout yourself. There may be some survivors ashore trying to signal us." But we sailed on and no signals were seen. Mr. Pike was delighted with our good fortune. He was guilty of walking up and down, rubbing his hands and chuckling to himself. Not since 1888, he told me, had he been through the Straits of Le Maire. Also, he said that he knew of shipmasters who had made 40 voyages around the Horn and had never once had the luck to win through the Straits. The regular passage is far to the east around Staten Island, which means a loss of westing, and here, at the tip of the world, where the great west wind, unobstructed by any land, sweeps round and around the narrow girth of the earth, westing is the thing that has to be fought for mile by mile and inch by inch. The sailing directions advise masters on the Horn Passage, "Make westing. Whatever you do, make westing." When we emerged from the straits in the early afternoon, the same steady breeze continued, and in the calm water under the lee of Tierra del Fuego, which extends southwesterly to the Horn, we slipped along at an 8-knot clip. Mr. Pike was beside himself. He could scarcely tear himself from the deck when it was his watch below. He chuckled, rubbed his hands, and incessantly hummed snatches from the 12th Mass. Also, he was voluble. "Tomorrow morning we'll be up with the Horn. We'll shave it by 12 or 15 miles. Think of it! We'll just steal around. I never had such luck and never expected to. Old girl Elsinore, you're rotten for'ard, but the hand of God is at your helm." Once, under the weathercloth, I came upon him talking to himself. It was more a prayer. "If only she don't pipe up," he kept repeating. "If only she don't pipe up." Mr. Mellaire was quite different. "It never happens," he told me. "No ship ever went around like this. You watch her come. She always comes a-smoking out of the sou'west." "But can't a vessel ever steal around?" I asked. "The odds are mighty big against it, sir," he answered. "I'll give you a line on them. I'll wager even, sir, just a nominal bet of a pound of tobacco, that inside 24 hours we'll be hove to under upper topsails. I'll wager 10 pounds to 5 that we're not west of the Horn a week from now, and 50 to 50 being the passage, 20 pounds to 5 that 2 weeks from now we're not up with 50 in the Pacific." As for Captain West, the perils of Le Maire behind, he sat below, his slippered feet stretched before him, smoking a cigar. He had nothing to say whatever, although Margaret and I were jubilant and dared duets through all of the second dog watch. And this morning, in a smooth sea and gentle breeze, the Horn bore almost due north of us, not more than 6 miles away. Here we were, well abreast and reeling off westing. "What price tobacco this morning?" I quizzed Mr. Mellaire. "Going up," he came back. "Wish I had 1,000 bets like the one with you, sir." I glanced about at sea and sky and gauged the speed of our way by the foam, but failed to see anything that warranted his remark. It was surely fine weather, and the steward, in token of the same, was trying to catch fluttering Cape pigeons with a bent pin on a piece of thread. For'ard on the poop I encountered Mr. Pike. It was an encounter, for his salutation was a grunt. "Well, we're going right along," I ventured cheerily. He made no reply, but turned and stared into the gray southwest with an expression sourer than any I had ever seen on his face. He mumbled something I failed to catch, and, on my asking him to repeat it, he said, "It's breeding weather. Can't you see it?" I shook my head. "What do ye think we're taking off the kites for?" he growled. I looked aloft. The skysails were already furled, men were furling the royals, and the topgallant yards were running down while clewlines and buntlines bagged the canvas. Yet, if anything, our northerly breeze fanned even more gently. "Bless me if I can see any weather," I said. "Then go and take a look at the barometer," he grunted, as he turned on his heel and swung away from me. In the chart room was Captain West, pulling on his long sea boots. That would have told me had there been no barometer, though the barometer was eloquent enough of itself. The night before, it had stood at 30.10. It was now 28.64. Even in the Pampero it had not been so low as that. "The usual Cape Horn program," Captain West smiled to me, as he stood up in all his lean and slender gracefulness and reached for his long oilskin coat. Still I could scarcely believe. "Is it very far away?" I inquired. He shook his head and forbore in the act of speaking to lift his hand for me to listen. The Elsinore rolled uneasily, and from without came the soft and hollow thunder of sails emptying themselves against the masts and gear. We had chatted a bare 5 minutes when again he lifted his head. This time the Elsinore heeled over slightly and remained heeled over, while the sighing whistle of a rising breeze awoke in the rigging. "It's beginning to make," he said, in the good old Anglo-Saxon of the sea. And then I heard Mr. Pike snarling out orders, and in my heart discovered a growing respect for Cape Horn. Cape Stiff, as the sailors call it. An hour later we were hove to on the port tack under upper topsails and foresail. The wind had come out of the southwest, and our leeway was setting us down upon the land. Captain West gave orders to the mate to stand by to wear ship. Both watches had been taking in sail, so that both watches were on deck for the maneuver. It was astounding, the big sea that had arisen in so short a time. The wind was blowing a gale that ever, in recurring gusts, increased upon itself. Nothing was visible 100 yards away. The day had become black-gray. In the cabin, lamps were burning. The view from the poop, along the deck of the great labouring ship, was magnificent. Seas burst and surged across her weather rail and kept her deck half filled, despite the spouting ports and gushing scuppers. On each of the two houses and on the poop the ship's complement, all in oilskins, was in groups. For'ard Mr. Mellaire had charge. Mr. Pike took charge of the midship house and the poop. Captain West strolled up and down, saw everything, said nothing, for it was the mate's affair. When Mr. Pike ordered the wheel hard up, he slacked off all the mizzen yards and followed it with a partial slacking of the main yards, so that the after pressures were eased. The foresail and fore lower and upper topsail remained flat in order to pay the head off before the wind. All this took time. The men were slow, not strong, and without snap. They reminded me of dull oxen by the way they moved and pulled. And the Gale, ever snorting harder, now snorted diabolically. Only at intervals could I glimpse the group on top of the for'ard house. Again and again, leaning to it and holding their heads down, the men on the midship house were obliterated by the drive of crested seas that burst across the rail, spouted to the lower yards, and swept in horizontal volumes across to leeward. and Mr. Pike, like an enormous spider in a wind-tossed web, went back and forth along the slender bridge that was itself a shaken thread in the blast of the storm. So tremendous were the gusts that for the time the Elsinore refused to answer. She laid down to it, she was swept and racked by it, but her head did not pay off before it, and all the while we drove down upon that bitter, iron coast. And the world was black-gray and violent and very cold, with the flying spray freezing to ice in every lodgment. We waited. The groups of men, head down to it, waited. Mr. Pike, restless, angry, his blue eyes as bitter as the cold, his mouth as much a snarl as the snarl of the elements with which he fought, waited. The Samurai waited, tranquil, casual, remote. And Cape Horn waited, there on our lee, for the bones of our ship and us. And then the Elsinore's bow paid off. The angle of the beat of the gale changed, and soon, with dreadful speed, we were dashing straight before it and straight toward the rocks we could not see. But all doubt was over. The success of the maneuver was assured. Mr. Mellaire, informed by messenger along the bridge from Mr. Pike, slacked off the head yards. Mr. Pike, his eye on the helmsman, his hand signaling the orders, had the wheel put over to port to check the Elsinore's rush into the wind as she came up on the starboard tack. All was activity. Main and mizzen yards were braced up, and the Elsinore, snug down and hove to, had a lee of thousands of miles of Southern Ocean. And all this had been accomplished in the stamping grounds of storm, at the end of the world, by a handful of wretched weaklings, under the drive of two strong mates, with behind them the placid will of the Samurai. It had taken 30 minutes to wear ship, and I had learned how the best of shipmasters can lose their ships without reproach. Suppose the Elsinore had persisted in her refusal to pay off. Suppose anything had carried away. And right here enters Mr. Pike. It is his task ever to see that every rope and block and all the myriad other things in the vast and complicated gear of the Elsinore are in strength not to carry away. Always have the masters of our race required henchmen like Mr. Pike, and it seems the race has well supplied those henchmen. Ere I went below I heard Captain West tell Mr. Pike that while both watches were on deck, it would be just as well to put a reef in the foresail before they furled it. The mainsail and the crojack being off, I could see the men black on the foreyard. For half an hour I lingered, watching them. They seemed to make no progress with the reef. Mr. Mellaire was with them, having direct supervision of the job, while Mr. Pike, on the poop, growled and grumbled and spat endless blasphemies into the flying air. "What's the matter?" I asked. "2 watches on a single yard arm, and unable to put a reef in a handkerchief like that," he snorted. "What'll it be when we're off here a month?" "A month!" I cried. "A month isn't anything for Cape Stiff," he said grimly. "I've been off here 7 weeks, and then turned tail and run around the other way." "Around the world?" I gasped. "It was the only way to get to 'Frisco," he answered. "The Horn's the Horn, and there's no summer seas that I've ever noticed in this neighborhood." My fingers were numb and I was chilled through when I took a last look at the wretched men on the foreyard and went below to warm up. A little later, as I went in to table, through a cabin port I stole a look forward between seas and saw the men still struggling on the freezing yard. The 4 of us were at table, and it was very comfortable in spite of the Elsinore's violent antics. The room was warm. The storm racks on the table kept each dish in its place. The steward served and moved about with ease and apparent unconcern, although I noticed an occasional anxious gleam in his eyes when he poised some dish at a moment when the ship pitched and flung with unusual wildness. And now and again I thought of the poor devils on the yard. Well, they belonged there by right, just as we belonged here by right in this oasis of the cabin. I looked at Mr. Pike and wagered to myself that half a dozen like him could master that stubborn foresail. As for the Samurai, I was convinced that alone, without moving from his seat, by a tranquil exertion of will, he could accomplish the same thing. The lighted sea lamps swung and leaped in their gimbals, ever battling with the dancing shadows in the murky gray. The woodwork creaked and groaned. The jigger-mast, a huge cylinder of hollow steel that perforated the apartment through deck above and floor beneath, was hideously vocal with the storm. Far above, taut ropes beat against it so that it clanged like a boiler shop. There was a perpetual thunder of seas falling on our deck and crash of water against our for'ard wall, while the 10,000 ropes and gears aloft bellowed and screamed as the storm smote them. And yet all this was from without. Here at this well-appointed table was no draught or breath of wind, no drive of spray nor wash of sea. We were in the heart of peace in the midmost center of the storm. Margaret was in high spirits, and her laughter vied with the clang of the jigger-mast. Mr. Pike was gloomy, but I knew him well enough to attribute his gloom not to the elements but to the inefficients futilely freezing on the yard. As for me, I looked about at the four of us, blue-eyed, gray-eyed, all fair-skinned and royal blonde, and somehow it seemed that I had long since lived this, and that with me and in me were all my ancestors, and that their lives and memories were mine, and that all this vexation of the sea and air and labouring ship was of old time and 1,000 times before. End of chapter 33.